Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Became the Master of Hogwarts, Forbidden Magic. So do 4 blue hearts. Comment, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video, and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Hermione uncensored spicy version, link in description.
As it usually does, with its ups and downs. Harry practiced Quidditch, but could not go to Hogsmeade as he still lacked the Dursleys' written authorization. Of course, the fact that he practically changed his aunt into an inflated carnival attraction might explain it. He guessed he could try to pass the Dementors with his cloak, but the Weasley twins thought otherwise. They gave him a special map that was invaluable. Harry mused, once again, how lucky he was to be friends with the Weasleys. Following his friend, he had quite some fun playing the invisible ghost, scarring Draco and his stooges. Still, he was getting tired of the Slytherin always bugging them unprovoked. Unfortunately, his little escapade to Hogsmeade wasn't all fun and games. Eavesdropping on a private conversation his teachers were having, he found out about Sirius Black, the escaped convict that Ron's father warned him about at the start of the year. He realized, remembering the taunting Draco through his way on the Hogwarts Express this year, that the story was well known in the wizarding world, but had been kept from him on purpose. For his own good, of course. He decided right there and then that he would avenge his parents if he had the chance. He could not go against his promise not to chase after Black. Harry respected Arthur Weasley and didn't want to betray the man, but, in a moment of clarity, he realized he would not have to. Black was looking for him. If he was good enough to escape a prison full of Dementors, a few of them would not keep him from Harry. When he'd show up, he would be ready. Did you get it? I know Ersatz is quite a complex rune, but it's okay, Hermione, Harry said over his textbook. It's crystal clear, in fact. I guess that's all of 'em. Yes. Now, we'll begin the review, she said confidently. What for? Harry asked, confused. Hermione looked at the ceiling, as if praying the gods to help her. Anyone knowing her would think she's exasperated. To Harry and Ron, it's just a habit she took when studying with them. Honestly, Harry, do you remember all the runes by now? The memory of the first one probably faded by now. No, it hasn't, objected Harry calmly. Oh really? Then why don't you tell me which runes we covered in the first 2 weeks? She asked, crossing her arms. And he did, in detail, spilling all their significations, known origin and possible uses. After the first one, Hermione looked around to make sure there was not a book open around them, giving him all the answers. After the third, she stopped searching, seeing his eyes looking at her, through her in fact. It's as if he saw the runes right before his eyes. After the 10th one, he stopped. Hermione was speechless, for 2 whole minutes. Ron was the first to break the silence between them 3 in the common room. Whoa, Harry, that's wicked, indeed, said Hermione. I never heard of anyone learning the first set of runes so fast. Not that, Ron said, enthusiast. He managed to shut you up for 2 whole minutes. Harry burst in laughter as Hermione threw a dirty look to Ron. The latter was suddenly looking away, paying great attention at the description of the Muggle monetary system in his book. You're sure you don't want to revise, Harry? Asked Hermione, uncertain. If you insist, it should not take that long, said Harry, shrugging. 1 hour later, they got through the thick textbook describing the runes alphabet. Hermione looked even more flabbergasted. Wow, that was intense, Harry. You're more than ready to face the second-year class. You're even ahead of them. I'll tell Professor Babbling so you can join the class next week. Hermione began gathering her own first-year books of runes and stuffed them away. Harry stretched and went to Ron. So, have the Muggle accepted you in their secret society yet? Asked Harry, sitting on a nearby chair. They have a secret society? Ron asked, unbelieving. Harry started laughing and Ron frowned. Having no intention to irk him, Harry started talking about something he was sure his friend would like. Sorry there. In fact, they had more than one. They are known to exist, or at least they existed in the past, but the identities of the members, their goals and way of getting to them are mostly a secret. Let me tell you of the little I know about it. Let's say, the Stone Cutters. At the end of that free study session, Ron believed that Muggles, unmagical as they may be, could do some pretty cool stuff. In the next days, he tried to find books about secret Muggle organizations but, for once, at the greatest shock of the resident bookworm, it was one of Hogwarts's library weaknesses. A few days later, Harry began the second year's books. He had so much fun looking at how some runes affected others. But even then, what he saw in the books was so stiff. He'd have to find books from different authors to check out if they were all like that. Harry figured that if his progress in runes could keep on going like that, it could be a cool sideline for a job later. Right after professional Quidditch player, of course. When talking with Professor McGonagall about his new schedule, he asked how much he could earn as a rune writer or designer and what kind of work goes with that particular branch of magic. He was surprised by her answer. The rarity of rune crafters meant that even the less talented earned as much as an experienced Auror. The wages just got better for talented crafters. A truly gifted one could earn more than a Quidditch star without the risks of injuries. Harry never was so happy to have left divination. He was currently in the empty common room, enjoying the quiet of his free divination class. Ron was at his Muggle study class on his new schedule and Hermione, well, he wondered where she was in fact since she wasn't in divination. She had a weird schedule that showed 2 classes at the same hour. Something else was bothering him though. He wasn't really alone, not all that quiet either. The Weasley twins were there, talking, or more like whispering around some gadget that was making some weird lights and smoke now and then. It didn't seem to work as it was planned by the look on their faces. What was really bothering him was that he knew they didn't have a free period. They were skipping classes, again, to make some kind of firework. Or at least he hoped it was. It got Harry angry. Harry realized he was a far cry from being a model student. His potions were passable at best, and he slept in history of magic. But he attended the class. Now here he was, working in a free period on a course he took, more or less willingly, to replace one that was utter crap. Meanwhile, those two were playing. He liked the twins and thought they were really cool and all, but he could not stop himself from adding his 2 cents. "You two must really hate your mother," he said loudly, thinking of a way to breach the subject. "What was that?" asked Fred, frowning. "Your mother," Harry repeated. "Either you don't like her or you just don't care. Are you searching for a beating, Potter, or a lifelong prank?" asked George, growling. "Neither," Harry answered, barely suppressing a shiver at the thought. Having to choose, he would take the beating, less lasting damage. "It's just that it's the only thing that comes to my mind right now, watching you two. I know that we have owls in our 5th year, and I know you're there and yet, here you are, devising a prank on what, I'm pretty sure, is not a free period. At the risk of sounding like Hermione, aren't owls supposed to shape the kind of courses we can take in our last 2 years? Ones that eventually decide what jobs we can get. And where does our mom enter this equation, oh sage one?" Fred asked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "I don't know. Maybe because she is your mother. That she cares about you. That she worries about you too. All she sees is poor school results and a path toward failure. Where is it written exactly that what we are doing is purely for fun? That we won't make a living out of it?" asked George seriously, thinking to have nailed him down. Harry looked at them silently before replying in a low voice. "Then it's even worse. Damn you, Harry, could you, at least, have a little faith in us? We thought you were a friend. You sound just like our mother, who thinks we can't do anything at all. But our business will work. I don't know if it'll work or not. I'm saying it's even worse, for your mother. Put yourself in her shoes for 2 seconds. Your sons have poor results at school, and you're at the point of yelling at them to push them to do better. Somehow, your sons fail. How will you forgive yourself? I know she won't. She'll keep on wondering what she did wrong all of her life." "But," started George. "Yes," Harry interrupted. "Let's take the probable possibility that you succeed. A huge success. Your flourishing business earns more money in a month than your father in a year. She'll regret for never having faith in you too, to have doubted you. Not only did she never help you achieving your goal but she stunted your efforts, punishing you for what made you a success. She's going to feel like she was a really bad mother. Fred and George looked down at what they were working on. It didn't seem so funny now. And if you want to know when I became such a smart ass, I'll just say it's when I took runes to replace divination. She's going to be glad that I'll have one more string to my bow. Harry turned his back to them, resuming his reading before realizing he could not concentrate anymore. He threw his book in his bag and exited the common room, slowly making his way for the last period of the day. The twins laid back on their couch. They looked at each other, synchronized as always. You know, I think the shape of this firework is a transfiguration problem. We should ask Professor McGonagall for some catch-up work. I quite agree, brother mine. I think it would not be that bad to review charms a little too, for the colors, of course. As the twin left her office, Minerva McGonagall let out a small smile. What had those two come around like that? Apologizing for the period they missed, and asking for catching up lessons at that. Still, they missed a class. It was not their first time either. She gave them detention for 2 hours, every Monday until she deemed it enough. They looked quite disappointed, but didn't argue. If only they knew, she would take back their education to the first year and make them understand and master it all up to their 5th year. That'll teach them, literally, Minerva thought with a smile tugging at the corner of her lips. The next week, Harry was back in a classroom during his ex-divination period. He was looked at oddly at first, since getting a new student in the school year, after 2 months or so, it was quite rare. One that wasn't even in your year was unheard of. Professor Babbling explained to the class about Harry changing his elective and that, because of his schedule, he was attending the Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff class instead of the usual Gryffindor, Slytherin one. Harry didn't know any of them very well but waved at the end of the professor's explanations. The open stares were quite unnerving but he learned to put up with them by now. The class began. They worked at the Az rune. Harry followed with rapt attention. He caught a few tidbits of insight that were new, but nothing concept-shattering. Then they practiced writing them on a sheet of parchment. The teacher reminded them to work precisely since they would get blocks of woods to write on in 2 weeks. Probably it was more difficult, Harry mused. Harry took a roll of parchments and wrote a few Az runes on it, doing it like he always did when taking notes. Seeing this, the teacher went to his side and looked at his work. No, Harry, you're not using the quadrant case to write them. I want you to write them as you would use them. For a rune to work, it must obey some rules of proportions and size. I'm sorry, Professor, I don't know that method, Harry answered, surprised. He heard a few students' snickers. It's nothing to worry about, Harry. Haven't you read The Quadrant Bond, 1st edition? I lent you. Harry smiled nervously, opened his school bag and pulled out all the books the teacher gave him the first time they met. The rune teacher looked surprised and a little put off. I didn't give it to you. It's my mistake then. I'll just show you the basic of the method on Theses runes you wrote and I'll lend you a book so you can catch up the rest of this period. However, you'll have to learn it on your own time. It's not a problem, Professor. In fact, I can return those books to you. Mine should arrive by Owls tomorrow. Excellent. The teacher took a chair and a quill and began directing Harry where to make lines around the first runes he drew. Now see, these lines I just made you draw are the tangent of the curves of the rune. They must join like this. At first look it's not half bad. Then, by extending them a little, make them cross, yes. And then take the crosses as references for new lines, yes, like that. Then it must be tangent of the inside curves. Now take your compass and draw circles of the diameters of the first line, it should encompass the rune on its border. Yes, like that, just, like that. Now the professor looked puzzled, and astonished. Harry looked at the gathering of lines and circles and saw the geometry, the perfect symmetry the technique provided. Seeing his rune fit perfectly at the middle of it all was the icing on the cake. It gave him a feeling of perfection and accomplishment. Thanks you, Professor. This way of checking if your rune is well drawn is fantastic. Harry thanked her. When Harry looked up from his sheet, he was surrounded by the whole class. The rune teacher looked up too and smiled. Well, that certainly drew attention. The quadrant case isn't a way to check out a rune, Harry. It's the only known manner to write them correctly. The professor took the parchment, examining the perfectly straight lines his new student made without the use of a ruler. Not pointing it out, she took out her own ruler and drew lines around Harry's second rune. Her cheeks got a little redder as her lines were as straight as Harry's but lack a certain elegance, if it was possible. She drew a quadrant case over each of the runes Harry already made. They all fitted in. Some seemed a little different from others, but were still a perfect fit. They all had their own balance. Well, then, you could. The book, suggested Harry, wanting nothing more than to get out of this embarrassing situation. Yes, I'll get it for you. Now class, back to work. Practice these runes until you can draw them asleep, the teacher enthusiastically said. Students got back at their places, some mumbling something about it being unfair while others were simply amazed. Harry turned his head back on his scroll only to feel long hair brush against his cheek. He jumped back a little in his seat, getting some distance with the girl hunched over his work. The blonde girl was looking at it intently. She finally turned dreamy eyes toward him, an enigmatic smile playing on her lips. You have a gift, Harry Potter, she said in a soft, lost voice. Thanks, Luna Lovegood, second-year Ravenclaw. Don't be shy to ask for help at any time but, then she turned at the perfect set of, as. It might be the other way around, she finally said. Sure, anytime, said Harry, glad to have a second opinion on his work, no matter how special she seemed. The girl looked at him, a little bit surprised. She gave him a radiant smile before going back at her place, playing with her butterbeer bottle cap's necklace. Harry noticed then her wand was tucked behind one of her ears. Ears decorated with radish earrings. Don't talk too much to her, a boy whispered to his left. You'll catch Looney's weirdness. A couple of other Ravenclaw around snickered. Harry was more than a little angry. He knew what it was to be called weird. He suffered of it quite a lot when people found out he was a Parseltongue the year prior. He looked at the boy, doing his best faking a surprised look. Weirdness, he said a little too loudly for the young boy's taste. You don't recognize this, do you? It's true that you're still a little young. What do you mean? Asked the boy angrily, on the same level. It's not weirdness, explained Harry slowly, smiling to himself. It's style. She's got her own. Forget it, you're too young to understand. The discussion was cut short as the teacher came to lend Harry her book about quadrant cases. All students got back to their work, not wanting to be caught chatting in class. Professor Babbling was nice, but intolerant of idle hands and minds. She gave a look full of mirth to Harry, handing him the book. By the way, Harry, congratulations. You managed what few, if none before you, had done. Harry didn't know if he was talking about the runes or the standing up for Luna. Maybe both. Anyway, he was curious about the subtlety of this quadrant case and absorbed himself in it. Things got back on track from then on. Hermione, looking as tired as ever, was ashamed for forgetting the quadrant case. When she learned he hadn't needed it, but that he found it was good background knowledge to have, she was silent for a whole 3 minutes. Ron looked up from his book about non-magical castles in England, then back to it. Never thought I would see Hermione silent twice in a lifetime. Runes aren't the only gift you have, I guess. That sent both boys in a fit of laughter and Hermione stomped her right foot once, trying to look angry, and failing. A few weeks later, Harry was roaming the library on a free evening. He left the second-year class with a little regret a few days ago. He was getting to know Luna a little better and liked how the younger blonde witch thought. She had the craziest ideas of how to use runes. He just joined the third-year class and the teacher saw his progress slow to a normal speed. She was a little suspicious but didn't comment. She was right to be. Harry saw in Hermione's eyes, for the first time ever, the green demon of jealousy that he already spotted in Ron's a few times by now. She was jealous of his innate understanding of runes. So, he downplayed his progress and seemed to study the same things over and over again to understand them. In fact, he just finished the third-year program in runes. He didn't have to really learn by heart the effects of a combination of two runes like they did. He could guess it just by thinking about them, one at the side of the other. Writing on wood was fun, but he was impatient to get to carve them. Unfortunately, that would not be before the 4th year. He decided not to stunt his progress and to broaden his learning. He had a nice pile of gold in his vault. It was time to put it to use. He would buy the right books. It took him a whole hour, but he noted the titles of all the rune books which, at first glance, didn't seem to be written by a stiff, learned by heart, rune master. Then, he took his invisibility cape and did the same in the restricted section. His collection would make Hermione jealous. He made sure to ask for evening owls so she didn't notice them coming at breakfast. The next morning began as all the others did. Harry was deep in concentration in the only book he borrowed at the library the day before. Hermione was in an arithmancy one and Ron was stuffing his face. But every quiet morning has to come to an end. Not with a potion master this time, but still a greasy git. Acting smart, Potter, drawled Malfoy. Trying to impress the little mudblood at your side, maybe. Harry was pulled from his deep trance he got when working on Rune on the Breach of Good Progress. He was pissed, but Malfoy wasn't done yet. Oh no. Maybe you want to carve yourself a nice little hole to hide yourself from Sirius Black. Or the Dementors. Maybe they'll try to get you in the Quidditch changing room to give you a nice little key. It would be great if they could take care of you bushy friend at the same time. Malfoy. Harry growled in barely contained anger. Leave before I deal some lasting damage here. Malfoy was about to say something but saw that Harry had an arm straight, probably pointing him from under the table. His wand arm. You wouldn't dare, even to defend your mud. Harry had enough. Despite his threat, he knew cursing Malfoy in the middle of the Great Hall with a majority of the students watching wasn't a good idea. However, he didn't care. And something really weird Luna said to him once gave him a sick idea. Ridiculous. The spell hit Draco on the leg and the result was unexpected. His robe all but disappeared, leaving him in a tight, outrageous leather suit. Or, at least, what Harry could imagine what an outrageous leather suit would be like. He now sported a shiny black leather harness with tight shorts, spikes and a whip at his side. The best part was the leather mask with a zipper that kept his mouth shut. If Draco had been a boggart, he would have been instantly dissipated from the laughter that erupted in the Great Hall. Sorry, Malfoy, I don't swing that way. Please, refrain your urges. Harry said, smiling, while Ron was spilling food everywhere so hard he was laughing. Hermione drew her book close to her eyes, covering her face. Draco wanted desperately to say something but chose to run away instead. Harry got up from his chair and whispered to the twins, who were howling and whistling at Malfoy's retreating form. We need to talk. Before dinner, outside the gates. Harry said simply. The twin looked at him oddly. His eyes were serious. Someone would be in pain. They didn't want to be at the place of that poor bloke. What is it you want? Asked Fred, as he and his other self got to Harry. He was sitting against a low stone wall leading to the entrance gates of Hogwarts. I need pranks, he said. Pranks? Asked the twins in stereo. Yes, I want you to prank Malfoy. Not once or twice, every day, multiple times per day if possible. I'll help. I'll purchase whatever stuff you need within reasonable limits. I'm willing to fund research for trying new stuff on him. I want to give him hell. The twins looked at each other before asking, why now, began Fred. All of a sudden, finished George. Harry had a determined look on his face. He called Hermione a mudblood. Again, he's done that for the last 3 years. He keeps saying he wants both of us dead and he keeps saying it loud enough for everyone to hear but no one does anything about it. All I ever really did was to tell him to back off. And now he wants to interrupt my study time. How much of my time will I let him waste? I'm finally sick of it. He started a war back in the first year and I'm sick of fighting it battle by battle. I've only just realized how big a blow I took. It's time for some retaliation. The twin grinned and went to Harry's sides, each putting an arm around his shoulder. Harry, mate, began George. Finally, pursued Fred. Growing a pair, it's going to be a pleasure, even had it Been for free, but with your funding, it's going to be grand. An alliance formed, and the twins went back to work, harder than ever. Some people would say later that, during that week, you could sometimes mistake the fumes coming from the fifth-year dormitories for ghosts so thick they were. 2 weeks before Christmas break, hell was unleashed at the Malfoy heir. The twins walked to Harry at the breakfast table, wearing a huge smile. "So, it begins today," deduced Harry. "Today," they answered in unison. "We'll have to find a way to slip some stuff in his things," they finally said together. "I've been working on some new material myself," whispered Harry. "These past weeks, I've put some of that rune studying into practice. It works. It works damn well. Don't worry about those other pranks. I've got an idea. I'll be ready for Christmas break to infiltrate the Slytherin common room." They looked at him, an odd look on their faces. "Infiltrate," they whispered. "Wouldn't be the first time," confirmed Harry, grinning. Harry remembered the day he asked the twins for pranks. He did it as much for Hermione than for himself. He approached Ron and Hermione right after the twins, resolute to include his 2 best friends in the plot. Harry spoke about it in a charm class. "I think it's time we took another trip into the Slytherin common room," he said softly to them while Flitwick explained the mechanism of some charm that he didn't pay much attention to. "What?" whispered Hermione sharply. "It is time. We have to get back at Draco, once and for all, and to stop this sick circle. I'm tired of the insults, the traps and the sneers. I'm going to recruit Ron's brothers for an all-out war on him. Some strikes will come straight from his own dormitory. We'll need a good batch of polyjuice. We'll keep some in reserve." "We can't do that. It's not really that big of a deal. What happened that morning, Harry?" pleaded Hermione. "It's nice of you, in an all-vengeful way, but, really, those names don't affect me anymore." "Shame on you, then, Hermione," Harry whispered, serious. His friends didn't expect that. She looked at him, not understanding and kind of hurt. "He's calling you a mudblood," he slowly said, their group managing to escape Flitwick's vigilance. "A mudblood, meaning your blood is full of mud. You can live with that. Okay, but what about your parents?" "My parents," she squealed. "Yes, blood refers to your direct lineage, your parents, your sisters and brothers, your grandparents, uncle and aunts. He's calling them a puddle of mud and that your blood comes from that mud. How would your parents like to be the cause of prejudice toward you? What if they learned of it? Would they feel ashamed for not being magical? How would they look upon you, brave Gryffindor, who won't even fight for them?" Hermione's head was low and she looked really pained. She was shaking with rage. Thinking further about the meaning of those insults, she bore for far too long hit her deeper than the first time she had it directed her way. "That worm is going to pay," she whispered harshly. "I can't believe I blinded myself so much for the sake of not causing trouble." "You're right. This is a matter of Gryffindor pride, family pride. It is not an empty or sinful concept. It is based on the love of our family. I'll do it, but I'm not too enthusiastic about stealing from Professor Snape again." "No need," Harry reassured her. "I'm making a huge purchase at the apothecary in Diagon Alley where we buy our school stuff. It's going to have so many ingredients he won't even suspect polyjuice." Nothing harmful in this war, Harry?" asked Hermione, her old self resuming control of her brain. "Nothing permanent," replied Harry, noncommittal. "Ron, when the time comes, I'll need you to get in the Slytherin common room. Meanwhile, I'll be quite busy myself. You'll have to take my cloak and spy at their entrance whenever you can. Learn the passwords, their schedule and the times of greatest traffic. If you can, find out the entrance of the third-year dorms. It's going to be vital if we want to seem like we belong there long enough to put all the stuff in." Ron nodded once. He was glad there was something he could do to help. It was important to him too, no matter how he looked at it. He'd do his best. Back to the present, with the twins at his sides at the breakfast table. He was impatient to see Draco appear this morning, for once. "A clue on what's going to happen?" asked Harry with a low voice, kicking Hermione's feet for attention. Ron was already all ears. He even slowed his eating to sipping a glass of orange juice. Fred looked up and, much to Harry's surprise, whistled an old Muggle song. What was the title again? Love something. Draco finally entered the room. Fred whistled a bit stronger. Draco's hair turned pink. That's it. Love is in the air. In the hair. Pink. That makes sense, thought Harry. Their little group snickered as Draco passed, unaware of his new look, or how his now quite long hair took a heart-shaped form. Everybody looked at him with saucer eyes at the Slytherin table. What, do I have something on my robes? Asked Draco, looking at himself. Along with the pink hair, it sounded so feminine that the Golden Trio and the Devil Duo couldn't stop their howls of laughter. It took a moment, but Draco finally found a reflective surface, and then he understood. Potter. Harry looked at him, laughing all the while, hand up in a posture that said, I didn't do it, but wished I had. Draco left and wasn't seen for the rest of the breakfast. Vengeance and peace for breakfast. Fred, George, you just made my day, said Harry. Anytime, mate, and as it stands right now, started Fred. It could happen at any time, ended George. Harry's mood went soaring. The next weeks were pure fun. Harry experimented with runes on everyday objects now. His level of achievement would have been within the 6th year's grasp, but was simple fun for him. Hermione had long given up her jealous streak. He didn't hide much from her anymore, he was just too good. He showed her his new collection of books and she managed to get a promise to let her borrow each one of them sometime. His collection grew almost every day. She even asked him for help. Sometimes, she didn't understand Harry's answer to her question completely, but always found something to get her to move forward. Anything that got her smarter was a good thing after all. Ron was often gone and got back to the common room right before curfew. He always carried a small notebook and pen with him. Harry felt the Slytherin common room would hold no secret from them by the time they went in. Hermione used Myrtle's toilets to brew the potion once again, much to the ghost's pleasure. Harry went to see her, now and then, to supply her with ingredients or simply for company. Ron came too, once in a while, stiff from sitting on the dungeon's cold stone floor. Meanwhile, Draco got pranked, and how he got pranked. It was at least twice a day now. The pink hair incident happened again, probably some advertisement for Valentine's Day a few months early. So did the appearance of the leather suit Harry jinxed him with when it all started. Sometimes, both at the same time, he got into the unhealthy habit of tripping when walking on the grass. Every 20 steps, that snow-covered said grass didn't seem to change anything. Christmas break finally came, earning Draco some peace. It was still a week before the potion was ready, and Ron had to check out the changes in the Slytherins coming and going from their common room. They both decided to stay one more week, then travel to Hogsmeade to have Ron's older brother Bill apparate them to their respective homes. Harry spent a lot of time building an arsenal for his war against Draco. Back from Christmas, he would be as pompous as ever. His downfall would be that much harder, and satisfying to watch. After Ron and Hermione's departure, Harry figured the rest of the break would be quite uneventful without Draco around to entertain him, or so he thought. His ancient runes skill developed frighteningly fast now that he had all day to work on them. He revised many charms and transfiguration work too as they combined well with runes. These skills were way harder to work out, but he remembered his vow to be ready when black would come for him. Christmas was a golden opportunity for the murderer. Searching for offensive uses of runes and defensive spells made him remember that he had appointments with Professor Lupin to learn the Patronus charm. He could use the opportunity to ask for some tips to practice commonly used offensive spells like the Disarming Jinx, the Shield spell and the Stunning Curse. Progress in all these fields was slow, but steady. He was particularly good at disarming. Maybe a little too good, he thought, as he targeted a suit of armor once and ripped it off of its sword, almost beheading himself as it flew his way. He remembered that the spell was originally designed to catch the opponent's wand. He now learned to be careful if the weapon was of the sharp kind. Progress with his Patronus was far less steady. He tried different powerful happy memories to fuel the spell, from the time he first flew a broom to that one where he realized that Ginny would be okay in the Chamber of Secrets. Unfortunately, he was too dazed back then to remember it properly. It came as no surprise that the memory getting him the strongest reaction was from one in which he was looking at his parents in his photo album. He let the feeling grow by watching it often. The work was taking time off his rune study, but the progress was finally rewarding. Then came the night that changed what he thought he knew about Sirius Black. He was back from a midnight snack in the kitchen. He could not believe that Dobby found a job there. It was good to see him doing something he was actually happy to do. Harry nibbled at a cookie, watching the map to avoid the teacher's patrols. What appeared on the map instead made him swallow a bite wrong. Peter Pettigrew, the one who fought Sirius Black when he found out he betrayed Lily and James. Harry knew the map has never been wrong before and could even point him out from under his invisibility cloak, as the twin proved to him. One would need to curse the map itself to change anything on it. He kept it on him all the time that evening. Harry briskly walked up to the position of the dot with the flag of a dead man's name on it. He rounded another corner. The dot was almost on him. Where was he? He must be invisible too. Harry's panic backed down a little as he held his breath for any sounds indicating where the invisible man could be. A very small noise he couldn't hear before met his ears. A small, clicking noise. It was like a cat's footsteps on a hard floor with its claws out, only smaller. He looked down, and saw Ron's rat. He looked back at the map. The dot followed the rat's moves perfectly. That rat was Peter Pettigrew. It was a fact now. He could not deny it. He remembered Ron losing his rat the day before he went home. He let his food box open on his bed for him. Harry silently turned back to his common room, his mind blank. He whispered the password, the sleeping fat lady letting him pass even if she didn't see him. Harry sat on his bed, hearing the rain fall outside on this particularly warm winter night. His brain began to work slowly and his newly developing rune analysis mind took over, displaying facts in front of his eyes, making a rune word out of this situation. He was searching for a balance, for the truth. Peter Pettigrew was alive. Sirius Black never killed him. If he didn't, why didn't Peter kill Sirius if he was that hell-bent on getting revenge for his friends? If this was the case, Sirius didn't escape from Azkaban to kill him, but to kill Peter. Why now when he had him back then? How did he find out he was here, in Hogwarts? The newspapers. He saw the picture of the Weasleys in Egypt and Scabbard was on it. That made sense, but one thing didn't. Peter is supposed to have fought him at least up to a standstill since he was alive, until Aurors came and captured Black. Why didn't Peter show up after that? He was a hero. He could have taken the place of his godfather. But he didn't. He left a finger behind, faking his death. He had something to hide, something so awful that it might have granted him the fate of his godfather. Harry got out of his bed and dressed up warmly. The rain had practically stopped. He grabbed his map and explored the castle from the towers to the dungeons. Nothing. After 2 whole hours, he took a secret passage and went outside, on the grounds. Far enough from the castle, he started calling for the supposed murderer of his parents. He went near Hagrid's hut, looking at every detail on his map. He walked to the edge of the forbidden forest but found nothing there. Unwary of his tiredness, he went on and something finally answered his call when he neared the whacking willow. Calling again and again, preparing his numbs, wets and frozen feet to track toward the Quidditch pitch, a dark form erupted from under the willow's roots. Harry looked at the map he still held in hands and saw a passage that led far away, out of Hogwarts grounds. The form, under the dim light of the end of the night, was the one of a familiar massive black dog. He saw him once already, right after he hexed his aunt, when he accidentally called the night bus. If Peter Pettigrew was a rat, then Sirius Black would be a dog. He looked back at his map as the dog stopped 10 feet away from him. The name Sirius Black was clearly written down on it, standing in front of Harry Potter. "Sirius Black, it's you, isn't it?" he said, out of breath from all this running around and calling. The figure blurred to give place to a shaggy-looking man. Strangely, Harry wasn't scared at all. It was like a living dream. Good or bad, that was yet to be determined. "Peter Pettigrew, you came for him, right? He's an animagus, a rat, the rat of my friend Ron Weasley." The man's eyes burned fiercely and took an intensity that, with his bony frame, made him look like a human wraith. He nodded once. "You're my godfather, right?" asked Harry. Sirius's eyes lost their fire at once, gaining an unsuspecting softness. He nodded again. Harry's brain went into overdrive to catch up. The only solution possible as the rune word completed itself in his head. The puzzle was assembled and he could see the bigger picture. You were not the secret keeper. Peter was, and he betrayed my parents. He tricked you. You've been in Azkaban for the last 12 years, not saying a thing, because of him. Many wrinkles disappeared from his godfather's face. Relief washed his traits and he seemed to stand taller, as if a burden was lifted off his shoulders. "We'll clear your name," Harry said, words doing their best to escape his mouth all at once. "We'll catch him and make him admit it. You'll have justice on your side. I'll talk to Professor Dumbledore. Give me a day or two at most. Be ready. I'll get you out of this. I have so many questions to ask you." Then he shuddered hard. The cold wind was picking up and he was wet from head to toe. He turned back toward the castle, mind in turmoil, when a voice, a wrecked sound unused for a very long time, rang in the winter chill. "Harry, you are so much like your father James. It's good to meet you at last." The man disappeared once again, a black dog finding his way under the root at the bark of the tree. Harry ran. He ran to the castle like he never did. He felt no urge to sleep, fortunately. He revived the dying fire in the common room and practically put his hands and feet in it. It took some time, but he warmed up again. He was wrapped in a simple towel near the fire, his damp clothes now in a pile at the base of his bed. Then he took a long hot shower before changing in a fresh set of warm clothes. He felt tired now, like he could sleep the week. At the same time, he was full of purpose and energy to accomplish his goals. He got to his bed, fully clothed and thinking of what to do. He stopped dead in his tracks. There was Peter in his rat form, sleeping on Ron's bed near his food box. If he tried to catch him now, the rat would bite him and escape. If he realized that Harry knew his secret, he would transform and could try to kill him. He had to trap him into something he couldn't transform, something that he could not break. Harry didn't know the unbreakable charm. Hermione surely did, but she was not here. On the other hand, he knew perfectly how to do the equivalent in runes. Harry fished in his trunk and found something adequate. A small wooden box with a locket meant to hold his supply of belladonna seeds for his potion work. He found an empty box of chocolate frog on the side of Ron's bed and put the seeds in it. He sat on his bed, writing the runes necessary on the wooden box with great care. Once done, he took a little carving tool and finished his work, making it permanent. The runes wouldn't be erased accidentally. Just for the heck of it, he put a rune word on the inside to prevent any kind of transformation. He made sure they were perfect before taking the next step. He put the tip of his wand on each rune and powered them. Never had he seen a wooden box look so cool. He instantly knew that it worked. He got up and casually walked to Ron's bed. He woke Scabbers quite harshly by lifting him by the tail, his heart beating so hard Harry thought it would burst out of his chest. He dropped the rat in the box and closed the lid. The rat tried to put a paw to stop it from closing on him, but Harry pushed harshly, forcing him to retract it inside the box with a yelp. He secured it with the frail-looking lock that was now unbreakable from the runes carved on the box. Harry heard him turning in the wooden box and scratching, trying to find a way out. A thought came to Harry. What if Peter Pettigrew didn't show up when he took him to Dumbledore? He would pass as insane. He had to, yes. That would do nicely. He spoke clearly toward the box. It's over, Peter. I took Harry's form and now I'm going to kill you, but not here. I don't want the students to find your corpse. I'll take you to James's and Lily's graves for you to die over it. Isn't it just a fitting end for a traitor? The movements in the box stopped totally. Harry knew his words hit their marks. He just hoped the rat didn't die right there from a heart attack. Harry walked toward the headmaster's office hoping that, for once, when something really important mattered, he would be there. It was past 8 by now. Would he wake him? Would he tell him to come back later? Harry knew it was stupid, but he was a nervous wreck. He was about to beg his way to the gargoyle when he suddenly realized the date. Christmas had come and gone, but it was New Year's Day. Harry had to laugh out loud, probably scaring the rat in his box further. He knew where the headmaster would be, or soon be. He directed his feet toward the great hall, suddenly hungry for a huge breakfast. He was amongst the first present. He hid the box in his pocket, even if it stood out a bit. Harry forced himself to eat slowly so not to overeat and get sick on this day. Time flies by sometimes. At other times, it crawls toward the next minute. Harry experienced both, as he waited for the headmaster to show up while dreaming of what could happen with his godfather around, free. The headmaster finally showed up, at 8:30. Harry jumped on his feet, causing his chair to crash behind him. He placed it back up nervously and walked, shaking but smiling, toward the white-bearded man. "Harry, is something wrong?" Dumbledore asked, a bit worried. Could we go to your office, sir? I have something very important to tell you. I know it will push your breakfast a little bit, maybe a lot, but it's really important, and. Albus squeezed Harry's shoulder reassuringly. "Harry, calm down. Of course we can. Don't worry about it." He illustrated his point by taking a toast and some bacon from a plate. "See, it should be enough to keep this old body up and about for a while. Let's see what's so bad that got you in this state." The trip to the office was quick, and Harry could not stop himself from checking the content of his pocket. Dumbledore was concerned. After last year's episode with the diary, he could not help but to worry about the poor boy. Once they climbed the stairs, past the gargoyle, and entered the office itself, Albus seated himself behind his desk while Harry took a chair in front of it. Harry took a breath and began his tale. At first, Albus smiled at Harry's shyness to admit his midnight snack. God knows he needed the food with the kind of summer he must endure. Then came the surprise about the discovery of Peter Pettigrew. Could this strange map be dysfunctional? He never heard of such an item inside Hogwarts. And the trip in the snow. The meeting with Sirius almost sent him to check on the boy, but no injuries, not even physical contact with the man, was stated. No wand drawn, only shocking words. Then, Harry told about creating an indestructible rune box, and Albus began, against his own will, to doubt Harry's words. But then Harry got the mentioned object out of his pocket, the object he kept checking all the way up to his office. There was no mistaking the work, or the soft glow coming from the runes on the box. Just one look at it and Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts, knew that this box would survive any mortal being alive right now, even if it had to carry the weight of a giant on top of it all that time. It was the kind of work that could hold the most precious treasure of a king for posterity. And to say it had the name of an apothecary written on it. What publicity! He got to the more mundane situation ahead compared to Harry's work. The box contained a rat, who was a murderer in his animagus form. Dumbledore took the box slowly. Then he spoke clearly, loudly. "Hogwarts, seal this room." A light hum was heard, and Harry, not thinking to be any smarter than anyone else, still realized that nothing would come in or out of the headmaster's office without his consent. Albus opened the box and a rat sped out at near light speed. As if the greatest wizard of all England didn't expect that, he caught it in mid-flight from his desk with a quick spell. The rat turned into a babbling man in old clothes with prominent front teeth. He was so very ugly. He smashed in a wall from his momentum and fell on his back, dazed. Albus calmly got up and bound him in physical ropes along with numerous binding spells. "If you even try to change back, Peter, let me tell you you're going to be in a lot of pain. On top that it won't work, of course." The face of the traitor did show he tried it and that he didn't like the result at all. His bonds were intact and the pain took a few seconds to subside. He finally slumped down, looking at them with watery eyes. "You don't understand," he said in a squeaky voice. "If you're innocent, you wouldn't have tried to run away from me," Dumbledore stated, shaking his head slowly. "Harry, let's leave him here for a while. We have someone to bring in the warmth of the castle, I think." Harry dumbly nodded and led the way toward the exit. Professor McGonagall was waiting at the entrance of the office, looking worried. "Albus, what's happening? The gargoyle refused to let me pass, even with the password." It sure didn't, Minerva. I sealed the room. I sealed it again behind me and it will stay that way until I get back. We have a few minutes of walking to do outside. Why don't you grab a coat and come with us? Mr. Potter just told me a tale worth retelling. And so Albus did, for Harry was too nervous to even open his mouth. He often asked Harry if he told it right, but the young boy simply nodded and mumbled nervously. What if Sirius wasn't there? What if didn't trusted him enough to come out with the teachers in tow? They soon reached the violent tree and Harry's fear peaked. Mr. Black, I'm back. Professor McGonagall and Headmaster Dumbledore are with me. We captured Pettigrew and saw his ugly face. You can come out. Harry didn't have to worry more than 2 seconds. A black dog ran outside from under the roots of the tree, its tongue hanging from its mouth. He wanted nothing more than to pounce on the boy who freed him to lick his face to no end. He spent the whole night worrying about him. Sending a 13-year-old boy capture a seasoned Death Eater seemed rather foolish to him now, but he had been shocked from seeing Harry, who already knew the truth on top of it. He slowed down though, figuring Dumbledore and McGonagall might see this as an attack. It was better to play it safe. He stopped a few meters from Harry, and changed his form from a shaggy black dog to a shaggy black-haired man. He looked at Dumbledore and asked one thing. Permission to hug my godson, Headmaster. The old man's eyes twinkled happily and his hand left his wand in his sleeve. Granted. Sirius scooped up Harry and twirled him around, laughing like a madman. I knew you'd do it. My wondrous godson, I'll never thank you enough. It's worth more than one bloody firebolt. I'll give you the company for next Christmas, damn it. Harry was laughing hard and thought Hermione would be quite happy herself. She was right. It was Sirius Black who gave him his new firebolt. Her letter contained many threats not to ride it before the teachers could check it out. Sirius finally let Harry down and shook Dumbledore's and Minerva's hands. The latter took him in a hug, glad to find back one of her lost little Gryffindor. Sirius turned back toward Albus with angry eyes, looking more like the ex-con he was. Where is he? Where's the little rat? Bound in my office, out of your reach. You'll have to endure being Harry's pet for a few days since the ministry's closed for the holidays, but you're allowed to hang around as much as you like. Rest, eat, sleep well. A real trial, a fair one, awaits you. You have to look your best to sway the jury to your side with your manly charms. Let's hope there is a majority of women and that you didn't lose your touch, Albus finished with a wink. Sirius let out a barking laugh and transformed back, bouncing around Harry like a puppy. Harry felt the castle would be even warmer this holiday, now that he had some family to celebrate it with. The last of Harry's vacations was really fun. The relaxing kind of fun. He didn't stop studying much, but now he had a friend resting near the fire with him. The few Gryffindors that stayed for the holidays asked about him and Harry simply said that he was a stray dog he found and that he would bring it back home. Sirius ate a lot, slept a lot and looked so much better after a shower and a shave in the dormitory's bathrooms. Sirius never forgot the rat, but still enjoyed the comfy time he had in his old common room, with his newfound nephew, even more than exerting a vengeance that would send him back in prison. He could live with that, especially after Harry told him how he captured Pettigrew, impersonating him when the rat was trapped in a box. He could only laugh at the idea and at the imagination of Harry. To kill Peter over Harry's parents' grave. The idea had quite some merit though. Harry told him bits of his life, now and then. His friends, his hated family. At that one, Sirius growled. There would be changes. He watched Harry practice his charms and transfiguration courses, giving him tips of what he remembered at times they were alone. His rune work was what mesmerized him the most. He didn't study ancient runes, but he had some memories of a girl who was working on an essay, still in her birthday suit in bed with him. He remembered it looked complicated as hell to draw a single rune. Harry drew them as if he was simply taking notes. Albus finally got back to him with news of his first real trial. It would be taken in front of the Wizengamot in an emergency session. He showed him the box, made in a few minutes, maybe an hour, which held Peter in his rat form. It was simply astonishing. Albus asked him not to tell a single thing about the quality of this unique work to Harry. This boy doesn't know where his ability stops yet. Let him work and discover it all by himself. It would be sad to stunt his growth by telling him that this is the best he can do. Albus sagely told him. Sirius recognized the headmaster there. Some would say he did not care or that he doesn't want to recognize Harry's work and natural abilities. Sirius knew that was simply encouraging self-development. The last week of the holidays came to an end and Sirius found a moment to transform and talk to Harry before the students came back. He was looking glad and sad at the same time. Harry, I'll have to go now. I'm going to a house that is safe for me and I don't know in what kind of state it'll be after all these years, but I'll do my best to make it safe enough for you. Maybe will I be able to convince Dumbledore to let you live with me in the summer. From what you told me, that would be quite the upgrade from the Dursley. Harry smiled, sad to see him go but an incredible hope blooming inside of him. That would be awesome. If you need any help at all to dust the place, I'm all for it. Magical or Muggle way, I don't care. I'm used to it. Sirius smiled and hugged him warmly. My life's getting back on tracks, buddy, all thanks to your quick wits. Keep working on those runes. I've heard it helped develop deduction skills. I guess they were right. Right now and then. We've got a life of catching up to do. The next day, Hermione and Ron found Harry so sincerely happy and they feared he got hooked on the cheering charm during Christmas break. The tale they got as an explanation had them impersonating fishes out of the water. Ron could not even find the wits to point out a gobsmacked Hermione. Mate, is that your idea of a vacation? Asked Ron, eyebrows raised. Harry found that one pretty funny since, well, until now it was the quietest vacation he had here. He laughed honestly and his friends were glad to see that the shadow, that small part of sadness that was so often around him, was gone. He found a place he belonged. A family of two was still a family. Now, Harry began, grinning maliciously, who's up for some Malfoy hunting? He had all of Christmas break to rest. Time for life and pranks to resume. Both his friends looked eager to start. His good mood was contagious. Hermione even lost the bags under her eyes during the holidays. It was time for the Golden Trio and the Devil Twins to strike. Harry and Ron easily stalked the two small first-year Slytherins that the redhead thought were the best choice. Those two usually went unnoticed. The Gryffindor infiltrators used a full-body bind on them and dragged the two poor boys in a broom closet. They did so from behind, never showing themselves. Once in the closet, they cut a few hairs from each and assured them they would come back to free them later. They had nothing against them in particular but it had to be done. Next, they went to the bathroom-turned-potion lab and presented the hairs to Hermione who finished the potion wordlessly. She handed them each their vial, fighting her conscience who banged on the walls of her mind. It had to be done. The boys each entered their stall and drank the smelly mixture. Oddly enough it tasted better than crabs and goyles. It was disturbing to think that some Slytherins tasted better than others. They preferred not to think about it anymore. The process in itself was as painful as they remembered. Even more, since their targets were way smaller than them, forcing the Gryffindor through even more changes. They kept the rest of the cauldron in individual vials for later uses. Hermione managed to make their uniforms fit their new size, and change their house crest on their chest as well as the color of their ties. Ron and Harry finally each took a backpack full of surprises and went back down to the dungeons to prepare a greeting from the holidays vacations for Draco like he never had before. Draco's new year began very badly. In fact, it was the worst he ever had, ever. Even later, looking back at it, he'd still see it as the worst. It wasn't once or twice a day now. He became a walking hex. People started looking at him from afar, waiting for something to happen. Whatever time of the day it was, they didn't have to wait very long. Each morning, his hair took a new, random color. At first, it was all Slytherin colors. Silver, green, snakes. Oh yeah, he looked like the Medusa more than once and the small first years were running away from him, taking great care not to look at him in the eyes. One day, he thought his hair would finally stay his healthy bleached blonde color. They turned white. He guessed the spells must have been wearing off so he didn't bother with it much, it wasn't that bad. Anyway, he had charms and didn't have the time to have them changed back right away. Unfortunately for him, In the middle of the class, Professor Flitwick started to stare at him and asked Draco to come closer. As he passed the rows of seats, since he always sat in the back, the quiet snickering began once again. He wondered what color it was now and was thankful to the teacher for dealing with it right away. That was not to be the case. The charm teacher poked at his hair with his wand, getting a reaction and a yawn. A yawn? Draco asked himself. Conjuring a small mirror for the young man to see, Flitwick resumed probing at the intriguing haircut. Draco blinked twice at what he saw in the mirror. A ferret. A white ferret. His hair had formed a white ferret, a moving one. Flitwick spent the rest of the class examining the charm used to accomplish that and what it could do before dispelling it when the bell rang. There was also a little problem with the fires. Each time he got too close to any of them, they would at least double in intensity. How many ruined potions? He couldn't sleep well either. His bed got colder as the night passed. He started waking up around midnight with his face aching like crazy as if it was spread with itching powder. The first time it happened, he looked in his bedside mirror, expecting a colony of ants getting busy. Instead, he saw the face of a rotting inferi. He never looked at this mirror again. He got used to midnight showers to get rid of whatever was so itchy. Then, dung bombs started to explode as he opened his trunk. His books refused to open for him. His school bag always seemed full with almost nothing in it. One day, at dinner, Crab and Goyle pointed at his hair and face, grunting something. He sighed, took a pocket mirror he used to carry on himself and saw the worst thing ever. His hair had turned red and he had freckles. From the Gryffindor table came one of those hated voices. "My long-lost brother, where have you been?" yelled Fred. He so hated those twins. He went to them and demanded to stop all of this, but they told him that they were not the instigators of the pranks but only the executioners of that particular one, and the ferret hairs. They didn't feel like admitting they were the creator of the midnight itching powder. Anyway, they were not the one to put it on his pillow. Draco went to Harry and threatened him to have his freshly released godfather killed if he kept it up. The week following this threat was pure torture. All the hair products of the Slytherin dorms found their way in his trunk. Seeing how much hair problems he had recently, and how he acted as if he owned the world, he was quickly pointed out as being the culprit. He farted so loudly that week that he needed a silencing charm around him most of the day. It didn't help the fire under his cauldron in potion either. 2 good pairs of pants ruined. He got static shocks whenever he touched something or someone and people stayed even further away. His notebooks became blank, no matter how often he changed his quills and ink. Speaking of quills, they started to explode in yellow canary-like feathers. A month back from vacation, he was something to look at. He had lost weight. He was wearing Crab or Goyle's robe, making him look even smaller. He didn't trust anything in his plate now and had it tested by one of his 2 sidekicks beforehand. Snape had his hands tied, lacking proof of Harry's guilt. Neither the twins nor Potter were close when most accidents happened. Draco's hair was dirty. He had bags under his eyes similar to those of Hermione in her worst days. Finally, Draco couldn't take it anymore. He waited for his nemesis to get to his common room, one evening, after class. He saw him chatting with the weasel, talking about chess. Harry had suddenly gotten better, giving Ron quite a challenge and making games last days, games that Ron still won, of course. They stopped talking as soon as they saw the Slytherin waiting for them. "Follow me, Potter," the Malfoy heir said plainly. "Say please," Harry answered back, crossing his arms. Draco's eyes widened, but he managed to utter the pleading word before leading them to a deserted classroom. Harry wordlessly gave Ron his invisibility cloak that he carried around with him. Ron understood. He got under it and stood guard outside the classroom. Draco's eyes widened again, in surprise this time. It was the first time he actually saw the famous cloak he knew Potter had. He got his bearing back quickly enough as Harry closed the door behind Ron. He was a Malfoy after all. "We have to deal with this, Potter. Man to man. What do you want?" he asked proudly, head held high. "First off, lower your head, Malfoy. You came here to beg something from me," Harry countered, taking control of the conversation. Draco swore between his teeth but did as he was told, looking to the side. I need an unbreakable vow that what will be said here, stays here. No one else must know. What? Squealed Draco. On your magic, Harry added in a very serious tone. But, you can't make me do that. That's too dangerous. Then you're not sincere. I'll be going now. I have nothing to tell you. Wait. Draco looked torn but seemed to come to a decision. He took a small mirror from his pocket and threw it on the ground. It broke, sending the face of Severus Snape in all directions before the image disappeared. Harry turned back toward Draco. We settle this at 6 a.m. outside the castle, by the lake, tomorrow. Come alone if you know what's good for you, Harry said, quickly getting out of the classroom that Snape would surely invade in a few seconds. Ron and Harry ran back to their common room. Of course, Snape could get at them there. He was a teacher after all, but he didn't have enough ground yet to accuse them of anything. They both knew he would be waiting for the big catch. Thus, they had to be careful. They went to sleep early that evening, in order to be waiting for Draco when he would show up. They did wake up early. They got out of the castle by the main door, walking around freely now that there was no more danger of their souls being beat dry by a Dementor. They all got called back the day Sirius was announced found and innocent. The funniest thing about it happened when Malfoy tried to scare him during a Care for Magical Creatures class with a Dementor costume, mounted on the shoulders of one of his goons. The Patronus he sent his way by reflex bowled them both over. It was amusing to think that he didn't have to lay all the traps on Draco, he fell in this one on his own. But today, the air was chilly for the only reason that spring hadn't made its great entry yet. March was almost at their door, but the snow was still very present, just as much as the ice on the lake. Harry gave strips of leather to Ron to slip in his boots before leaving the castle. The runes carved objects prevented any footprints. They waited under the invisibility cloak, the sun still hidden beneath the horizon. They finally heard crisp steps ahead. Ron looked at the Marauder map. It was Draco, alone. As soon as he got near them, Ron walked out of the cape, lifting it high above their heads. Harry put a hand on the Slytherin's mouth and pulled him under the cloak. He hushed quietly and let go of Draco. He didn't like touching that guy more than necessary, really. The blonde pureblood turned back to face the two Gryffindors, who were too close for his comfort. Harry handed him 2 leather bands and motioned him to put it in his boots. It wasn't comfortable, but helped greatly for discretion. They walked slowly, Draco not being used to be under a veiled cloth, with 2 other peoples at that. Ron and Harry learned long ago not to step on each other's feet, but it was a new experience for Draco. They made about 20 steps when Snape passed them in a rush, going for the spot they had just left. Harry frowned at Draco but wordlessly led them toward the Quidditch pitch. They entered one of the players' changing room and finally took the cloak off of them, all of them feeling greatly relieved to put some distance between each other. Draco spoke first, feeling the need to explain. You can't lie to Professor Snape. Only slightly alter the truth. I told him the meeting was at 7. Harry smiled sarcastically. Word of a Slytherin. The vow now. Ron held his wand over both their hands. The vow left no loophole possible. Draco would simply become a muggle if he ever revealed anything about their implication in the pranks or of this very deal without their specific permission. Ron got back outside to his guarding duty with the cloak. I hope, began Harry, that you realize that it's been twice now in a year that you are facing the consequences of insulting someone. What? Who? Asked Draco, clearly confused. Buckbeak. Your arm, remember. Draco sneered at the painful memory. He got back to the matter at hand. He just had to know. How did you do all that? My secret. We're here to negotiate your capitulation. Do we agree on that? Asked Harry. Draco huffed and turned his back. It took a few seconds but he whispered a small, yes, his fists closing tight. You should be kind of proud, Draco. You managed to push me far enough to take that kind of measure. Still, you have to be ready to face the lion when you pull on its tail. Draco left his back turned to him, silent. Easter is coming fast, Harry stated on a conversation tone. Draco finally turned back to face the Gryffindor. What does it have to do with anything? Those who wants to can go home for Easter's long weekend. Most don't bother, but you will. Before Christmas, I planned on asking you to gather info from your father about Sirius Black. It would be kind of pointless now. Instead, you'll tell him that you proposed a deal to me to end the pranks. That he would drop the charge against Buckbeak if I stopped right now and that you let me no other choice. That's it, Draco asked skeptically, and rightly so. Dream on. That's the beginning. You'll stop calling Hermione, or anyone else for the matter, a mudblood, a blood traitor, a half-breed or anything else that hint about one's parents. You wanna talk to someone? Try using his name for a change. You need to vent, to keep up appearances. Okay, have a go at me as you used to, but any jab at my parents is forbidden. That's way off limits. Just because you vent on me doesn't mean I won't bite back if you bark loud enough. Harry looked at him, waiting for an acknowledgement. What else? Sighed Draco. That's it, for now at least, concluded Harry. That's it, repeated Draco, dubious. No last show, no public humiliation. I'm no Slytherin, even if I can plot a good revenge. I didn't do that for fun, even if it was. I wanted to make a point. Stop harassing people constantly. You'll start on what I just told you and that's going to be plenty for me. Deal. Draco slowly nodded. Well, then, started Harry, taking a deep breath. Look behind your mirror on your bedside. There's a little leather band with a Notice Me Not charm on it. We haven't tricked your shampoo this week yet. It's safe to use. You still have 2 or 3 explosive quills in your backpack. In the third smallest pocket of that backpack, there is a little piece of wood. That's what's keeping it small. Your inker is the problem for your blank notes pages. Throw it away. There are 2 more dung bombs in your trunk, one charmed to look like a chewing gum pack. Draco opened his eyes wider and wider as Harry went on. How? I told ya, I won't give away my methods. This is a truce. If you start back on your old detestable behavior, it'll start all over again. Only this time, I won't hold back. Buckbeak was released. Lucius Malfoy simply stated to the press he spent enough money and time on this stupid beast. They just had to let it loose in the woods so they never see it again. It was more than Hagrid could hope for. He actually cried at the news and blew his nose in his carpet. His tablecloths were already all damp from the worries he had these past weeks for his little angel bird. He thanked Harry when Hermione told him about his role in all that. He got a nifty box of cookies for his efforts. Harry wondered what kind of damage it could do as a thrown weapon. Maybe if he sharpened their edges and put runes on them, but that would mean finding something harder to sharpen them with. Draco made himself invisible and the Gryffindor house finally got a break. Since his crusade against Half-Blood and Mudblood ended, most of his lackeys stopped their constant efforts to pick on the younger, easier targets. Even the Slytherin house as a whole let out a collective sigh, so to speak, since a good deal of them wasn't as pure-blooded, as they said and were considered to be lower in the social ladder. Fewer insults, bickering and bad jokes led to less resentment. The Slytherin were less hated since they picked less on others. The twins thought they had their fun for the year on Draco's expense and tuned down the pranks to almost nothing, focusing on their nearby exams, on the catching up lessons they never left and on a new line of products they detailed in a book labeled Weasley Productions. They thanked Harry for providing such an opportunity to test so many products that were only in the research phase. We might need your skill to develop a new kind of product of unnoticeable pranks, like the one you did with These's runic leather bands of yours. They were wicked. They finished together. I heard that rune carving was a very lucrative business, you know, stated Harry, looking at his nails. My work won't come cheap. He didn't want to spend all his time carving pranks-related runes. He had his own research to do. The twins looked at each other and turned their backs to Harry in a private, whispered discussion. The whispering ended quickly as they came up with an agreement. Welcome in Weasley's productions, partner. Harry laughed out loud at their antics. It could not hurt to keep possibilities open, right? It could be a fun part-time job. He shook their hands, not realizing he just signed, in a way, to be the third part holder of a future very lucrative company. Exams came fast and the Golden Trio was doing well. At least, Harry and Ron were. Hermione was a mental case. She had so many books around her that Harry considered hiring a librarian to sort them in shelves all around her. Her friends began to worry. How was it possible to have so many courses? We should do something, mate, Ron told Harry, one evening. She'll go mental before the exams at this rate, and it's in 2 weeks. Harry nodded, getting to the same conclusion. She won't accept to stop working, forget that. All we can do is, to try and relax her a bit. Make her laugh and then study ourselves, hard, in front of her. At least, she won't worry about our own grades. Yeah, admitted Ron, she does that a lot, doesn't she? They disappeared a while and came back with a few things from the kitchens. Harry was never happier to have asked the twins where they were, at the start of the school year. They served a steaming cup of black coffee to Hermione and put a plate of fresh chocolate chip cookies just before her. They made some place in front of her to put down these by taking away the 2 books she was intensively reading. Hey, don't play games now, guys. Is that for me? She finally asked, the delightful aroma of cookies and coffee hitting her nose. Yep, said Ron, taking a look at the book he had in hands. Ew, arithmancy. What have you got, Harry? Potions, he simply answered. Let's switch. They exchanged books and drew chairs to Hermione's table under her totally confused eyes. She wasn't saying anything for now since a cookie mysteriously made its way in her mouth. Okay, started Ron. So, you were looking at a potion to cure headaches. Hoy, quiz her hard on that one. I might need that later. Merlin knows I would have needed it this year, Harry said, searching his own book for stuff to ask to Hermione. Quiz me, squealed Hermione softly after taking a burning sip of her coffee. Well, yeah, you can't always repeat all the stuff in your head. You'll end up hearing voices like Harry last year's, said Ron, grinning. Hey, at least I hear something in my head. Not like someone I know who you could hear the sea if you listened carefully enough near his ears. Quipped back Harry. The 2 boys browsed the books, searching for quiz questions to ask their teammate. The poor girl wanted to laugh so badly. She was so touched by their concern she wanted to cry, and her stressed state didn't help any. She managed to hide a tear or two and took a few good breaths. She stretched, took another cookie and looked at them, defiantly. You wanna quiz me? Bring it on. The boys looked at her, not believing their ears. They grinned. You're going to have it now, said Ron, challenged. The study session that followed became legendary for the 3rd years. Seeing Hermione confidently answering any and all questions sent toward her, the students of their year gathered around and started asking questions too. It ended with 3 full tables of people gathered in a circle. Of course, Harry and Ron asked a few beepers amongst them. How much does a ridiculous charm weight? How much space in inches square is the wand movement for the cushioning charm using? What's the average support ability of troll snot on a wand in pounds? What's the difficulty level for transfiguring pumpkin juice into coffee? After that one, she looked, unsure, at the content of her cup. The room exploded in laughter. Following that evening, Hermione looked a lot more relaxed and confident. She finally understood she was ready. They didn't see her with more than 3 books around her, and only 1 in use. Ron and Harry learned a lot during that revision too. They all did pretty well, even if the potion exam was borderline. You can always count on Snape to lurk around and popping out at your side like a devil at the most inopportune moment. After that exam, Harry let out an exasperated sigh. Okay, I know it's childish to say it afterward, but I actually understood that potion. I could substitute ingredients by runes in my head and the final result made sense. Why didn't it turn out better? Hermione and Ron looked at him strangely. What? It's my trick to understand the harder stuff, he defended himself. To substitute something hard by something insanely complex? Ron asked, dubious. Harry waved his hand dismissively. That is not the point. I haven't forgotten even 1 ingredient. I put them all in the right order. What did I do wrong? He asked, exasperated. Well, started Hermione, nervous, your fire wasn't strong enough to dissolve the Polynesian radish crust and you mixed the potion clockwise instead of counterclockwise, so, you couldn't achieve the full effect. Hermione was hesitant. She didn't want to vex Harry with her superior knowledge in potions after he tried so hard. She half expected him to burst in an angry rant about insignificant details or to pout in mute silence. She wasn't expecting to see a far-away, wondering look. The full effect. Yes, that is exactly it. Thank you, Hermione. You're welcome, Harry. The raven-haired boy didn't say a word about potions anymore, but he did look a lot in mail-ordering pamphlets the next few days. Too soon, the time to part came. Harry was invited by Ron to come at the Quidditch Cup held in England this year with Hermione. He quickly agreed and told them he would probably go to Sirius's house after that to help him clean up, if he hasn't finished doing so yet, that is. It has been a few months after all. He liked the burrow a lot, but he missed his godfather. They understood, remembering how happy Harry was when they came back from Christmas break. The ride in the Hogwarts Express was joyful, knowing they would see each other soon enough anyway. Harry's uncle car was waiting for him at the station. Harry put his trunk in the trunk. He climbed in the car under the hateful glare of his uncle. Vernon didn't lose time to point a chubby finger toward the boy. Now listen here, Uncle Vernon, peoples are watching. This is supposed to be a happy reunion between two family members who haven't seen each other in a while, isn't it? Interrupted Harry, smiling innocently. Vernon looked around discreetly and saw the truth in the boy's words. People were watching. They were always watching them, as if they knew. He gave 2 gentle slaps on Harry's leg, showing a crisp smile that wouldn't fool a blind man, and drove off. Okay, now you will listen, boy. You're going to get to your room and stay there unless you've got chores. And to make breakfast. Understood? I would agree, but what will the neighbors think? What? Vernon asked, his brain unable to follow the magical boy's logic. I'm supposed to be a rebel coming back from a disciplinary school. I should either be out, making trouble, or showing that my hard education had results. If I'm to stay in my room, they won't know what to expect. Then, rumors will start. Vernon was looking straight ahead, seeing reality as Harry pictured it. Don't worry, Uncle Vernon. I'm going to behave. I won't overdo it, but spread the word that I had gardening lessons as a part of my disciplinary courses. Vernon turned halfway, suspicious. Why so? Because I'm going to make your lawn, flower beds and trees the most gorgeous things Privet Drive has ever seen. He turned toward his uncle, who was reddening by the seconds. Without a wand, he added. Without your evil stick, he asked, suspicious. Exactly. You'll see. You won't regret my short presence this summer. Not one bit. Harry wiped the sweat off his brows, working in his hot room. Many things required his attention simultaneously. The curtains were closed, not so to block the moonlight outside but to hide the glow coming from his small fire. This led to another thing to be cautious about. He had to watch the flames so their heat stayed constant. He bought, as weird as it sounded, a fondue kit. The fuel is a lot more stable than wood, even if more dangerous when spilled. He took serious security measures. He spread sand and carbonated sodium on the floor, covering the wood beneath his feet. He just swept it in a hidden corner after use. There was a glass vial in a patented holder over the fire that was simmering quietly. Over his head was a blanket he suspended with ropes on the walls, secured by supports he set up. In the daytime, they held harmless wall scrolls. The blanket had a simple set of runes designed to filter the smoke into normal air and to stop the smell. The rest was up to him. He had to be deadly silent. No touching 2 glass vials together, no mumbling under his breath, no dropping anything. If his uncle surprised him like that, the truce would be over and he would be locked in his room. He barely managed to convince him to keep his trunk. But Harry was having so much fun. The discovery he made could change potion making forever. At least, his potion making. He didn't know if this knowledge should leave his small circle of friends. He now understood that what he could do wasn't at the reach of most wizards. Only he could make the tools for this to work, and they were many, so might as well not complicate things right now. It would only hinder his research. Harry stopped at this thought. His research? Since when was he some kind of scientist? He raised his shoulders, shrugging it off. Whatever. He was having too much fun. After the second week at Privet Drive, Harry's promises began to show. Trees had the most vibrant shade of green, and so had the generous, green carpet of thick grass. Vernon bragged to the neighbors he had to repair the lawn-mower after it jammed on the thick grass. The flowers were spreading the scent of summer out of their almost shining petals. The bushes that served as fences were as thick as stone walls. Vernon even went and bought 2 fruit trees to add to the decor. He was patting the boy on the shoulders every time Harry went outside to water the plants and trees with his sprayer. To the eyes of the neighbors, the problem boy had been broken down just by the look of his serene smile. Some of them actually went to him to ask about the secret of his newfound green thumb. Care, love and understanding of the nature's needs. It takes time and observation. That was all they got. The boy had such vacant eyes that they wondered if he had found his calling or if he just cracked his nut. Of course, Harry never spoke of the little additive he put in his sprayer. Taking samples of the trees, the plants, the grass and the flowers, he managed to extract their essences. He ordered a maddening quantity of thick glass vials and a special metal pen used by rune masters. The latter was costly as it was made out of several metals joined together in layers, mounted on a wooden handle to allow a cool grip. The tungsten point could become white hot from a strong fire. With this, he could melt runes on the glass vials. He needed one for each kind of trees, flowers or plants, even one for the grass. He took a lot of samples during the first days he was back, taking care for them not to leave holes in the yard. In the dead of the night, he assembled his makeshift laboratory and put the samples in the runic vials, over the fire. The plants, flowers or grass in the vials decomposed, burning in a show of smoke and left only a smooth-looking, liquid-like substance. It was the very essence of what made the plant what it was. An essence deprived of all impurities. Add this to water, and you've got the perfect thing to spray the yard, and the results showed. He even tried using it to brew a potion. He started the fire at the right intensity for it to simmer. He put the essence of the needed ingredients in the right order, one after the other, mixing them well. He didn't care to let it simmer too much or change the intensity of the fire. The result was perfect. Even to Harry's untrained eyes, this was a grade A potion, clear of any superficial substances. He would show Snape next year. Ingredients handling and choosing was part of potions, wasn't it? Now, many people would ask, how did he do it? Runes needed to be charged to work, didn't they? How did he charge them without his wand triggering the usual warning from the Ministry about underage magic? Easy. He didn't use it. His wand was still locked under the stairs as a proof goodwill. He had a promise from his uncle for him to give it back to Harry if he behaved during the summer. Vernon was torn to make such a statement, but having the boy willingly part from his devil's stick was very tempting. So, Harry simply charged them wandlessly. It was hard as hell at first, but now it came to him naturally. He first had to find the pit feeling he had each time he cast a spell. He would locate it within him, then reach and channel it through his index finger on the targeted rune. Of course, the first time he managed it, he was rewarded with a burn on the tip of his finger and a broken glass vial. He had absolutely no control and the magical output was way too strong. He practiced and finally managed to let out a distinctive amount on each rune. Now, he simply glided his finger over a runeword to light them all in rows with infused magical power. Harry thought it was a neat trick himself. Harry tasked himself to alter the entirety of his potion kit to a kit of essences. Some ingredients were producing less than others. He noted the ratio that each ingredient made on their vials to be able to substitute the right amount in potion making. Harry knew he would have to talk to Neville. That guy had a genuine green thumb. The shy boy would be able to give him extremely potent plants, producing more essence. In return, Harry would show him what essence could do to vegetation. He was working late now as the date of him leaving Privet Drive was growing close. He wanted to finish this before he left, more as a matter of principle than of real need. That, and he wanted to concentrate on his rune studies and researches freely once at Sirius's place. Damn, that research thought again. Maybe he should purchase a white lab coat while he was at it. There was the matter of his little trip tomorrow too. He knew he should not do it, but they didn't say he could not leave the house either, now, did they? He had written to the goblins after a stroke of genius. He needed something specific, something they would be the best to ask for. Gold, not just any gold either. Raw gold, fresh from the mines, still in rocks. Unmelted, unworked. It was a strange demand, Harry was aware of it. Harry didn't know that goblins kept a close tab on wizards' behaviors. Closer than anyone thought, really. His request would not be weird. It was uncommon, rare even. But it happened, from time to time. Nicholas Flamel did, while working on the Philosopher's Stone. Albus Dumbledore did it too, in some secret transfiguration experiment. As far as they could trace them, most great wizards came to them for raw minerals. It held a lot of untouched natural power in that state. That's why their best weapons were made out of raw ore, instead of metal bars, like the humans did. This was one of their secrets, one that they didn't share. But when a human found it on his own, untold by anyone, the goblins helped him and watched. Someone who achieves that kind of comprehension is, as they thought of themselves, in harmony with the nature and the ground. If ever they found about Harry's collection of essence, they would totally freak out and ask him in adoption. Harry had the wits to ask for documentation on how to smelt gold, and how to shape it from raw materials. The goblins were a little bit disappointed as they reached that part of his letter. He needed help to shape it. If he was a great wizard, didn't he know how already? Prejudices run deep, even in the Goblin Society. Especially in the Goblin Society. To his credit, he was only getting 14. Fortunately, an old and clever goblin said in his behalf, "If this great wizard doesn't know how to smelt, it's the goblins that will show him how, making him an even greater wizard." So they choose the most artistic goblin in their ranks, one that painted the walls of his caves for some unknown reason, and told him to write a book to teach a coming 14-year-old boy how to smelt gold. It was no ordinary task. The goblins had no manuals for anything. Yes, they had registries, compilation books, inventory archives, but no actual manuals. None expressing ideas in sentences. Lessons were taught from a senior goblin to his apprentice, and smelting, that was part of them. How to handle gold. They knew how the first time an adult put a pick and a shovel in their hands, at the age of 5. The poor green guy got a headache, a depression, and became hysteric. One after the other, in the same hour. But it was an order, and, as such, he could only obey. Then, an idea struck him. He would act as if the boy was in front of him, telling him what to do, but instead of saying the words out loud, he would take them and write them down on a parchment. He was a genius. He, ferociously sweating, got to his task while laughing maniacally once and then. The goblins that passed by his office were glad to see such a model of mental stability in one of their kind. Harry never learned of the turmoil he triggered in Gringotts. The goblins were, after all, businessmen. When Harry went to the bank, the next day, using the night bus as the sun was setting and everyone was busy in front of their TV, and went to Diagon Alley. He walked straight to Gringotts to be back as soon as possible. The goblin serving him seemed restless and more polite. No, not more polite. The words he used seemed more sincere, less strained or robotic. Harry thanked him warmly, putting under his arm the box containing the gold ore and the book. He was about to go when the goblin seemed to want to add something. Harry stopped, and waited, a foot pointing towards the exit. The goblin lowered himself from his perch and Harry closed the distance further to hear the whispered confidence. "Mr. Potter, simply for your information. Well, we mine other kinds of metals too. Like silver, iron and other more special ones." Harry's mind went swirling. Possibilities, ideas, items and designs rushed in his head at the speed of thought. The goblin seemed to see right through him and smiled. He did well telling him. His eyes told volume to the green clerk. Harry was one of those great wizards. "Well, in this case," began Harry slowly, licking his lips, "maybe you could discreetly send me samples at Hogwarts so that I can check that out myself. I'm sure you'll be reasonable in your prices, I trust you. I'd even say that you could check out with Professor Babbling at Hogwarts about my proficiency in runes. I might be of great service to you later." The goblin nodded slowly and straightened his back against his chair. When Harry Potter left Gringotts, the clerk left his post in a hurry, rushing to the supervisor of the bank. He knocked once and got in the office as he was expected anyway. The supervisor asked greedily, as if the goblins knew any other way how it went. "Master Riplock, I suggested it to him, as you told me to." His eyes and face showed no greed, no thirst for riches, it was the thirst for knowledge. He was almost shaking with excitement. The master leaned back in his seat, satisfied. "But that's not all," added the exited clerk. "Tell me," the master simply ordered. He said he could be of use to us later. To check his talent in ancient runes with his teacher, he said. "Runes you said," yelled the supervisor. The clerk nodded eagerly. If he mentioned it, then it must be his strongest point. At that age, humans can't help but to brag. So, if he's a great wizard, a rune master at that, we must watch him closely. We must. The shame we endured almost 4 years ago must never repeat itself. Having a vault open and allowing the thief to escape, it is unacceptable, even if the vault was empty. We must update the century-old security system. Dragons and locks aren't enough anymore. Ancient runes are eternal, unless broken. Good curse breakers are hard to find, almost as rare as good rune carvers. History showed it takes a rune breaker as good or better than the rune carver that did the work to get past the defense of a place. Young Mr. Potter was right, he might be of future use. For once, it wasn't all that hard to pretend to be a happy little family. Petunia hugged Harry sincerely. One would have noticed that by hugging him, her head was over his shoulder and looking at the lawn and garden of envy of the neighborhood. That and the fact that Harry left nutrients for each plant with instructions of how to use them to keep the vegetation that way until late autumn. Harry only regretted not being able to see what it would look like. Oh well, if he hurried enough, he might be able to do it at Hogwarts. Vernon was glad, since the boy was going away without a single incident of weirdness and Dudley was acting through his ass. He hadn't had the opportunity to hit him even once this summer. So he took the occasion to give him a friendly clap on the shoulder that almost sent Harry on the ground. Harry did the same, without the strength behind it, whispering to his ears. "Careful here, Big D. Next year, vines could find their way in your bedroom while you're asleep." That calmed him. Harry waved goodbye and put his trunk in the car. They agreed it would be better for him to travel the normal people's way, out of Privet Drive. Vernon would drop him in London, near the Leaky Cauldron, and he planned to use the flow to the borough from there. The Quidditch tournament was only in a few days. He would get to the Black Manor after the match for the rest of the vacation. This course of action was planned by Owl over the last month. Ron's new owl, a gift from Sirius, was quite the small ball of enthusiasm. Travel with his uncle was smooth, Vernon was even humming a tune. That was why Harry wished his uncle a good year and a "see you in 10 months" as he left the car. Vernon nodded gravely. That was the warmest farewell he ever had from him. Harry was a little bit touched. Harry rolled his wheeled trunk inside the Wizarding Pub, greeted Tom and dropped a sickle on the counter to use the fireplace. Finally, he was back in the world he belonged. The match was grand. The Bulgarians, the Irish, the Butterbeer, the Forest of Tents, the Vilas, Ludo Bagman, it was the kind of moment that goes in a blur, as if he was half asleep. The Muggle aggression, the masked Death Eaters, the temporary disappearance of his wand, the dark stranger, the floating dark mark, and almost getting stupefied by 20 officials, that went fast as well but dragged on itself too. Like something you can't keep up with. At least, all of this wasn't a big conspiracy to get to Harry. He was simply one of the numerous people who were dragged into this mess. That's why his 2 best friends didn't try to stop him when he said he was still going to Grimmauld Place. Harry told Ron and Hermione to forget the Death Eaters for now. Without their lord, they were just a washed-up organization that liked to cause trouble. He would send Draco spying on this when they got back to school. They found it funny that Harry already had a spy in the enemy faction, even if Hermione stated that the Slytherins were not enemies, just different. Good old Myone. Grimmauld Place was not what Harry imagined at all. Sirius had 8 months to get the place in order. He was greeted by a screech, a hostile armor suit, and a flight of bats. Bats. Inside. What the heck? Have I stumbled on Dracula's summer cot? Mr. Black, or did I just miss Snape's visit? Harry asked sarcastically, placing his trunk against a wall. Sirius laughed, well more like barked of mirth. Way too long in that dog body, Harry mused. Merlin, you inherited your father's sense of humor. We disliked that stick of grease too. Well, then, Harry said, looking around, I did well to come here. You'll need all the help you can get. Yes, well, I tried to hire a maid but as an ex-convict, they aren't pushing at my door. Maybe you shouldn't have put, young witch wanted to clean my mansion. I provide the uniform and tools, in the ad. What? Almost yelled Sirius indignantly. Harry could not help but to laugh. Know that I only stipulated, young witch, in all that you said. Sirius almost pouted. That sent Harry in yet another fit of laughter. Then the screaming started again. Sirius damned the place and went to draw the curtains closed above a portrait. Harry stopped him and examined it. It was the painting of a very noble lady, very strict looking in a beautiful, classical robe. It would have been a beautiful piece of art if it was not screamed and held at the top of her magical, inconsistent lungs some pureblood fascist-like insults. I introduce you to Mrs. Black, Harry. My dear dead mother, said Sirius loudly, acting as if they were not showered in insults and death threats. Harry looked at the portrait in detail and examined it from closer up everywhere. Don't bother, Harry, I've tried everything. This thing must have a permanent sticking charm to the very structure of the wall. If it wasn't a support wall, I would have blasted the bloody thing off. But Harry found what he searched for. Blood traitors, mudblood lovers. Harry smiled broadly and looked at the lady in the painting in the eyes with an intense glare. Then, he spoke softly. You have the power word and control sentence for the whole mansion, don't you? That shut the portrait up, even having it look scared. Sirius was impressed. The only time he managed that, he called her an unfit mother, and that sent her in a row 2 seconds later. Yes, that's funny, Harry kept on. I see a tripping jinx on that troll leg umbrella holder, a compelling charm for dark guardians, and light veiling on the whole place, dimming any sources of light to keep a fair tone of skin, maybe. Environment control for snakes. Spiders. That's kind of unnecessary. And then, there's you. Kinetic function and a sonorous charm built into the painting. And something else. Harry went to his trunk and began setting up his rune-working kit quite comfortably, under the watchful eyes of Sirius, both curious and amused. What was his godson doing? Where did he get all that? Nonetheless, the portrait of his mother was scared shitless. What are you doing? Blood traitor. Harry winced at the volume of the voice. Keep it down or I might destroy you by mistake. What? She stuttered. He looked so sure. She was only a pale shadow of the real Mrs. Black, but she had a basic conscience and some self-preservation. Harry fired up a small burner and the flame turned strong blue at once. Harry put the tip of his rune pen in the flame, turning the tip patiently, looking at the metal changing color. It was a smart thing, you know, to carve runes in the frame of your portrait and to make it look like simple decorations with paint. Altering their looks was simply brilliant, but carved runes are just that, carved. A groove will always betray their position. Now, I don't want to destroy you, only alter some undesirable parts. The powering set is crude, but efficient. We could use it for something useful actually. Like self-dusting charms and light ones. Let's begin your cleansing now, shall we? The portrait gasped as it felt its structure change. The environmental control for dark creatures was gone. And this, trailed Harry, burning the frame from the point of his pen, simply cutting the link of the rune to the main cluster, making it look like just another ornament. Another part of her fell. The compelling charm for dark guardians. Fool, those creatures will run rampant in the manor, yelled Mrs. Black. Too bad for them, we're big boys. I killed a basilisk once. What worse can you do? Said Harry, warming back his pen. A basilisk, really? Asked Sirius, shocked and impressed. Chances to meet one in his whole life were slim to none, even if he were to travel the dark forests of the world. His chances of survival if he did find one were even lower. Harry nodded distantly before getting back to work. Second year. Controlled by Tom Riddle's diary, trying to return from the dead, or the undead. Who? Tom Riddle, aka Lord Voldemort. That news put ice in the vein of Lord Black. Voldemort tried to return thank to a book. And Harry stopped him and his pet basilisk alone. Who was he really? Another down, said Harry as Mrs. Black was thoroughly panicked now. She just lost her ability to move the curtain open. That or anything else. They could block her up at will. Young man, please, even if you're a mudblood, you can't do this. I sure can and I will. There, I'm almost finished. One last thing, and Harry altered one more rune, before putting his pen away. Mrs. Black felt the equivalent of a pinch while she closed her eyes. She opened one after a few seconds. And another. She was still there. She sighed. What did you do? She asked, using a soft voice Sirius didn't know of her. She paused and seemed to run some introspection test routine. She was quite surprised to see that something other than her had been removed, and that she was whole for the first time. Easy. There was something more than just an imprint of you. It was, how could I explain that, a rune that represented everything dark. It was directly beside your cognitive faculty in a way. So you could only think in a dark way. The guy who did this took a chance. Isn't it the worst way to remember someone? Everyone is made of dark and light. I just liberated the light in you. Harry took down the curtain. We won't need that anymore. You're part of this house and one of the remaining prides of the noble and ancient House of Black. Now that you are freed from your dark compulsions, you'll agree that being a Black doesn't mean to become an assassin and taking the risk to be killed by your own master. Of course, the portrait said. She seemed to begin pondering how much that dark rune changed her. Harry looked at her, then at Sirius. Was she a loving mother to you? Asked the young Gryffindor. Not by a long shot, not to me. She was like the portrait was before, only more intelligent. This is a new Mrs. Black I have before me. One, I would have liked to call mother, I think. He finished dreamingly. The portrait didn't miss that and turned her head away. Harry, as he now always did when faced to a puzzle, imagined the runes turning in his head. A good part of the solution appeared to him. It was possible. From the little I know about portraits, they are exactly as the person was when she was alive. No deception possible. This must be how your mother really was. She acted the way you remember, for some reason. Maybe she made life unbearable for you so that you would leave a house that would have turned you into a murderer, who might have corrupted you to the dark or killed you. They must have realized that when the painting was done, they had to simulate her evil acting. How did your mother die, Sirius? Sirius thought back far, far away. I can't remember exactly, but it was soon after this was done, Sirius said, looking back at the painting. Harry saw something from the corner of his eyes and paled. His face changed from scared to resolute. He closed his eyes, raised his wand and yelled, Expecto Patronum. A silver stag shot from his wand and bowled the two Dementors approaching from the hallway. They tripped on their long, ragged cloak and landed hard on their ass. Harry almost laughed from relief but thought of something else and cast another simple charm. Ridiculous. The two dark creatures turned into twin images of Draco Malfoy in leather suit. Harry laughed so hard he fell on his knees. It was more than enough to turn both dark creatures into smoke. Harry, the hilarious images gone, managed to get back on his feet, still chuckling. He turned toward Sirius, who was still a little pale. Harry realized that the Dementors must be both their deepest fear, as Sirius spent 12 years in Azkaban. The images must have been quite strong. Due to his training last Christmas, Harry simply reacted to them. That was some nice wand work, Harry. Mine is still in my pocket. A corporeal Patronus, a stag. It was just like your father's animagus form. Prong roams again, said Sirius, a strange smile playing on his lips. Harry frowned. It was a nice compliment, but no, Sirius. Prong is dead with my father, Harry said with finality. It hurt him to do so, but since the day he could understand what was told to him, he knew his parents were dead. He came to terms with it, somewhat, even if he knew it'll always be a sore spot. I'm Harry. I understand that I look a lot like my dad, but I'm his son, nothing more. If I ever name my Patronus, it won't be Prong. It'll have its own name. Please, Sirius, remember me for me, not for some James's look alike. A shadow passed over Sirius's face. He nodded. It was hard for him. Right after Lily's and James's death, he was put in a hell pit. Out of it, blinded by vengeance, he let his darkest side take over. Now, he could finally resume his life. He lacked 12 years worth of experience, which left him barely more mature than a 20-and-some-year-old. He could finally live, and grieve, but it wasn't that easy. Having Harry around was both a blessing and a curse. He'd always remind him of his lost best friends. He'd have to will that out of his head since Harry, as mature as he looked, was his charge, not the other way around. Yet, what Harry did for him outdid anything he ever did for his godson. He was the adult, he had to get his footing back. It didn't mean they could not be pals. Sirius wasn't his father after all. He didn't have to try and act like it either. He decided he would rather play the role of the rogue godfather that will influence him to do the stupidest thing he would remember fondly later in life. He wondered if he ever tasted fire whiskey. All right, Harry, my apologies. Now, after seeing your nifty wand work, we'll patrol the mansion a few times and get rid of the unwanted presences. I wonder if I could use Creature as a decoy. Creature, house elf, insane, too much of old Mrs. Black's speeches. So he listens to Mrs. Black? Asked Harry, pondering. Listen, he worships her, answered Sirius, sardonic. Excellent, call him. If you don't mind, well, could you tell him to obey me? Sirius laughed heartily at Harry's shyness and howled. Creature, the house elf, definitely mad, appeared, muttering things about blood traitor and half-breed infesting the place. Stupid elf. Listen, Harry here is a master of the house, like me. He's my heir. You'd better listen and obey him like you would to me. Of course, Mr. Black. Anything, Mr. Black. Then, muttering to himself loudly, Muggle lover bringing half-breeds. If Mistress was to know. Sirius was about to raise his hand, but Harry had a much better idea. He crouches down and pulled the now rigid elf in a hug. Thank gods, you're here, Creature. You know, I'm a cousin of the Blacks. The Creature seemed to look at him, uncertain, leaving for a moment his insanity somewhere else. Yes, Creature, my name is Potter. I never knew my parents. I was raised by Muggles and it was so horrible. Harry didn't even have to fake that part. The elf looked at him with angry eyes at first, hearing the Potter name, and then they got filled with sadness and pity, hearing of his horrible fate. Muggles, how horrible, poor young master. Harry nodded, wiping an imaginary tear. Yes, but it got even worse when I got here. I thought I came back to the house of my ancestors, the rich Black Manor, the jewel of our family. The cradle of the true wizarding society. But, this is what I find. And Harry gestured around. Creature looked too, as if for the first time. He pulled on his long ears, not believing it himself. Even Mrs. Black, here, was left unchecked. He started, but the elf turned sharply and screeched desperately. I polished her every day. Harry almost jumped back but stayed near the hyperventilating house elf, making calming gestures. By wizards, Creature. Some maintenance had to be made. She became a dark, twisted version of herself, explained Harry. The poor thing looked at the portrait for support but, finding Mrs. Black nodding at Harry's words, lost all composure. He began to wail, rivers streaming from his eyes. He failed in everything. Harry took him in his arm once again, patting his back. Sirius was lost. Where was the aggressive, dark servant? Hush, Creature, hush. Dry your tears. The House of Black will live again, in its former glory. The house elf hiccuped and looked at Harry with big round eyes. It will. Harry grabbed him by the shoulder firmly, without squeezing, to communicate his assurance and certitude. It will. A master came back to the house. Heir too. The wisdom of Mrs. Black has been restored, it's all we need. We'll get the manor as it was in its former glory. But, master is a bad master. He answered, confused. Before Harry could find a suitable reply, Mrs. Black spoke in a soft voice. No, Creature. Sirius is a good master. He is the kind of master we should have always had. The house's ways aired, Creature. We have much to do to regain our dignity. Work well with Master Sirius. He will reward you with his trust, like the good house elf that you'll become." The elf left Harry's arm and softly went to the portrait. Lady Black held her hand open near the bottom of the picture and Creature pressed his cheek against it, a gentle caress that breached their two worlds. He cried. Mrs. Black told him soft soothing words. Sirius, hardly getting his eyes off of his mother, gestured to Harry and they left them alone. Sirius was pensive, but serene. "Harry, I'll never thank you enough for this, never," he said softly. They drew their wands. It was time to cleanse the place of all darkness. It took skill and stamina. They had both. That, and a good drive from Harry's little speech about regaining the dignity of the House of Black. It started now. Sirius had more experience and knowledge about dark creatures, but Harry had power in spades and the ability to adjust to any foe, no matter how overwhelmed he seemed. Sirius had never seen such power in a young man. He probably had even more than himself, and he was only a teen. Harry learned quite a few spells the year prior and practiced them a lot. Harry didn't think about it when coming into Black Manor, but he started using his wand naturally. Horrified of what he'd done at first, he told Sirius. His godfather reassured him that he could use magic whenever he wanted here as the manor was under a Fidelius charm. They were warded through and through. Harry decided to check those wards out sometime to see if he could add some runic defenses to said protections. He practiced the spider-repelling charm he learned in second year so much he found he could herd them in the direction he wanted now. Sirius was laughing like mad when Harry found a nest, split the beam in many directions at the same time, sending the spiders in a choreographed dance that ended up in them pilling themselves up in a tower to avoid the burning beams. Some were so big he wondered if they were related to Aragog. The snakes were easier to deal with. He simply ordered them to get out of the house and patrol for spiders and enemies of the house. Sirius was a little freaked out by that. Parseltongue. Harry shrugged his shoulders. Yeah. When did you find out? I had a really busy second year. Oh, he said, and they left it at that. A more serious threat crossed them in the form of two ghouls. They were not as friendly as the one in Ron's house, more like the flesh-ripping kind. They were part of the house's defense system, but were released when Harry cancelled Mrs. Black's control runes. It gave Harry the occasion to practicing his Protega spell. He wasn't very good at first, but it had to improve since the undeads were way faster than what they should have been after years unfed. They must have been charmed to be faster. Thankfully, there was no dragon, Harry thought sarcastically. He shared his musing with his godfather who found that very funny. If you ever face a dragon, throw a conjunctivitis curse in his eyes and run the hell away, if you can't apparate already. Harry was glad to have a godfather so full of wisdom. Even a brave Gryffindor knew when he had to flee. As they cleared the place, they met a very dusty creature. He was scrubbing like there was no tomorrow. Even Sirius had some pity at the sight. Creature, slow down. Don't wear yourself out. We still need you, he said. The house elf looked up at him with newfound respect in his eyes. Master, worry about Creature. After all, Creature said to Master. Creature is not worthy. Kreacher won't fail you. The semi-psychotic elf brushed the wall with renewed vigor. Sirius was put off by that as he asked the exact opposite. Don't worry, Sirius, I think part of the house elf magic comes from the master. The better the relationship, the stronger he'll be, said Harry, shrugging. Sirius smiled and half-joked, then I hope he doesn't wear me out. Harry and Sirius went to Diagon Alley for the annual shopping trip, meeting the Weasleys and Hermione along the way. For once, things were quiet. A little too quiet, in fact. There were more oars than there had ever been before. The Death Eater attack after the Quidditch match, Arthur Weasley explained simply to Harry. Harry was annoyed by that. Right when things got better, those masked dumbasses had to put on a performance. As they walked, Sirius gave a bit of good news to Harry. By the way, don't worry about Hogsmeade. I gave an authorization to Minerva. Thanks, Sirius, Harry said, sincerely happy. No more sneaking under the cloak. Harry thought. Even if I don't know if you'll be using it much. Things will get interesting enough, he added with a smile. Sirius, berated Arthur. Even then, he had a small smile of his own. Interesting? Asked Harry. Don't worry, Harry. Dumbledore will probably announce it at the welcoming feast, Sirius said, grinning. Don't taunt them, Sirius, said Molly Weasley, stern. Oh, that, I know about it already, Harry dropped, waving it off. Sirius looked at him, surprised. How come? You're a heavy sleep talker, you know. Hogwarts, he's at Hogwarts, Harry mimed a sleeping, if a little bit deranged man. Sirius got redder by the second. The adults smiled, shaking their heads as the younger ones laughed. It's going to be grand. I wonder how long it'll last, Harry said, looking up. All year long, according to the headmaster. The Tri-Wizard Tournament has always been 3 tasks, spread all over the course of a year, Sirius said matter-of-factly. Ron, Hermione, Ginny and the Weasley twins gasped as they heard that. Sirius turned white. Don't tell me you lot didn't know yet. Harry hasn't told you. Of course not, said Harry, grinning. You sleep with a locked door, remember. How could I hear anything? Sirius turned from wild to beet red again. He hid his face in his hands while everybody laughed at his expense, except Ms. Weasley, who was frowning angrily at him. I've been had by a 4th year. The Marauders have sunk so very low, Sirius said, pretending to cry. So, what's a Tri-Wizard Tournament? Asked Harry in a conversational tone. Well, began Hermione, the welcoming feast was festive, to say the least. The announcement was greeted with a lot of cheers, but Harry was frowning. No Quidditch. That wasn't fair at all. He sighed. He could use the time to work on his projects, but he would have to go flying now and then, as it always eased his mind. He felt he'd never get tired of using his firebolt. He hasn't had the time to open the strange, goblin-ridden book yet, as there was too much to do at the manor. At least, now, it was livable. He would have to talk to Neville too. He wanted to take advantage of this time of the year to make essences of ripe fruits amongst other things. Hermione was back with a normal schedule, now that she realized she wasn't Wonder Woman. Harry still had to find out how she passed so many classes she never attended. His new analytic mind told him she could have done so only by being at 2 places, even 3, at the same time, which was impossible, of course, even for a wizard. Harry began thinking. A clone that could act on his own and gain experience, then merge back with the original, giving him all the knowledge. Nah, that start of term was the best Harry ever had. He wasn't the center of attention. It seems that after 3 full years, now starting a 4th, people got used to the boy who lived. Of course, there were always the first years, but you can't have it all. Besides, the tournament took most of the school's gossip off of him. He was, finally, having a normal time at school. Even Professor Flitwick noticed his wand work was more fluid and focused. He congratulated him for the mastery of the Accio spell within the allowed class time. At first, he had no result at all. He said that if the points system had been in place this year, he would have rewarded him with 10. It was rare enough that he was proud of it. Ron rolled his eyes at Harry's wide smile, but, as usual, the ginger boy still had to have results. Harry hadn't told his friends about his summer projects. He felt a resistance telling them, and he didn't know why. It was like this small voice telling him this wasn't a good idea. That little voice he never listens to, since, most of the time, he didn't have the time to think. He would try, this time, to follow this voice, instinct, conscience, whatever. Neville was ecstatic though. He asked Harry, mere hours after spraying an ordinary flower with essence that Harry already collected from Privet Drive, what it was. He showed the flower in question to his fellow Gryffindor. Harry looked and had yet to see anything. He asked Neville what he was supposed to be seeing. What don't you see? Look at the petals. It's as if they just came out. They gained some thickness, so they're holding strongly while they were hanging lower before, showing they were already 2 days and a half old. The 2 leaves here almost shine. He babbled without a single stutter, uncharacteristically excited. Harry looked at Neville with a little knowing smile. Oh yeah, gardening is his gift. The shy Gryffindor felt the stare and saw Harry from the corner of his eyes. His frame seemed to shrink a little on himself. Sorry mate, guess I got carried away. It's not that big a deal, in fact, really. Almost unnoticeable. Harry's smile disappeared. What was he apologizing for? It took him a moment before clarity struck, and suddenly he understood. Neville had a gift. His talent for herbology probably made many a person jealous. With such a noticeable talent in runes, other people tended to feel as though Harry was trying to humiliate them and got angry. They didn't tease him because of his fame, but Neville was fair game. The shy teen was most likely always at odds with his jealous classmates who teased him in order to make up for their own deficiency. That's what his conscience had warned him about. Why not to share his project with Ron and Hermione? Ron's tendency to get jealous had sprouted too many times for Harry to be comfortable showing any other abilities, and it would have been too difficult to tell Hermione and not his red-headed friend. Harry figured out that jealousy was the reason most great wizards were alone and apathetic. I'll take your word for it, Neville, but don't fawn too much on this early result. Freshening a 2-day-old flower is good, but wait a few days. I'm telling you, I transformed the garden back at my Muggle place into a king's garden. Neville looked at him, relieved and smiling. He wasn't going to mock about his only talent, as most said. Really, I'd love to see that. You will, Neville, you will. Right here, but I'll need your help. Help? From me? He asked, surprised. Of course, you're simply the best around in herbology. All years combined, you're the best, and I need the best. Neville seemed a little uncomfortable at first, but then looked at him seriously. What do you need me for? He asked. I need samples, and the more you give me, the better. Essences don't take up much space. I need samplings of mature, healthy trees of every kind. Samples of ripe fruit, perfect ones, ready to be eaten as well as of growing ones. Of vegetables, magical plants and potion ingredients in their raw state. What you saw here, he said, waving at the flower, is the shadow of the tip of the iceberg. I'm on something huge, and for the help you're going to give me, I'll let you in on it. I'm willing to show you my secret, in due time. Don't think of it as a second-hand secret too. Neither Ron nor Hermione know about it. I don't intend to show them either. Neville's breath caught in his throat, not even his two best friends. The Longbottom understood this was on a whole new level of business. He had only dreamed of something like this before, something that would take the very best of his abilities. His skills were still developing, but with this new summit to reach, he was almost shaking with eagerness. I'm in, Harry. If it's even half as grand as you make it sound, it's going to be a blast having you as a partner. Harry smiled and offered Neville his hand. The boy, looking more comfortable than Harry ever remembered, shook it with no hesitation at all. Now, said Harry casually, we can't possibly mix our experiments with the other greenhouses. There is more than enough space for another one. I think the Potter Foundation will make the gift of a greenhouse to Hogwarts. Neville's eyes bugged open. The headmaster was thrilled at the idea, as Professor Sprout can always use more space to keep more sprouts in winter. The condition for the donation was that the building would be for Harry's personal use for the next 4 years. It was very reasonable, seeing how long they'll be using it after that. The herbology teacher almost Ed the boy, but settled for a hug. She contacted the magical glass makers at once for a medium-sized greenhouse. Seeing that, Harry asked to see the plans. He ordered the size to be multiplied by 2. No sense in letting money sleep in his vault. He wasn't the richest boy alive, not by a long shot, but he figured he would still have enough funds for 3 whole tuition at Hogwarts after he bought the greenhouse, even if his trust vault was the only one he had. He'd asked the goblins once if, since this was a trust vault, it meant he had a family vault. Of course not. This was the Potter vault, changed to a trust vault at the death of his parents. It was all of their savings, and they were quite reasonable peoples. Harry was glad of that. It meant he wasn't rich. If he got wealthy, it would be of his own doing. He owed at least that to his parents, he mused once. To take the chance at life they gave him, and become the best he could. Time went by smoothly. His schedule was spread among his friends, going to his new greenhouse that was built in only a few days and studying his rune skills, always finding something new and fascinating to check out, opening new opportunities. Harry realized that contractors were far more efficient in the magical world than in the Muggle one. He smiled, thinking that it took magic for them to finish on time though. He installed his burner in a corner with a small rune lab. Neville was quite curious but didn't ask a thing. Harry said he'd tell him when the time would come. Then, the goblins happened. Those goblins, thought Harry more than once. He asked for samples, didn't he? Well, he got them. One morning, the Great Hall's door opened wide, letting the end of September wind carry a hippogriff inside. A bloody hippogriff. He simply flew in, as if it was the most normal thing to do, and landed in front of Harry, at the other side of the breakfast table. Harry was shocked, paralyzed even, as everyone else was in the school. He got his wits back, got around the table and faced the winged creature who turned her around, following to face to him. Harry stopped, a few paces from him, and bowed low, looking the noble beast in the eyes. The beast waited a second or two, and bowed back. Harry went to untie the package, more like a bloody crate. That was secured to its leg, even if he carried it with his talons. He didn't know if they had to be treated like post owls, but he took no chances. Taking a huge bowl of fuming bacon on the table, he presented it at the beast's head level. It didn't last long. Then, the hybrid bird bowed slightly again and went away. All that was left was a stunned boy who lived with an empty bacon bowl hanging from a hand and a very big, heavy-looking crate at his feet. Surprisingly, Hagrid was the one to break the silence. And that's the way to handle a hippogriff. Way to go, Harry. He began clapping loudly. The headmaster followed suit quickly, amused. Soon, the whole school was clapping at Harry. Except one table, of course. The apocalypse wasn't on them yet, so Slytherins didn't cheer for Harry. The following days were full of teasing about oversized owls, and asking if he planned to have a giant as a house elf later. Harry laughed it off. After all, thinking about it, it was funny. For once, people did so without malice. Most of them did anyway. Some Slytherins asked if it was his mother carrying his rock bed since he forgot it at home. Hermione smartly told them it couldn't be so since Griffins had rock bed, not hippogriff. Coincidentally, there were rocks in that crate. It took the help of a few house elves to carry it to the greenhouse, the only place he could work in peace. The crate itself was built as a desk drawer to allow easy access to the groups of samples in the different compartments. They were sitting in straw, with a small info card telling what each of them was, their magical and mechanical properties with their most common uses, and their most uncommon uses. He had about 24 different metals, and some crystals. Harry knew this was going to be fun, but also a long-term project. He figured it was time to give a shot at reading the goblin-written book, but soon found out it was quite a pain. The guy wrote that as if Harry was there, sitting next to him. Complete with quiz questions and insults since he didn't answer them. Thankfully, he gave the answers too since nobody was there to tell them. Some concepts were quite strange, like the hit. He seemed to mean something specific with that term, as if hitting a rock would tell you all about it and what was directly behind it. As if he could do that. The goblin tried his hardest to explain it, as the sweat marks on the ink indicated. Smelting gold in itself seemed simple enough in theory. You take the rock, put it in a foundry cauldron, heat it to a high, but precise, temperature, get rid of the floating impurities on a surface many times hotter than fire itself, and delicately cast it in a mold, giving the gold the shape you're searching for. The best sands to make said mold was specified. The kind of tool to use too, as well as the needed powder to get the fire to the right temperature. The author was quite thorough. The question was, would he have the guts to do it? It was dangerous, there was no saying otherwise. Smelting, using a foundry, it wasn't taught here. No teacher, to his knowledge, had any idea how to do this. When they needed something, they simply transfigured it. To Harry, that was far from convenient. Thankfully, he didn't plan on making some heavy sword or a piece of plate armor. He wrote to the goblins, again. They gave him, along with the crate, the name of a goblin he could directly communicate for further orders of the kind. He put great care, this time, to ask the delivery to be made at the biggest of Hogwarts's greenhouse, during one of his free periods. His rune classes were pure joy now. He was in the same one as Hermione. He listened attentively but felt traitorous. They all worked so hard on their quadrant cases for their 3 runes words. The class halved since last year. The dropout rate was insane, the highest of all the courses. In private, he showed some of his work to the teacher, a 5-rune word he used for one of his pranks last year. The one then shrunk the inside of Draco's bag. To his eyes, it was crude and basic. To the teacher's eyes, it looked like a promising future. The runes were not all that well strung together, but worked quite well. He would have a Newt passing grade with this, probably a good A. He asked him, with some regret in his voice, if he wanted to skip classes and go directly to his 7th year, but Harry refused. His teacher nervously laughed, saying that showing him this, he already passed the end-of-year exam. So, Harry decided to make a deal. He would make a project, something big, to work on during classes. It would be his owl project, 1 year early. Then, if it worked well, would do the same for his Newt. He would keep the subject secret, same for the progress. Professor Babbling didn't have to think more than 1 second to agree. "What kind of project are you thinking of?" he asked. "I have no idea, I was making this up as I went," Harry answered truthfully. Professor Babbling laughed at that, and gave him a month to present a valid idea for a project along with a summary of his objectives. Ron and Hermione began to wonder what Harry was doing with all of his time. He simply stated it was personal projects, something boring and not that special. Ron kept giving him odd looks. Harry was used to keeping dark secrets before, but this didn't seem to be one, so why was he hiding this from him, or Hermione for the matter? This was why he reacted the way he did. Harry came to him one day at dinner. "Ron, I'll need you as a watchman like last year. It's time to pay Malfoy a visit. Now you need my help, do you?" He grumbled. "What?" Harry asked, confused. "You're going to make secret deals again. Not even telling me what they are, making me wait outside like a crab or goyle. What's with you, Ron? If you wanted to know what I was going to say to Malfoy, I would have told you. Didn't I tell you all about the pranks? You know I wouldn't have gone that far in the Slytherin's common room without you." Harry whispered harshly. "Yeah, well, what are you doing with your days then?" Ron asks, frustrated. "What are all those blank-covered books you read, the stuff you get by bloody hippogriff? From the goblins nonetheless. All that stuff in your greenhouse." Even Neville said it was something related to plants but didn't know what. "Since when are you so interested in herbology, enough to build a bloody greenhouse to yourself? Or that you require the help of Neville, of all students?" Ron had the decency to check the volume of his voice and keep it low, but Harry heard it clearly. Not Ron's voice, but the green monster of envy behind it. Harry did his best until now to avoid his research to be discovered, to keep it secret. He really did, but it wasn't enough. As soon as he had something that he could do more than Ron. "Ron, we need to talk to Malfoy. I need you to stand guard. It's about the Death Eater attack this past summer. After this is done, we'll talk." "All right." Ron still looked to be in a mood, but nodded nonetheless. They went Malfoy hunting in an uncomfortable silence. Harry didn't know what to tell him yet. Ron was an insufferable jealous git, but it was still his friend. He got over his worst fear when they went to see Aragog to help him. When things get tough, he's there, but the rest of the time. They cornered Draco as he was going to the bathroom. For once, his lackeys were absent. They went in and locked the door. Draco wasn't blind. He saw them following him in. After Ron finished checking the stalls for any unwanted eavesdroppers, he nodded to Harry and went out without a word. Harry locked behind him, just in case. The weasels seem tense. "Potter. Trouble in paradise with your boyfriend. Practiced your snappy lines in the summer, Malfoy. Don't get your hair in a ferret, it's nothing to be worried about," replied Harry. Draco rolled his eyes before answering. "You seem to have grown a brain during the summer too. A bird brain from what we saw a while ago at breakfast. So, got pre-digested food directly from your feathered mom when you were a baby. I hope the culture shock wasn't too hard on you in first year." Draco took what Harry said last year pretty seriously. Not a word about mudblood. Half-breed are his real parents, even if that last one was pretty close to the mark. He seemed to have found a loophole in the agreement. He never said he couldn't insult his imaginary parents. He had to give him that. He had a brilliant mind, when time came to insult someone. Nice one, stated Harry, without humor. Enough with the formalities. I wanted to ask you what really happened this summer. Draco leaned against a faucet. Can't say I didn't expect that, but you gave it time for the excitement to settle down before asking me. Nice one yourself. Harry laughed a little as he walked along the cabins. Actually, I was just really busy. You should find out why someday, in potions, replied Harry, smiling for himself. Draco raised an eyebrow. Don't tell me you found out the difference between clockwise and counterclockwise. Congratulations. Stop avoiding the subject. What was that attack about? Why then? Why there? Does it mean something bigger is coming? Asked Harry without a pause. Actually, said Draco, yawning, I won't hide the fact that someone very close to my side of the family was there. It was advertisement. Without the Dark Lord, they are self-wallowing in their past glory, the golden era where they could kill anybody they wanted at their leisure. You should have realized, by now, that no one was killed. Not even one killing curse. Simple humiliation, property damage, it was a big party. Dad, Father seemed to be so giddy about it. Even if it's completely illogical. It's supposed to be a demonstration against, pardon me the expressions, muggles, half-breed and mudbloods. But they didn't make any distinction between them and the other pureblood in their rampaging. Idiots. Harry saw changes surface in Draco. While he was still a pureblood git, he was logical about it. He was thinking more. Harry kept that to himself. Part of it was because he could not imagine a world where he could get along that greasy blonde head. You were right, but then they flew away, right before the ministry official got there. They have someone inside the ministry. More stated than asked Harry, hands in his back. You really begin to use the thing between your ears. Unfortunately, that was not the case, this time at least. The dark mark, it was. Father came back home shaking. He checked some artifacts around the house and spent half an hour checking and casting spells on his own mark. He said it itched, but how is it surprising after poking it non-stop? It prickled, he said, but it may be a bad sign for you, Potter. That means he must still be out there, somewhere. He's going to get back and you're going to be his next target. Harry nodded, taking it all in stride. It was exactly what Dumbledore hinted in his first 2 years and what Hagrid told him the first time he asked for the Dark Lord's name. Voldemort was not dead, nor was he alive. He would find a way to come back soon enough. How could he prepare for such a thing? He realized he could not really prepare himself for that. He could only get smarter, more powerful, for the situations to come. He raised his head and looked at Draco in the eyes. That guy was even less reliable than Snape was for Dumbledore, he realized. He had no trust in him. If it was to change, he would have to start preparing the ground now. What about you, Draco? Seriously, what do you think of him? Of what he did in the last war? His idea, his goal? Asked Harry, dead serious. Draco lost all pretense of a smile. That was the real guy's face. No facade for a moment. He was indecisive, Harry was sure of it. The guy was still searching himself to decide which side to take. I think he is right. Don't interrupt me, Potter, or the moment stops here. Harry nodded. He would listen, that he agreed or not. Try to imagine what would happen if we kept only the strongest in our society. It happened before, even in the Muggle world. Take the line directly from the founders, from Merlin, Morgan Le Fay and all those powerful wizards and witches in history. We could combine those lines to create more powerful, more intelligent wizards. You can't say Muggles aren't inferior, we've got something they don't. Magic. That fact alone makes us superior. Okay, killing mud, air, Muggleborn and hybrids let's say, is kind of extreme. Let them live, okay, but don't teach them magic. They don't want to be servants. Go to the Muggle side. Look at the goblins. Look at the centaurs. At giants. Admit it, your big oaf of a friend isn't the sharpest knife of the lot. That puzzled and shocked Harry a little. Wait a second right here. You're saying that Hagrid is, what? Half giant? Asked Harry, leaning forward. Draco looked surprised. You didn't realize it, isn't it obvious? Harry shook his head. I guess I should have realized. He's the first person I saw of the magical world, so I thought that these kinds of things happen, never thought about it again later. Draco laughed bitterly. Dream on, that's the basics. When somebody has obvious traits like that, expect exotic origins somewhere down their line. Okay, I'll admit I thought about it last year only, after that deal we made, but it only convinced me of one thing about the Dark Lord's motive. They are true and noble. He's a true pureblood, coming directly from Salazar Slytherin's line. Harry shook his head. I've heard you. Will you hear me? I promise not to insult you or your point of view. Draco hesitated, but nodded. There was always the possibility to flip him off and get the hell out. I guess the chances for a strong wizard to be born of another one are very likely, on a short period. It's like natural selection. Like animal breeding. Don't look at me like that, you know it's true. At the base it all comes back to that. Don't get me wrong, but realize that there is not enough pureblood to keep this going. You know it. That's why some call you inbred. I'm not insulting you. Stop throwing me that look. Think. I bet you can trace every pureblood lines of Britain together in a giant family tree. Look at Crabbe and Goyle. Are their fathers any brighter than their sons? The face of Draco said all that needed to be. Then, by keeping this pureblood line, you keep as much of the potential power than the weaknesses. A perfect being is impossible, but if you want to get as close to it as possible, you have to take all wizards and let nature select the strength of the ones she decides. That's what I think and what made the world so interesting. Diversity. Look at us. We're physical carbon copy of our fathers. I don't want to be remembered only by, and often mixed with what my father did. I have enough of Snape for that. You were right, Potter, on that last part. Thanks. And, sorry to disappoint you, but he is not a pureblood. What? Almost barked Draco. Yeah, I learned that in the Chamber of Secret in second year. Draco uncrossed his arms and walked toward him. Wait, that story of you in the Chamber of Secret is true. Harry nodded. And the basilisk. Another nod. I don't believe you, Draco said with finality. Let me finish. Down there I learned, from a shadow of him contained in a diary that possessed a girl during the year, who he was. The Weasley girl, Draco said, remembering. Something passed in his eyes. Harry remembered that it was Lucius Malfoy that put the diary in the Weasley book's bag. He might have known something about it back then. His name, when he was attending Hogwarts, was Tom Marvolo Riddle, finished Harry. Draco's brain searched its memory in a flash and he answered almost automatically. There is no ancient and noble house of the Riddle, I know them all. Of course there is not. He was the son of a Muggle nobleman whose family discarded his mother, I think. Tom Riddle was the name of his father. He hates that name, so he made his own. His mother was a direct heir of Slytherin. I don't know much else. You're lying, Draco said again. Follow me then, replied Harry. Draco came back to his senses. Not now. Classes begin in 10 minutes. This evening, after supper, at 9. Okay, agreed Harry. The girls' bathroom on the second floor. Myrtle's bathroom. Why? Asked Draco, suspicious. You'll see. I'm going to show you, instead of just telling you. Harry went to the door and unlocked it. To his surprise, Hermione was there, arguing with Ron so that he let her pass. Harry smiled knowingly at Ron, who let half of one escape his lips. Sorry, Hermione. Later on, maybe. We have to go to class now. The face she made told him he would spill his guts later. Draco slipped by, unnoticed. On their way to defense class, to the utter annoyance of Hermione, Harry told Ron, I haven't forgotten what I promised you. She hated that kind of secret. She wants to know. They had defense class in Transfiguration. Harry asked their paranoid teacher Moody what was the best way to bind someone. Magical rope, of course. So they practiced the spell. Harry told Ron to practice well since they would need it tonight. In the Transfiguration class, Harry asked Professor McGonagall about conjured ropes. Can they be used for something more than just bind someone? How long could a conjured rope be? How long does it last? Is it very solid? Had it been at the start of last year, the cat animagus would have been suspicious. However, Harry was a lot more dedicated to his work than before. She gladly answered every question. The evening finally came and the meeting took place. Hermione insisted on being there since she never saw the chamber before. Harry rounded on her and told her very quietly his condition so she realized how serious he was. Okay, you can question me, but not constantly. Not a word to Draco and refrain your disdain. I'm trying to build something here. Right now, it's your turn to behave. Hermione scoffed at the idea of her not behaving right but took a step back, unable to match Harry's stare. He'd become very intimidating lately. All right already, she simply said. That's how they got to the special bathroom, conjuring ropes. Hermione took a loose stone and transfigured it in a simple winch and tied the rope to it. She put a sticking charm on the rope so it would not come off and charmed the wheel to turn on a command word so they could hoist themselves back up. Ron and Harry looked at her, amazed. Where did she get all that? How could she remember it all? Draco came in and froze at the sight of Harry's friends. Don't worry, Draco, they are just as curious as you. No trap intended, Harry reassured him. Hermione, not looking at the Slytherin at all, went behind him and made 3 different locking charms. A simple, Alohomora, would not open this door anymore. This did nothing to help Draco's confidence. Harry went to the faucet with a snake on it and ordered it to open in Parseltongue. He had a lot of practice in the language over the summer while cleaning the Black Manor. As it did 2 years ago, the floor opened beneath it, revealing a dark, ancient passage. Without hesitation, Harry dropped a rope down the hole. The fall can be quite painful. Trust me, it's better with ropes, Harry stated. He went in, followed by Ron and Hermione. Draco, feeling stupid all alone, followed them. The descent was silent. They landed without incident and slipped through the opening made in the fallen rock by Ron so long ago. More like squeezed through in fact. Hermione repaired the tears they made in their clothes on the other side, even those of a sneering Malfoy. Still, she held her promise. She didn't even let a sigh of irritation at Draco's face when she got close to him. A minute or two of walking with Draco looking everywhere in awe, and they were there. It had been almost 2 years since the basilisk found its end at the point of a sword handled by Harry. From where they were, they didn't see it, but the carcass had its worms and Merlin did its stink. It was still undeniably there. Harry showed Draco a stain on the floor. Basilisk poison. It seeped through the ink of the book, simply stated Harry. Ron and Hermione were simply looking around, putting pictures on the crude tale Harry told when he got back. Draco got closer to Harry and whispered. You defeated the thing. Yes. Dumbledore's phoenix came, blinded him and dropped the sorting hat near me. I found Gryffindor's sword in it. I pierced it through the mouth, up to the brain. Didn't you get poisoned? I did. Fawkes cried some tears over my open wound. It was strong enough to cure me. Draco whispered, shaking his head. So it's true, you defeated a basilisk. He turned back toward Harry. And the Dark Lord is a half-blood and he wants revenge on the whole wizarding world. That's why he killed so much. He uses the disdain of pureblood toward Muggleborn, brewing it into hate and starting a war, a vendetta. Even if he manages to get rid of all the half-blood, he won't stop there, he'll turn against pureblood. He won't even wait to be finished. Who would oppose him anyway? Guess who? Asked Harry with a placid face. Draco nodded understandingly. Someone who's already a target, Draco stated matter-of-factly. Who doesn't have much of a choice you mean, corrected Harry bitterly. All right, I'm in. I'm not sharing your view of the world, Potter, even if you brought up some interesting points. If the Dark Lord ever comes back, I'm on your side. His is just wrong. Harry smiled. He could finally trust him, or so he hoped. They were open enough in this talk that when push comes to shove, it would hold. Don't expect me to be your pal, Potter, said Draco, sneer firmly in place. I wouldn't dream of it, ferret hair, it would be a nightmare, answered Harry. A hint of a smile broke the sneer, before Draco walked back briskly toward the exit. Come on, golden boy. I'm outta here. It reeks like Muggle's breath. Ron and Hermione looked at Malfoy, not believing their ears. How were they supposed not to answer that? Although the insult wasn't directed at them. Didn't know you could endure being close enough to one without a bubble head charm to avoid breathing the same air. Replied Harry from behind the carcass of the basilisk. Ha! Exclaimed Draco, already far ahead. The two other Gryffindor looked at Harry, an almost visible question mark on their face. We have an ally, said Harry simply. Neither of them noticed the vial full of dark liquid he slipped in his pocket along with his pair of protective dragonhide gloves. The next few days, Harry saw signs of unrest in Ron. Harry knew the only solution was to get his point across, but it could break as well as make their friendship. First Malfoy, now Ron, mused Harry. I made an ally from an enemy. I hope not to make an enemy from my best friend. Harry told Ron to come and see him on Saturday morning in his greenhouse. As Harry was making his way there, a backpack full on his shoulder, he heard Ron following him from a distance. For whatever reason he didn't seem to want to make the trip with Harry. This does not bode well for a good conversation, mused Harry, his head dropping slightly. He opened the door as Ron was getting right behind him. He let him enter first, waving to the far wall inside the greenhouse where his lab was situated. They were alone. Harry warned Neville that he probably wouldn't like the tone he'd have to use. Neville understood. He knew Ron well too and guessed it could very well end up with fists, but it was a private matter. Harry was thankful for enchanted glass. He asked specially for noiseless and fogged glass that would hide any precise forms. I'm here as requested, Potter. What is it? This was not starting well at all. Here we go. Harry opened two standards wooden box sets of potion herbs. Ron looked in it but only to see vials. All were full of some colorful stuff. Harry fished one glowing of a soft blue. What's this? Asked Ron, his curiosity taking the lead. Essence of chestnut. I thought it would be brown. It came out at quite a surprise, explained Harry. Essence. Yes. I found a way to extract the pure, magical essence of vegetation into that liquid-like substance that I simply call essence. I use it to make potions. I've rid it of all impurities and they make perfect potions, without having to care for complex manipulations involved in potion making to achieve the same goal. Give that in small quantity to a plant of the same species, dilute it in water, and it will help it grow at an exponential rate. Neville never saw anything like that. He helped me collect samples for my collection of essences. We're preparing ourselves to work on hybrids of plants, all thanks to my skill in ancient runes, explained Harry calmly, always looking at him in the eye. Harry barely let him digest all of this. He went to a wooden crate in the corner. The same one he received in the Great Hall. He opened a few drawers. Ron came closer, in a daze, and looked at their content. Those are metals and crystals samples that the goblins sent at my request. I'm preparing to extract the essence of some of them, but it's a lot harder. Here are the tools I'll use to smelt raw gold I bought into something I need. I'm learning how to it from this goblin-written book. Ron's eyes were wide open by now, as was his mouth, and neither seemed ready to close anytime soon. Neville is still way ahead of me in herbology, but I'm a long shot from most other people myself. The books I read right now are about advanced uses of runes. I can write and carve them like nobody does. Something I did last year, one of the pranks, earned me a passing grade, Newt level, from Professor Babbling. We agreed that I would work, in secret, on a project for my ancient rune owl, 1 year early. Ron looked at him with a blank stare. Just looking. I'm not exactly rich, Ron. But I have the lifetime savings of my deceased parents at my disposal. I bought those samples, tools, and this greenhouse thanks to it. I still have enough to last like this until well after I graduate. Harry stood in front of Ron, his arms hanging at his side. I'm mentioned in books, Ron. I'm the boy who lived. I'm the target of the worst, strongest and kind of undead Dark Lord known in centuries. I'm the best of this year in defense. Those spells just come to me. Last year, Professor Lupin said my corporal Patronus would make most of the adults one pale. Sirius said I was already more powerful than him, who was an ace back in his time. Harry stopped. The reaction he anticipated didn't take long to come. Why are you telling me all of this? Are you bragging? Telling me I'm stupid? Good for nothing? Barely good enough for a sidekick? What? Why? Why do you have it all and me, nothing? Ron was panting hard. His face was red and almost in tears. Why? Why don't you tell me? Answered Harry calmly. You know why as well as I do. Why? I wonder. All I know is that I didn't say a single word about you in all of this. What I just said is who I am. What I can do. That won't really change with time. That's how I was born. What I worked for. What I can naturally do. Harry sighed. You are jealous. Hey, don't look at me like that or start yelling in denial. Just think back 2 minutes ago. How come you have everything and me nothing? You said, or something like that. I'm not saying it's unfounded. I have things that you don't, and never will, but you have things I never will, like a father, a mother, a sister and 5 brothers. You always beat me at chess, no matter how much I put my new, rune replacing, trick in my mind to the task, you still beat me. You're a better keeper at Quidditch. I know it seems so light in the balance. For what it is worth, I'm jealous of your family the most. Taking a breath to calm down, he continued. Now, listen. You're my best friend. When things got tough, scary and deadly, you stuck by my side. That's something I'll never be able to thank you enough for. But the vast majority of the remaining time, you act like a jealous, pouting prat. You have to decide. I won't change. Not for you, Hermione or anyone else. I can't. These things will probably keep happening to me. You decide now. You accept me as I am or you decide our friendship isn't worth it. Ron was calm. He was looking at him, expressionless. He closed his eyes, turned away and left. Harry sat down on a stool and looked at his lab. Nothing came to his mind. It wouldn't be a productive day. He went to the Quidditch pitch, took his broom and attacked the sky. Oh, he forgot to tell him that. He's always going to be faster on a broom than he'll ever be. Harry came back at the common room later. He didn't even know where the day went. He flew around a lot, walked a lot and that was pretty much it. He felt spent on a useless day and it was not a good feeling. Hermione was looking at a reading Ron with concern. She turned toward Harry, an unasked question on her face. Ron didn't even turn toward him. Harry closed his eyes and took the direction of his dorm, eager to finish this wasted day. He had his feet on the second step when Ron's voice rang out. Harry, yes, they say in this book that cars burn something called fuel to move. I never saw a fire move around in the castle. Care to explain this? Harry could have laughed and cried in the same time. He simply smiled and seated himself beside Ron. That's not half of it, mate. I heard that in the earlier days of car engines, they called them explosive engines. Ron turned toward him, wondering if he was being made fun of. In the midst of these events, Harry barely recalled the arrival of the 2 other schools for the tournament. Of course, now there was an enormous carriage on the grounds inhabited by gorgeous French witches, and a wrecked-looking ship in the lake where the Bulgarians lived. The foreign students were often seen walking around in the corridors, looking everywhere while talking in a foreign language. It was strange and unusual, but with all that happened in his life lately and all the time he spent in his secluded greenhouse on his experiments, Harry saw those events like a distracted spectator. Sure, the Goblet of Fire was an interesting artifact and the runes written on it attracted him like a moth to flame, but it stopped there. Until Halloween. Ron and he looked at the twin trying to get their name in the cup the day prior Halloween and had a good laugh. They didn't have a favorite for Hogwarts champion position but guessed it couldn't harm to cheer for Cedric Diggory. He looked like a good bloke. Harry and Ron were sitting lazily on the stairs the next day to watch the cup choose the champions. The cup began spitting name written on half-burned pieces of paper. Unsurprisingly, Victor Crumb's name got out, as did one Fleur Delacour. Really, they were put in the spotlight from the start so much, it's a wonder why they bothered to bring anyone else. Then, Cedric Diggory's name came out. They bet on the right horse. They cheered for Hogwarts, champion like the rest of the school. Poor foreigners. They were so outnumbered. As the headmaster started his prep speech, Harry turned back to his goblin book. He wondered what would happen if he was to smelt his tool under a full moon. Good or bad, he might have to send an owl to the goblins. A chill passed along his spine. His scar didn't hurt, but he was having cold sweats and dread deep down in his gut, and the silence in the great hall didn't help any. He looked up to lock gaze with Albus Dumbledore. Harry Potter. He held a piece of half-burned parchment in his hands. Harry shook his head in denial. No, no, it can't be, no. Harry Potter, repeated Dumbledore loudly, angrily. Harry sprung up, closed his book and went toward the headmaster, who pointed a door. Harry simply went where he was told, still in denial. He opened and closed the door behind him. The three other champions were looking at him with curiosity. The French witch addressed him in a pompous way. Are you here too? But Harry snapped. He took a candle holder and smashed it in a tall mirror, shattering it in pieces. He was screaming his head off. He lifted a small sofa over his head and threw it into a cabinet, making the wood explode. The other champions fearfully stood away from the raging teen. Dumbledore and the other official entered the room, taking in the damages in the once pristine trophy room. Harry, asked Dumbledore, wary. Why? Screamed Harry, twirling toward him, tears streaming down his face. Why can't I have just 1 year? He said, his voice finally cracking, out of strength. Just 1 normal year. Okay, without anything strange, deadly or just weird happening to me. He asked, pleading. Madame Maxime was about to talk, but her favorite student beat her to it. Really? Why all the fuss and crying? People are practically fighting to get in this tournament. Even if you should not participate, since it's not fair, you should be honored. Harry's reaction was not what anyone anticipated. Maybe they should have. See, listen to the princess there. I should not be here. I'm not worthy, okay. I'm too young, without any real life experience and weak. Okay, it's just one big mistake. It's no mistake, son, said a grumpy Mad Eye from behind Karkaroff, pushing him out of his way harshly. Someone wants you in this tournament, the teacher spookily kept on. Someone who wants to see you hurt, or worse. Only a strong confondus charm could convince a relic that old that there is a 4th school in the tournament and registering you as its only student. You seem awfully knowledgeable about how he got in, purred Karkaroff. Moody rounded on him instantly. Knowing the ways of the dark scums is part of my line of work, isn't it, Professor Karkaroff? He said, limping on his wooden leg toward the increasingly uncomfortable Bulgarian. Enough, billowed Dumbledore. This isn't getting us anywhere. I think we clearly established now that Mr. Potter here didn't enter his name on his free will. What about the rules, Mr. Crouch? The man closed his eyes, deep in thoughts, and opened them again. There is no escape. His name got out of the cup. He's magically bound to this contract. He must participate. The cup doesn't care for age, she never did. He would not be the first underage wizard to compete, said Barty Crouch. Harry closed his fists, feeling the need to shout once again. Mr. Bagman, seeing nothing else to add, explained hastily, and way too happily, that the first task would be a surprise to test their quick wits and courage. He told them of the date and left them with a, good luck. Harry looked at him angrily as the organizer turned back and walked away, almost bouncing. This was a freaking game to that guy. He simply saw entertainment and waited for the little tidbits to be solved by others until he could have his fun. He didn't care for the participants. Harry left the room almost running, not waiting for any comforting words from Dumbledore, who seemed so ready to accuse him of cheating when he still had this piece of paper in hand. He didn't care. Harry knew. He felt it in his bones. It was barely the beginning. It would get worse, as it always does. Once in the common room, only Ron was still there, waiting for him. It was already quite late. Ron's head was bowed down. Harry could not see his eyes, but he knew what was coming. Say it. Go on. Say it, Ron. I'm expecting it. How could you, Harry? Don't you have enough? You really want more. When will you stop? Do you really think yourself so high and mighty? You didn't even share that you found a way to put your name in the cup. Harry didn't even try. He didn't feel like it. Guess that really was to brag, all that crap in the greenhouse. Forget it, Harry, I can't put up with you anymore." He left Harry alone in the common room. Harry felt so very empty, he didn't know what to do or to think. He realized he still had his goblin book in hand. His fingerprints were practically dented in it now. Harry went upstairs and placed it back in his trunk. He discarded his clothes, put on his sleeping wear and laid down on his bed. To make it worse, he had a nightmare that night about Voldemort. Figures. Angry stares followed him around all day, every day now. Ron wasn't angry with him. He simply ignored him, treating him like a stranger. Hermione began rounding on him the day after, seeing how he behaved, but he lifted one finger, shutting her up. "Hermione, you're still my friend. I don't want to lose you, but I swear to God, don't talk about him to me ever again. Just don't. I'm not telling you not to talk to him. But I don't want to hear another word about this. Don't test me. It's your last chance." Hermione had never seen him so coldly angry ever before. Not for the whole time she'd known him. Ron was always like a tropical storm. A lot of loud strikes, lots of hot wind until it calmed down and left wreckage behind. Then you start building up again. Not this time. It was a frosted anger, leaving this friendship buried, frozen in ice, never to see the light of the sun ever again. She nodded and stood at his side, apologetically looking at Harry from afar. Harry nodded to her, understanding. They would talk later. Harry went to the greenhouse, figuring some gardening or brewing of essence could take his mind off of things, until he figured what to do now. Neville was there, busy, taking care of one of their mutual projects, talking to Luna. "At long last, you come here, Harry Potter," she said, in her dreamingly exasperated way. Neville seemed to sigh from relief, turning his back to them. His work seemed to lead him further and further away from him and the strange girl. Harry smiled. The shy boy wasn't nearly prepared enough to face someone like her. "Hey Luna, good to see a friendly face. You wanted to see me?" "Yes, Harry Potter." Harry, what?" Luna said, being the one lost for once. "You're my friend, aren't you?" "My friends call me Harry. Most people who dislike me call me Potter. You're doing both, so what it'll be." "I understand, Harry. I wanted to ask you about your rune project. Professor Babbling told me you'd make one for your owl, but that you would probably abandon now because of the tournament. I wanted to enlist with you as soon as he told me. It seems I'm not lucky since I only learn of it when you're about to give it up. Could you still do it, Harry?" The project. Damn it, she was right. Unfortunately, so was Professor Babbling. He would not have the time to do both. He figured he would have to train in preparation for the tasks. "I guess he was right, Luna," sighed Harry. "I can't be at two places at the same time. I can help with that." Harry turned toward the greenhouse entrance and saw a serious-looking Hermione. She walked to him, all businesslike. "I went to see Professor Dumbledore. He knows as much as I how busy you are and how unfair it would be to make you abandon your work for something you didn't even sign up for. That's why I convinced him to lend you something that will allow you to train." "What is it?" Harry asked, truly curious now. "Time," simply answered Hermione, smiling. She gave him a small hourglass tied to a long golden chain. "Time," repeated Harry, confused. He didn't have time to ask for an explanation before he heard a squeal of delight beside him. Wait, did Luna just squeal? Harry mused. She began speaking in an exited voice. Dreamingly exited, of course. "Harry, it's a time turner. You just have to turn the hourglass once to go 1 hour into the past. That's so convenient. You'll have the time to do your project and your training. The same time." Hermione took it from there. "I told the headmaster that it was unfair for the other champions to have so many years of practice ahead of you. They should at least give you a few more weak times, if not to win, at least to get out of it unhurt." Harry knew she thought alive more than unhurt but could not help to hug her. "Thanks Hermione. That means a lot to me. I'll need you for practicing and researching spells. I can count on you, right?" "Of course you can," she said, her face red from Harry still hugging her. "Ahem. Don't forget me, Harry. We're friends too, after all," said Luna, patronizing. "And, me too, I wanna help." If I can, said Neville, shy of interrupting. Harry's eyes got hard but his crooked smile indicated his mood. With all of you guys, those champions are in for the challenge of their life. Boy who lived or not, this Potter won't go down that easily. Time sure seemed to fly by when you're having fun, thought Harry sardonically. Harry remembered Hermione the previous year. The use of a time turner can really mess up your system. He felt the lack of sleep quite bad at first. That's why he decided to use it as little as he had to. He had to be in shape for the tasks, after all. Hermione and Luna were lifesavers. Theses too searched for spells and charms that would be useful in any situations, not only combat-related ones. Of course, those did take a lot of space in the growing list of things to learn. With the Transfiguration teacher's permission, they took an empty classroom to practice. Harry soon found out it was easier to hold a shield against the spread hit of a ghoul than the pinpointed assault of a spell. He found that out the first time a jelly leg jinx passed through one. Note to self: learn a cushioning charm for the practice room's floor. He made good progress, but the girls said they would practice as long as he couldn't block at least 2 spells at once. South Avenue drivers. Neville had trouble attacking him, so he rather focused his time helping on the non-combat spells. It was pretty much the best Harry could do, unknowing of what the first task was. He kept himself busy not to think about it. His rune project was his main distraction. When you almost pull your hairs out because you can't find a good enough subject and that the deadline is coming fast, it kinda helps to distract you. Surprisingly, the answer came from a Weasley. Harry was sitting in one of his lone brainstorming sessions in the common room, near the fire. He had his head in his hands and looked at the flames dancing, his mind blank. So was the sheet of paper on his knees. He needed something to trigger an idea. Anything. A canute for your thought, Ginny said, sitting casually in a nearby sofa. Harry looked briefly at her before turning back to the flames. Careful, Ginny. I wouldn't want my inflated ego and quest for fame to rub off on you. I keep it all to myself after all. Ron's a git, I believe you, and probably he does too. When he gets his head out of his ass, maybe he'll find a brain out of here and use it for something else other than Quidditch. Harry laughed quietly at her choice of word. Quite the picture. Maybe he'll evolve then, like in those Japanese cartoons on TV, Harry said, remembering some funny show his dumb cousin listened on the Saturday morning. A TV, one of those moving pictures box. Ron is often talking about that when he gets his nose out of his Muggle books. That and secret organizations. Harry smiled sadly, thinking of his lost friend. He took a notebook and drew a little picture in the corner of each page facing him. Ginny looked at him, curious. After a while, he positioned the book toward Ginny and flipped the pages in a way to show only the corners he drew on in quick succession. A little stick man walked 2 paces and fell face first, as if he fell out of the notebook. How did you do that? You haven't used any spell to animate this, said Ginny, amazed. Harry remembered the time where he learned that trick himself, way back in elementary school. That's simple, really. When you replace an image by another similar very quickly, the brain connects the dots himself between the two and translate it in a movement. Put many images one after the others and you have one fluid, moving images. That's the basic of how Muggles code images and send them in the TV. It sends so many images in 1 second you don't notice them individually, or something like that. Wow, a TV must be really expensive, she said wondering. TV, he said somewhat absent-mindedly. It is, but it's also very common. The vast majority of Muggles home in Britain have at least one, replied Harry to an unbelieving redhead. Why have more than one? It's all the same thing, she said, confused. Not quite. You can tell the TV to change what we call channels. It's like telling it where to get the images from, where to look. From a specific location, of course. You can't have images in real time from somewhere where there's no machine to get the picture from. Ginny was shaking her head slowly. This TV thing is quite hard to figure out. She got up and gave Harry a nudge on the shoulder. Don't give up, Harry. I'm sure the Muggle world will give you an idea to solve the tasks in a way nobody else could have thought. That would show them. As she went back to her friends of her year, Harry was flipping back the drawing from his notebook. Again, and again, nobody was around to see the smile reach his lips. Harry presented his idea to Professor Babbling and he eagerly agreed. Luna would be part of the project. While she had to draw a full quadrant case to make a rune and still had to search through her books to figure out the right alignment to make the desired effect, she had the most developed sense of unorthodox use of runes he'd ever seen. The way she placed them gave him headaches sometimes. But then he'd look closer, and start to laugh and integrate the pattern in his own work. Luna was very good in theory. Her unique way of thinking made sure of it. That's why Harry would take care of the imagery side of the project since he already knew where to begin. On top of it, it would take an insane amount of runes. Luna casually said she would not be out of Hogwarts after her 7th year if she had to do them alone. She would take care of the sound part, where he had no idea where to begin at, since microphones didn't exist in the wizarding world. Some kind of phonograph recorder, even the smaller version, would be unreliable on the field. So, the research began anew. They were often seen, at breakfast or in the library, in a sea of symbols drawn on pieces of paper, reference books sprawled around. Some students expected them to teleport to another dimension by accident with the sheer number of runes around them. Hermione simply gave up on following them. She had her own work to figure out. Rather, she reminded Harry that he had other classes than runes and defense to study. Harry agreed, but admitted he would still use most of his time studying the skills that would be the most likely to help him survive the year. He could study more seriously later, of course. What can you reply to that? Harry and Hermione got closer, even with the insane amount of work. In a way, Harry figured out later that it wasn't that surprising to get closer to Hermione by working like an ant. It clearly showed, one evening, in the common room, when Harry wasn't there. Ron was studying. Muggle studies, of course. It seemed to be the only class he made efforts without being prompted to. Hey, Hermione, do you know the difference between plane motors and car ones that allow them to fly? He asked out of the blue. Why don't you search for yourself, Ronald? It's not like you hate the subject, Hermione said, distracted by a potion essay she was writing. Yeah, but I bet you already know about it. You knew what you got yourself into when you subscribed for the course. Deal with it. I know, but back then I had Har. Don't say his name, she said loudly, drawing attention. That shut him up. Was she angry with Harry too? It made him feel guiltily good. Hermione quickly clarified. You asked me not to voice his name. The same goes for you. I don't want you to soil his name with your jealous mouth. If you ever take me for a substitute for Harry, you can forget talking to me ever again. She got up under the stares of many in the common room. Oh, and don't try me. That's your only chance, she added before departing. Just like that, Ron found himself alone. He felt his only chance already passed and that he lost his last best friend. For some reason, he felt an ache that wasn't present when it happened with Harry. That evening, when she got to the classroom they used to practice combat spells with Harry, she was still wiping tears. Her eyes were red and so were her cheeks. She got in, closing the door behind her. She dropped her bag on a desk, searching for the list of things to do. She was breathing by her mouth, trying to take control over herself. Harry and Luna were looking at her, puzzled. Well, let's see what's on for today, Hermione said between wiping her face and working to keep her tone even. Harry looked at Luna, Luna at Harry. He raised both eyebrows but she closed her eyes and shook her head. She motioned to the door quietly and the next thing Hermione knew, she was hugged by Luna from behind, the two of them alone in the classroom. It didn't take anything more for her to start crying again. He's such a git, Hermione practically yelled. After her crying session, which ended on her knees on the floor, they lay against a wall, Hermione using a handkerchief Luna conjured. An HG, initialed, radish-shaped satin handkerchief. What did he do? Asked Luna, her attention focused on her. Not much, actually. I guess it's just the fact that he turned his back on Harry at each possible occasion. He's always so jealous and hard-headed. And then, when Harry's not around, he's taking as much of my time as possible, keeping me away from Harry. Damn it, can you believe this? To hold such a grudge over such unimportant things. Luna was half leaning on Hermione's side, comforting her by the simple contact. There was so much said, and so much left unsaid. So, basically, you rounded on him because of the way he acts toward Harry, Luna said softly. Yeah, I mean yes. That's pretty much it, I think, she answered, frowning. You care a lot for Harry. He worries about you too, you know, Luna kept on, taking Hermione's hand and squeezing it gently. You should think things through and be honest with your feeling, Hermione. I sense you have stronger feelings than friendship for one of those two boys. Which one? Hermione asked, confused and curious. That is for you to find out, said Luna in a sing-song voice. You little. Hermione launched a devastating attack of good old manual tickling. She found out that Luna was quite the ticklish one. Harry wasn't sad to not be there, in a way, but he did wonder what happened to Hermione. His feet lead him nowhere, as his evening was supposed to be spent in preparation for the first task. Passing a suit of armor, he almost lost a shoe. Looking down, he saw it was unexpectedly unlaced. Totally slacked. How did it get that way without him noticing? He kneeled down to tie it back. Don't look up, Potter. No moves indicating you hear me. When you're finished, get to the grounds and go see your big oaf friend. Make haste, and don't look back behind you. Harry, tying his shoe, wondered what Draco was about. For now, they had a deal, so he trusted him. He got up and walked briskly out of the castle, toward Hagrid's hut. His big friend welcomed him in a strange suit, making signs to hurry up. Come on, Harry, you're late. Didn't Ron tell you to be here almost half an hour ago? Harry shook his head while Hagrid seemed to look around until he saw that Harry hasn't made a move. Hurry, put on your invisibility cloak. I don't have it with me. What, didn't Ron tell you? Ron didn't tell me an effin' thing. I learned of this only a few minutes ago from someone else. Hagrid seemed to dance from a foot to another. Hagrid, said Harry, perfectly calm, if you need me invisible that bad, tell me how to do a disillusion spell incantation and the wand movement. I'll get behind your hut and practice it. Hagrid, not having much of a choice, did so. Although I never tried it. It doesn't work well on me. Quick, hide, follow me from a distance. And the half-giant pushed him behind two huge pumpkins that survived Halloween. Miss Maxime, almost yelled Hagrid, you made it just in time. Such elegance. Harry didn't move a muscle. It was pretty dark already, but he didn't want to take any chances. Once they turned their back on him and went off in a direction, was it him or did he see some fire for a brief instant far ahead? He sat down, looking at the two. He remembered what Draco said. He shrugged and tried the spell. It was harder than it looked, and Harry didn't have the time to practice for hours. Then, Karkaroff came in sight, checking all around him. A moment before his eyes got on Harry, he tried the spell again, focusing on the feeling his invisibility cloak gave him. As he opened his eyes, he saw Karkaroff's searching glare pass right over him, as he was hurriedly making his way after the huge couple. Harry got up and took a roundabout way to get where Hagrid and Madame Maxime had gone. Thankfully, he was far enough from the Durmstrang headmaster to break in a run. Harry hoped that, whatever this was all about, it was good. He wasn't disappointed. As cautious as they thought they were, Hagrid and Madame Maxime really stood out. Thankfully, the other wizards present had their attention focused on the content of the clear meadow. Dragons. 4 of them. Damn, he had to prepare himself to face a dragon in less than a week time. The next day, Harry woke up to take his breakfast to the usual hateful glare of Hogwarts' students. His own house wasn't an exception. Of course, Harry had enough on his mind not to care at the moment. Still, it saddened him. He sat next to Hermione, who seemed uneasy for some reason. He still didn't know why she got to the classroom in tears the previous day. I'm sorry I didn't stay last evening, my own. You seem to need a more feminine mind to get your problems off of your chest. Still, if I can do anything to help you, just ask. You've done so much for me already. I'll never thank you enough for standing by my side without so much as a question all the time. Hermione blushed, but smiled nonetheless. Thanks, Harry. It's good to feel appreciated now and then. You seem to have matured a lot in the span of a year. The exact opposite of a certain someone, she finished, her face getting sour. Ha, a freckled problem it was. What did he do, or probably say, now? Hermione simply shook her head. As I told Luna yesterday, nothing much actually. I just, maybe, overreacted. It was just, you know, the last straw. Harry nodded and sighed. Well, I know how to take your mind off of this. What do you know about dragons? That evening was really busy. Hermione got to their classroom with a huge pile of books, giving at least 3 to him and the same to Luna to check out. Harry looked at all the books critically and read the titles. He put some of them aside instantly. Hermione looked at him, waiting for an explanation. Those are more advanced spells and curses. You know that dragons are more or less immune to magic. I won't be able, in about 3 days' span, to learn a useful spell powerful enough to take down a dragon. As if such a spell existed. I think it would be well known by now and they would not use a dozen dragon handlers throwing stunning curses at one to take it down. Hermione looked at the ground, feeling cheated by books. But theses might give us a strategy to do something to combine the spells I already know to do something. They want originality. We'll read everything about dragons and brainstorm about anything that might pop into our heads. I need a strategy, a plan. Neither Harry nor Hermione would admit it, but they lacked the best strategist of the Golden Trio right now. Harry thought it was just his ongoing luck that the one time Ron would be able to shine. He was upset with him. So they read and talked. Luna proposed to change his teeth in marshmallow so big he would not be able to breathe fire, and that the taste of grilled marshmallow in his mouth might distract him long enough. The 2 other study buddies laughed their head off, but Harry kept that in a far corner of his mind, behind a glass written in case of emergency with a little hammer at his side. After 2 hours of this, Hermione dropped the book she was reading in her lap, growling in frustration. Harry smirked. It would not be the last time books would fail giving a ready answer to her problem. This is getting us nowhere. No spell can last against a dragon. I know, Harry, the conjunctivitis curse. Sirius told you, but you said yourself it would smell you anyway if you have to get anywhere close to it. It would be dangerous to risk such a pinpointed attack on a moving beast. We both know it won't stop it from raging against you even if you manage to land it. Nothing shorter than a killing curse from a very powerful wizard can wound one. It's insane, totally insane. There must be a spell, or a combination of spells I know able to handle a dragon. Are we wizard or not? Said Harry, exasperated himself. Hermione snorted. But of course, why didn't you say so before? Just throw a full body bind at him. Oops, it would rebound and transform you in a nice boy who lived sausage right in time for the dragon's collation. That should end the first task. She sighed loudly, feeling better letting out some steam. Then she looked back at Harry, already a bit shameful to have rounded on him. He had his head up, looking at nothing. Luna closed her book and stretched. Well, I guess you gave him an idea, Hermione. He's off in his own world again. Let's wait till he comes back to see if we can be of any help, she said, sipping a bottle of water without a care in the world. The day of the first task came fast. The champions reunited in a tent, waiting for the crowd to gather and the preparations for the task to be ready. Harry looked at Cedric. Cedric looked back and nodded. Harry, right after the breakfast at which he announced the content of the first task to Hermione, managed to get through the wall of Cedric's supporters and ask for a private word. When a particularly zealous fan stepped between the 2 of them, barring the way, arms crossed, Harry simply pushed him out of the way. The Hufflepuff was about to get back at him, fist closed, but found a wand right between his eyes, resting on his forehead. Nobody saw Harry draw. Even Cedric gulped as he saw the potential danger in one of his adversaries. He hoped Duel would not be part of the task. One moment Harry was walking, the next he had someone at wand point. Know your place. This is a champion's matter, Harry said coldly. If he was to be forced to be a champion, as well act as one. Funny how nobody dared to question him. Harry turned away and Cedric followed him. This was unnecessary, Harry, Cedric told him, shaking his head. You won't make friends acting like that. I guess you're right, Cedric. I'm not good at that. I'm a Gryffindor. I'm more in the saving people business. That's what I've been told, anyway. In the eyes of your friends over there, I'm just a child that stuck his nose into something too big for him. I can't say that I'm indifferent to everything they're saying, it pisses me off big time. But you know what? After this task, they will take us all champions more seriously and respect us. Dragons, Cedric. We're facing dragons. One for each of us. The Hufflepuff hero blanched. Dragons. You swear it's true. On my firebolt. Okay, but why are you telling me this? Harry looked at the sky in exasperation. Man, you're thick, so you can prepare. The French princess and the Bulgarian grunt know about it too. That leaves only you. Call it me trying to make a friend or it's my hero saving people thing, I don't care. Fair play isn't Hufflepuff, Cedric. It's British. Cedric smiled, chuckling. A gentleman, of course. How could I have doubted you? This won't save me from kicking your ass though, said Cedric. Then I'll steal my ass so you break your leg on it, answered Harry, grinning. They shook hands and went each their way. As Cedric got back to his friends, they heard him mumble, "That Potter, you have to respect the man." Harry got back from his reverie as more officials entered the tent, preceded by Rita Skeeter, the annoying journalist. She didn't make a good impression on him at the weighing of the wands. A journalist that wants to be on the front page with more space than the champions themselves lacks some professional ethic. He let his picture be taken silently, but without posing either. Ludo Bagman waited for the rest of the officials to be posed by the photograph to say his piece for the paper to a fawning Rita Skeeter. At long last, they gathered around, and were instructed that the task would be to face the counterpart of what they would pick out of a bag he handed them. The goal was to get the golden egg. Harry winced. If they were mothers protecting their eggs, this would not be any easier, but it should help him if it stayed over its nest. He poked his miniature version of the Hungarian horntail he pulled from the bag. As he did so, the replica let loose a cute little flame, trying to fry his index. Harry froze, but then smiled. That would be so fun. He took a chair and sat, smiling, waiting for his name to be called. The French witch huffed at his apparent lack of concern while Cedric just shook his head, knowing Harry not to be a show-off. He had always backed up what he said in the past. Victor Crumb, on his part, didn't think so and went beside the teen. You seem awfully confident, twerp. Any last word you want us to carry out of this tent? Harry turned toward him, sizing him. You look like a strong wizard, but look can be deceiving. Right now, I look weak and relaxed. Think about it. Victor, not being the fastest spell to leave the wand, had to think for a while before picking up on the insult. His face showed a grimace, but then it was his turn to go. Fleur chuckled, having heard everything. Quite the sharp mind you have, Mr. Potter. It was very entertaining to see this brute having to dust off his brain before using it. Soon after, she was called too. The waiting was killing him. He knew how he had to do this, but doing it was another thing. Cedric's turn came soon after. Finally, it was up to him. He left the tent, shaking. He could not help but wince as he heard a lot more booing than cheering. He wondered if Sirius was throwing hexes left and right in the crowd to teach them how to be a good sport. As he saw the nest of eggs, a few strides in front of him, his golden prize sitting on top of it, all thoughts of the crowd zoned out. Seeing the golden egg so close, the equation formed in his head and he instantly ducked behind a rock. At the same moment, the biggest and nastiest of the dragons he saw a few days ago landed right in front of where he had been a moment ago, preparing to unleash hellfire. Seeing nobody, it stopped and looked around. Harry, panting behind his rock, tried to get his heart rate under the level that would be more appropriate on the RPM of a racing car. He knew it was only a matter of seconds before the beast trailed his scent and heard his labored breath. From the tip of his wand, Harry expertly carved a long set of runes with a rune carver spell on the boulder he was leaning on. He activated them all and they started to glow lightly. That being done, he took the miniature version of the dragon looking for him not even 30 feet behind his rock and cast a spell multiple times on it. Engorgio. The small dragon began to grow, and grow, and grow again. Harry cast the spell until it would have been too dangerous to do so. It was half the size of the real one already and wasn't hidden by his hideout anymore. The real beast looked at its copy and roared. The doll, being a fake with a limited set of instructions, charged him, lacking any kind of preservation instincts. Harry, just for the fun of it, sent a strong banisher at its back to give it more speed, sending it crashing into its enemy. Harry cast a disillusion spell on himself and ran behind another rock, far enough from the first. He carved more runes on it and activated them. He started his dead run again, hearing the two beasts fighting and throwing fire at each other. As he got behind another boulder, he threw a look just before slipping behind it, having run a half circle around the nest. He wished he hadn't. It was just a doll after all. Its fire was weak and its claws, fake. It was ripped apart, and now the Hungarian was looking for him again. Who said dragons were stupid? He slipped on a loose pebble but didn't take the time to curse his footing as he finished drawing the last rune. He ignored the roar of the beast who finally found him, or the sound he made, coming his way. He activated the last set as he felt a rush of heat come his way. Then, he thrusted his left arm forward, not aiming at anything in particular. The heat shifted upward and an outraged roar told him his plan worked. His arm still held in front of him, he got out of his hiding spot, letting the disillusion spell wear off. The dragon was totally bound in an eagle spread style. Two blue beams of magical energy came from the rock he was hiding behind, restraining its right front and hinder leg. The first rock he carved in restrained his left front and hinder leg. The second one he carved had a single, stronger beam pulling its neck backward, pointing the dragon's head toward the sky. The mother dragon was thrashing against its binds, but they were too strong to be broken. Harry remembered it was a timed task and ran to the nest, so close behind the beast he could have touched it. He jumped over the blindly trashing tail and took the golden egg as fast as he could. The noise from the crowd hit him as he got aware of the surrounding sounds. But something else happened, something that none would ever forget. The magical binding didn't break. No, the beast let out a roar. Such an angry cry targeting the world and beyond that it could be heard for 100 miles around. A roar that effortlessly drowned the cheers of the tiny humans in the crowd. Harry, being the closest one present, nearly jumped out of his skin. He even dropped the egg that harmlessly landed on the ground. After the initial surprise, Harry was angry, as if the beast managed to hit him by surprise from behind. He was pissed at the dragon for making him jump like that. He slowly walked toward it, stopping straight in front of it. Harry pushed back his arm in front of him, taking control over the magical binding once again. He forced the beams down, pulling the beast on the ground, on its four legs. It allowed the two of them to be face to face, practically at the same eye level. The magical leash on its neck wasn't a loose rope, it directed the dragon exactly where to look. The beast saw the opportunity and prepared to unleash a breath that would melt Harry at point-blank range. The runes were not designed for such a use, but Harry twisted his right hand, fist close, arm bending a little. The bind on the neck of the dragon crawled to a snake's strike speed, tying the mouth close. No fire would come out. Harry, under the unbelieving eyes of the now silent crowd, got in front of the massive head and looked straight in its yellow eyes, going so far as to lean over the bound snout. The beast growled and clawed the ground, trying to get that insolent bag of flesh. If Harry was intimidated, his posture didn't show even a hint of it, nor was his face. Or his own burning green eyes. Instead, he pulled his fist further toward his side, elbow bent. The bind got tighter, and tighter, Harry never breaking eye contact, never blinking. Until Fleur got out of the medic tent. Her uniform didn't do much to ward her from the dragon's fire. Thankfully, the stupid thing missed her. It was only a grazing hit. She would have to use some ointment. Oh, well, it was the boy's turn now, wasn't it? Why was the crowd so silent? She came out of the tent, attracted by a loud roar that rang just a moment ago. It couldn't be over yet, could it? She looked down and understood the crowd. The biggest dragon she ever saw was bound over its nest, forced to face a scary-looking Harry Potter who seemed to hold him magically with his bare arms. Her heart began to race madly at the maddening power and guts it took to manage such a thing. He was close enough to touch its snout with his own nose. And then the noise that nobody ever heard before rang in the silence. Yippee! Did the beast just yelp? It sounded like an oversized dog that had been kicked by its master. The French witch put a hand over her heart, feeling a strange warmth wash all over her. If she cared, she would have seen a few of her classmates faint in a similar position. Potter held the pose a few seconds, before letting go. He took out his wand and targeted a rock from which the magical bounds came. He pulverized it with a blasting curse. The 5 beams disappeared at once. Still, the dragon stayed sprawled on the ground. Harry turned his back, got his egg and walked away. A dragon handler, not knowing what just happened, went to put chains back on the dragon. Seeing it like that made him forget just one small detail. They usually do that after stunning it with about 20 stunning curse. The dragon looked at the poor man sideways, growling, and got ready to throw some hellfire on the insolent. But Harry stopped and turned his head slightly sideways to the left, his back still to the dragon. It immediately shut up and sprawled back flat on the ground. Harry, not saying a word, resumed his exit, as the handler slowly backed down with his soiled pants. Fleur was almost panting. What a powerful wizard! What a man! Harry looked numbly at the score the judges finally got him. A 9 from Dumbledore, a 10 from Mr. Crouch, a 10 from Mrs. Maxime, a 6 from Karkaroff. Jerk. Harry didn't wait for the press to catch up with him. He bypassed the tent that held Ms. Pomfrey, giving her a sign that meant he didn't need her this time. She looked even more surprised at this than his prowess with the dragon. Harry took a big detour to avoid the crowd. It was still early. He went to his greenhouse. He took his raw gold from his reserve, the long-ready mold and the powder to start the fire. Strangely, he felt it was time. 5 whole hours later, Harry was back in the common room. The manual work calmed his mind and the result was well worth the time spent. The small golden scythe was sharp, elegant, perfectly curved, and the runes carved in it while it was still white-hot was his most beautiful work to date. He was impatient to work with it. His calm was broken when he got in the Gryffindor common room. The noise level exploded in cheers as the party was in full swing. Harry slowly made his way to the middle of the room. Banners of him floated everywhere and pictures of him subduing the beast were all around. Dennis must have been working overtime. He refused to be hoisted on shoulders, instead climbing on a table and holding the golden egg high in one hand. The cheers were deafening. A victory for Hogwarts. A victory for Gryffindor. Harry yelled at the top of his lungs. More cheers, more applaud. Not for long. Hey, Fred, George, you were taking the bets, right? How much money did you made betting on me? How much money other Gryffindors made betting on me? The room went dead silent. Faces fell. Not a single smile subsisted. I think I should have been a Hufflepuff after all. At least, those are loyal. You, on the other hand, rejected me in the favor of the champion of another house. Of other schools. I'd rather be alone the rest of the year than having a party with you hypocrites. This victory is mine and for the ones who helped me and believed in me. The rest of you are sheep. Harry jumped off the table and climbed the stairs, people getting out of his way. Everybody was looking down, ashamed. Ron was standing at the top of the stairs. He never had a chance to say a word. Harry spat a single word on his way. Traitor. Ron blanched. Harry went to his bed, got rid of his clothes and pulled the curtain around his bed. His sleep took time to come, but nobody entered the room to disturb his search for rest either. The next day was plain weird. Gryffindors were staying out of his way. Strangely, the Hufflepuffs stopped tormenting him too. That was to be expected from his speech in the common room the earlier evening and from the house having the other Hogwarts champion. But the Ravenclaws, who were far from being friendly either, and Slytherins who were equal to themselves, stayed out of his hairs too. On the other hand, the girls from Beauxbatons seemed to be extremely clumsy in his presence and often bumped on him or tripped into his path in such a manner he had to catch them so they didn't break their noses on the floor. Then, they went away, blushing while mumbling an apology. Did they even have classes in the castle? Another surprise came from Neville, who erupted in stuttering apology. "Why are you apologizing for, Neville?" asked Harry, almost laughing. I could have helped you more with battle spells and. Harry clapped his shoulder, chuckling a bit. That speech wasn't meant for you. If anything, the part about the ones that helped and believed in me is. I share this victory with you, Hermione and Luna. You supported me, and I still have 2 tasks ahead. There's plenty more opportunities to help as you already did, believe me. Neville seemed relieved Harry wasn't cross with him. His stuttering died down as they made their way toward the next class. Anyway, I think you could ask help from anyone in the castle after what happened yesterday. Hell, even the girls from Bobadden's look ready to fight to give you a private lesson. Harry laughed at that, feeling great to relax with a friend, talking about girls like any other teenager. So, that's what it's all about. Too bad for them. I prefer the girls bred on British grounds. Who would want a half-breed woman after all? He said with a comically disgusted face. Neville laughed openly at the pureblood-like jab. The fact that Harry was half-blood made it even funnier. Harry looked at the time and it was getting late in the evening. After his little stunt, nobody dared approach him much, except the twins. Those 2 were always searching for new pranks. They often came to him for stuff they found too technical, in the eventuality it could be solved with a few quick runes. After seeing his exploit of this year and remembering the pranks of last year's, they began to think runes were the solutions for everything. When you have a talented rune carver at hand to boot, but Harry got their feet back on the ground. He explained, each time, the theory he'd have to go through to get to the desired effects. It ended up with them holding their head in pain after half an hour of explanation. Then they'd interrupted him, voicing their respect for understanding any of this. Of course, in that half an hour he could have designed the rune and carved them in a minute and a half. Still, they had to work and solve problems on their own. If there was something totally impossible for them, he'd see what he could do, but they'd never seemed to be ones to abandon any projects until now. Harry prepared himself to get to the empty classroom he will be occupying 2 hours ago. Not to run into himself, he decided to use the time turner in a corner of the room he'd be using. Luna was going to be waiting, for him to get there to work on their rune project. Getting out of the dormitory in the common room, he spotted Hermione, who was, unsurprisingly, nose first in a book. She looked up and smiled seeing him arrive. She set her reading down for now, having to talk to her friend. She walked the halls to his rune project room with him, not wanting to take up his research time. Harry, I know you're doing well on your school work. Well, not bad actually, and surprisingly well in potion though, and the first task was, not easy, but, you got out on top and. Come on, Hermione, said Harry. You're babbling. What's on your mind? Your rune project. I know it must be fun, even captivating, and God knows I'd like to be part of it, but, don't you think you're overdoing it? You can pass all the exams up until Newt. Take a break. Neville told me he saw you asleep, leaning on a microscope in the greenhouse this morning. I just forgot to take my morning coffee. It's getting harder to kickstart my brain fast enough after waking up. See, you're relying on caffeine now. You aren't, in any way, forced to do this. Exactly, Hermione. I'm doing this of my own free will. That's a contract I willingly took and, as such, I find it more important than the Triwizard Tournament. If I give it up, it would be like to abandon what I want to do and who I want to be for what others want. Some would say it's a teenager rebellion. Of course they would. I'm not doing what they, adults who know better, want me to do. Hermione bit on her lips, once again, no knowing how to answer. She was tempted to say that some adults did know better, like Professor Dumbledore or McGonagall, but she felt it would come out hollow and childish. Harry took her by surprise by talking of something totally unrelated. Too bad I crashed the Gryffindor party after the dragon task though. I really could have enjoyed a few cheers, mused Harry out loud. Hermione rolled her eyes, getting back to her bossy self. Really, can't you be a little patient? The Yule Ball isn't that far away. Ball? Asked Harry. Hermione threw her hand in the air in exasperation. Harry knew how much she loved those moments when she told someone something they didn't know. Yes, the ball. You know, like a late supper with big decorations, dressed up people chatting about how good they look and dancing on high heels for the sole purpose of regretting it the day after. Since it's an event related to the tournament, you'll kinda have to be therein. Ah, yes. Open the ballroom dance with the 3 other champions and their partners. I doubt you learned that in elementary school, Harry. I guess someone will have to teach a dance class this year. I wonder who it'll be. Harry processed all that. He was going to have to ask a girl out and dance in front of everyone. Since the info came from Hermione, he was fairly sure he could not escape this. He wondered if he couldn't ask the Hungarian Horntail to come with him. They once were close after all, in a kind of love-hate relation. For once, the attention would not be focused on him. He could have asked Cho, but he had seen Cedric hang out with her an awful lot lately. He was too young before this day to know what to do with a girl. Namely, asking her out. Now his chance passed. He figured it was never meant to be. Not to say he wouldn't be a babbling fish if he ever gets stuck in a conversation with her. I guess I'll have to invite someone, then. Someone who won't put shame on a champion, began Harry, looking up. Funny how I feel it excludes so many girls in this castle. From what Neville told me, I could ask pretty much any girl from Beauxbatons. Even more than one at the same time. He pursued with a crooked smile. Hermione huffed while Harry laughed at her indignation. But I think I'll ask a more evident choice, resumed Harry, still looking up. You're going to ask Cho? Hermione asked distracted. Nan, that ship passed, I guess. If you're not too busy that night, would you come with me? I guess if I can help you with, what? She said, catching up. She stopped walking, looking at him with surprise and a little bit of fear. I asked you, well, to come to the ball with me. If you want to, that is. If you fancy someone else, it's okay too, but you're the first serious girl to ask that crossed my mind, and, as you're always there for me and all. Harry, yes. You're babbling. Harry laughed nervously, scratching the back of his head. I guess I am. Yes. Yes. I'll go to the ball with you. Harry smiled widely but was still very nervous. They resumed walking, an awkward silence having dawned on them. Thankfully, the logical mind of Hermione was never far from the surface. At least, I'll be sure you won't embarrass yourself at the dance if I get to practice with you. Harry laughed heartily. Always count on Hermione the teacher. You know how to ballroom dance? He asked her. No more than you do. We're in for some sore toes. They laughed together, the awkward moment gone, only to be replaced by surprise and fear. A guts feeling of fear. In front of them, looking up from a book, stood Harry Potter. They froze. Hermione was panicked but could not move. The second Harry seemed to realize something and straightened back. Right, we met here. I forgot, said that Harry. I guess the structure of space and time is holding up well, replied the Harry at Hermione's side. No rift opened and we didn't die. I feel no magical reaction either. That's cool then, said second Harry. How will be the progress this evening? Asked first Harry. On schedule. Funny, I have a feeling of déjà vu. Figures, answered first Harry, shrugging. They high-fived and passed each other. Hermione parted with first Harry, second Harry saying loudly, his back turned. Hey. I remember a key. Hermione turned toward him, red in the face. No, you do not. Damn, said both Harrys in unison. Hermione got back with second Harry, since the first one was going to use the time turner anyway. Second Harry was the, now, Harry. In a way, they both were, but the feeling was weird, as if this one was a fake. She guessed it was one of the dangers of time travel. You okay? Hanging on? Asked Harry. Hermione nodded, lost in her thought. Well, see ya tomorrow. I'm tucking in early, saluted Harry. Hermione looked up to find they were already back in the Gryffindor common room. She didn't even remember passing the portrait. She felt it would not be the last time she'll forget where she was while hanging out with Harry. Never a dull moment. The next few days were eventful. The first thing to happen was in potion. It had been a few months now that Harry avoided detection from Snape. He intended to keep it that way as long as he could. It seemed he would get busted before Christmas. Using his essences, He only brewed perfect potions until now. He had a decoy of herbs hiding his essences vials in his box of ingredients that he kept mainly close. He always added his ingredients when Snape had his back turned, while faking preparing ingredients or when the professor concentrated on failing Neville's potion. After each lesson, Snape put more attention on Harry. Each time, watching him leave, he guessed the time before was pure luck. All of his potions, once graded, earned an O. It came to Snape's mind that Harry must have been cheating with the potion itself, giving a sample made in advance he bought from a 7th-year student. It would not be the first time it happened. He decided to catch him this time. As usual, he started the class by telling them all how inept they were and told them to follow the instructions written on the board. Harry thought bitterly how nice it must be to earn a living just by being able to write incomplete sentences on a chalkboard. His hate for Snape made him careless that day. Even if he had been paying more attention, would he have caught the glint of the mirror the potion master used to spy on him? Harry was pouring a few drops of essence of daffodils and, the next thing he knew, Snape had his wrist in a vice grip, pulling the vial to look at it at eye level. "What do we have here, Potter? Really, what is it? I'm curious. What have you managed to put in your potions to cheat your way out with a higher than dung quality you used to achieve before?" said the greasy teacher, alternating between a sneer and a snarl. "I will tell you, Professor, if you let go of my hand." "I'm pretty much sure it's bruised by now," calmly answered Harry, his heart pounding hard from the surprise. Harry hated Snape with all his guts. That's why he never feared talking back to him. It blinded him against the dangerous dark aura that caused everybody else to back down when confronted by him. Snape let Harry's arm go, knowing that the boy had nowhere to hide. He crossed his arms and looked at him with mock patience. Harry rubbed his wrist, knowing it was time to reveal one of his secrets to the world. He held the vial for everyone to see its content. It had a milk-white color and oily consistency. It never seemed to damp the inside of the vial. "This is essence of daffodil. It's the physical representation of what make daffodils what it is. It is a magically concentrated version of the plant, without any of its impurity. No dirt, no germs, no sickness or effects of a bad growth." Harry carefully put the vial back in his potion kit. He fished another one. Essence of wolfbane. He put it back again and took another one. Essence of belladonna. This plant being naturally potent, a smaller amount of the plant was needed to make the same quantity of essence as with other plants. But that's all he managed to say before being interrupted by Snape. "Potter, stop making fun of all of us. Essence of daffodil, essence of belladonna, such things don't exist. If they would, don't you think I would know? Besides, even for someone as wealthy as you would not be able to afford it." Snape took his breath to unleash more insults, innuendo and finally, would plainly call him a liar and a cheater, but Harry worked hard on those. He would not let this second-rate teacher pull him down to his level. "Of course, Professor, you haven't heard of it. I invented it this summer. It took me most of my time then, but my relatives were quite impressed with the result in their garden. You probably heard of the greenhouse that I will donate to Hogwarts, after I finished using it in my 7th year. What do you think I've been doing there?" Harry remotely thought he could take some time to grow a patch of flowers with the indication for the tombstone of Severus Snape, but it was not the time to dwell in such thoughts. While the potion master took the time to process what he'd been told, Harry further surprised him by pulling his incomplete potion out of the fire. He emptied it with a cleaning spell Hermione taught him and put water in the clean cauldron from the tip of his wand. "What are you doing now, Potter?" growled Snape. "Proving my point. See that potion on the blackboard? I'm going to finish it before anyone else here with the sole use of my essences kit. Nothing else than perfection will come out of it. If I can't manage this, I'll admit to be a show-off, arrogant, attention-seeking prat with delusions of grandeur. I'll admit to cheating since the start of the year. I'll accept any punishments or detentions you'll see fit, for this year and the next. I'll accept to wear a dunce hat in potion classes. Anything. Let me finish this, unperturbed, and we'll see." Snape smiled. "I've got Potter now. You heard the Hogwarts' champion, class. No intrusion for the great potion master. Let him finish his grand chef d'oeuvre in peace." Snape's smile scared more than one. It was disturbing even for the Slytherins. Harry wasn't even fazed. He spent a lot of attention to the board. Now wasn't the time to be careless. He checked the fire to be sure he would be stable, even if he would not have to change it during the making. He double-checked the order of the ingredients and lined the proper vial before him. He had already calculated how much essence of each he needed. Under 15 minutes, all the ingredients were in. He put out the fire under his cauldron. He let the results simmer down for 3 minutes and took a sample in a clear vial. He walked toward the front of the class, whose most of the students still had to put the last ingredient in their own work. All eyes were on him. Harry gave the vial to a grinning Snape. He should have realized by now that Harry wasn't one to brag. He looked at the potion and his face fell. He uncorked the vial and smelled it. He cast a charm on it and the vial glowed blue. Panicked, he spread some of it on a special piece of paper he got out of his desk. The potion bubbled on top of it and the edge of the paper turned pink. "How is that possible?" he yelled, making everyone jump. "Nothing else than perfection," Harry stated calmly. Snape looked up at him slowly. Harry looked back square in his eyes. Not a trace of mirth. No trace of self-indulging. A simple serious rock stare. Harry turned his back to him and walked away. People quickly made the link. He had done the same on the dragon he bested the week prior. Rumors spread fast. Harry putting Snape at his place in potions was something just out of legendary. Nobody really liked Snape, but everyone agrees that he is in the top 3 best potion makers in Britain. His standing compared to the retired potion master Slughorn was unclear, but one thing was sure. He was amazed to shock and denial from a potion Harry brewed in less than 20 minutes. That much was known. Many 7th years girls in Newt potion level classes came to him with gold for some ingredients. Most of them proposed other method of payment as he refused. Instead, he turned them toward Neville, who he said was the one he gets his samples for his most potent essences. He truly hoped his first reaction would be to turn down their gold too, since they were all very good looking. He wasn't looking for distractions, and he lacked the time to do extra essences he didn't have in his potion kit. He made the girls remember he still had to use his time to survive the tournament. His problems were more serious than Newt exams. On top of it, he knew it would be a bad idea to accept any favors from other girls while he was still pondering on his own position toward Hermione. He dreaded and looked forward, at the same time, to the Yule Ball. Another event that happened that week came in the form of the French champion. He had to admit he never saw it coming. He had such a timed schedule it wasn't surprising she found him easily when he was mostly alone. He was working on metal ore in the greenhouse. Neville was working on a wolfbane plant hybrid. Harry thought that designing a potent wolfbane potion that tasted like aid would be a great gift for Remus Lupin for Christmas. They'd made good progress so far. Someone knocked on the warded door. Harry didn't trust anyone right now in the greenhouse apart from Neville. He guessed it wasn't above Snape to come and steal potion ingredients. The place was heavily warded now and the door was coded to open only on Neville and Harry's push. Once past the door, Harry knew it was the second safest place around, right after the castle. Harry was in the middle of extracting essence of copper. He had enough samples of that ore to afford a few misses and to get the right technique for more precious metals. His fondue burner was too weak to extract anything this time, and the only moment possible for it to work was when the substance changed state. He had to melt it. He was currently carrying the melted ore in a rune-carved ceramic bowl from the brick oven to his workplace to let it cool down. Neville went to answer the door, being the less busy of the two and the closer to it. Opening the door, he simply froze. Harry wondered who could transfigure Neville in a salt statue like that. Did Snape stepped over his pride and came to beg for some essence? Right, he still had to work on that flower bed for Snape. Cactuses don't grow that fast. Harry went to the door, still blocked by the motionless body of Neville. Looking out, he saw a very ticked French witch. "Fleur, what gives me the honor of your presence?" asked a truly surprised Harry. Before giving her the time to answer, he clapped Neville hard on the shoulder, making him jump. "Neville, why don't you grab a long stick, as Sirius told me, and go to the Whomping Willow? Grab some branches. I want to see if that thing can be turned into something less blind and violent. Neville, awakened by Harry's clap, acknowledged and hurried to get started on the botanic task. He slipped by Fleur and went away, almost running. Fleur Delacour might enter, announced Harry loud enough. Fleur looked at him questionably, but her eyes bugged in understanding as she felt the wards she passed. This looks like some heavy wards, she commented, looking around, amazed at the sheer green all around her. Plants were not that high, neither were the small trees, but they were all either blooming or already in bloom. The flowers were so fresh and vibrant. Have you done all of this, Harry Potter? I guess you can call me Harry. We're in the same rocky boat after all. To answer your question, I created the stuff making this possible, but I left most of the handling to Neville Longbottom. Plants are his gift. He's quite the shy guy, but he's loyal to a fault. I must revise my opinion of him then. I thought he was another drooling fan, but anyone that can make this is a true artist with a very acute sensibility, she said, looking at some lone flowers that needed individual care. It was more shock than charm at this point, I'm afraid. He's not very talented with the fairer say. You haven't answered my first question, Fleur. What gives me the honors? Fleur turned toward him. Something seemed to shift in her as she did so. He detailed her attentively as she slowly made her way toward him, eyes shyly downcast. The sun was gliding on her like its favorite playground. The plants she brushed seemed to trail on her like a longing caress. The air itself seemed to pick up its pace around her, if only to allow the slightest wind to play with her golden hair. She stopped in front of him, her foot touching his, her hand playfully grabbing his loose tie as if to observe the Gryffindor color in it. Harry, I really would like you to invite me to the Yule Ball. I know you're a little young for me, but between champions, it should not matter. Your prowess with the dragon really impressed me, and I would like to know more about you. What a perfect occasion than that festive night. Harry was floored. Fleur was inviting him, more like asking him to invite her, but why would she? Yes, of course. Harry tried to look up at her. In the eyes, the way her chest moved could be quite distracting at this distance. Fleur leaned slightly toward him. Danger. Harry leaned back ever so slightly to avoid her approaching lips. Fleur was no amateur in body language. It was as natural for her than plants were for Neville. Something didn't add up. How could he even resist? She wasn't one to give up so soon though. The most devastating weapon a woman can launch was all indicated for use. You don't like me. She almost stuttered, her eyes getting wet. Am I not pretty enough? Harry got out of this particularly uncomfortable position by closing his eyes and stepping sideways from between her and the table she managed to corner him against. He took 2 deep breaths. Turning toward her, his eye had this hard edge that intelligent wizards learn to dread and fear with time. You took me by surprise with that Vila aura of yours. I know I'm not immune to it, only resistant. To be the lone target of it is a new and interesting experience. I can't say your intentions are evil, but they certainly are selfish. I guess we all use the tools given to us to reach our goals, don't we? Harry started walking around, a finger tapping his lips, as if pondering. It's not really stripping a man of his will, more like directing it all on lust. Careful there, Fleur. You might find a man, one day, so aroused by your charm that you'll lose control of him. Fleur was stunned. How could he still resist? She hadn't diminished her aura even in the slightest, yet. All men were putty in her hands when she focused her charm on them. It made her angry, but she wanted him even more. So, she asked, brushing off her failure. You can't deny we would look good together at the ball. Or would you be, intimidated, walking at my side? Harry laughed out loud. That which was something else. She was being logical. Fleur would not have been chosen as a champion if she had not been. Sorry, Fleur, you're a bit late. I already invited a nice girl to the ball. You'll have to settle for your second choice. What? Which girl could compare to me? Be it in beauty, intelligence or social skills, I outclass any of the girls that swarm around you, trying to catch a look from you. Watch it, Fleur, said Harry, his demeanor changing fast. You just insulted about every girl in this castle, including your own classmates. Including my date. That's not a good way to earn points with me. I suggest you get out before I tell the wards that you are no longer welcome." Harry never let his eyes off from her. She seemed to want to argue further but figure it would not get her anything good today. She turned back and walked out. Harry sighed. Too bad, Harry thought. It would have been fun to grab that bum in public while slow dancing. He figured he would have to try it on Hermione instead. At the moment the thought played the scene in his mind, his face flushed bright red. Right, as if he would dare. Days passed and Harry was putting more and more time on his egg. The second task was coming in fast and he had to figure what this screeching was all about. He figured it had something to do with water since Crumb took the habit to take an early swim in the lake every day. He opened the egg for Hermione and Luna without much luck at first, but it was weeks before the task that something finally came of one of their brainstorming sessions. "Water," said Harry for the 12th time. "A clue, did we try to play it backward?" asked Hermione. "Yesterday," answered Luna, putting a finger in an ear to block some of the present screeching. "It was a pain in the ass." "Luna, language," said Hermione automatically. "Water, language," mused Harry suddenly. Both witches turned toward him, eyes sparkling. "Mermaids," they both said with finality. Harry smiled, closing the egg. The silence was deafening. Harry's voice seemed to ring after the long period of loud noises. "There are mermaids in the lake. How can we translate their speech?" "There must be a spell," said Hermione, browsing in her books. "Or you can listen to it underwater. The language is pretty much the same if more Shakespearean. It's simply distorted out of the water," Luna said distractingly. "Cool. Who can transfigure us a bowl filled with water big enough for this?" asked Harry, looking at them intently. The two witches were so enthusiastic to finally learn what this was all about that they didn't even bother to tell him to do it himself. Once a bowl big enough for the egg and their 3 heads to be totally covered by water was conjured, they listened to the water folks. Many times. Out of breath, they lay beside a desk, Hermione vanishing the spilled water and Luna turning the bowl back in the chair that it had been prior. "So, something dear to me. Basically, I'll have an hour to get it back from the bottom of the lake, where the mermaids will hold it from me. I wonder what it'll be. My firebolt, my collection of essences," Harry said, looking up. Luna whacked him lightly on the head, smiling. "Boys," she said, "always thinking about their toys. Think deeper than that, Harry. It's not necessarily something, it could be someone." At that, Harry blanched a little. "Oh God. I'm so sorry to have involved you two girls." He leaned his head in his hands, not realizing his own words. The said 2 girls, one at each of his sides, were looking at him and at each other, their cheeks quite pink. The casual and evident way he stated it, Luna cuddled against his right side and Hermione did the same on his left. He was her date after all. "Don't worry, Harry," Luna said. "If ever they were to kidnap us and detain us in the underwater mermaid castle, I'm sure you'll come in your shiny Quidditch robes mounted on an engorged seahorse to save us." The 3 of them laughed out loud at the image, even if the 2 girls could not help to think it would be awfully romantic. Harry worked daily on his Owl Rune project with Luna now. That girl was simply amazing. He didn't stop himself from voicing his opinion when she shared the method she would use for the audio part of their project. "I tried to find a way to fix a gramophone in the palm of my hand that would be strong and stable, but I could not activate it due to its size. The length recorded with it was ridiculous too. To design something to code vibrations in the air and translate the result in something the human ear will understand is possible, but not in the time we are allowed. I tried another concept that holds a lot of promise. I will extract sounds from images," Luna explained. Harry sat down and put his head in his hands. "How would she do that?" "It's not that complicated, Harry," she resumed in her usual serious but light tone. "If sounds reach our ears, that's because something around us made that sound. Might it be visible or not, I think your device will record it. That means that to every moment corresponds a unique sound possible in time and space composed of speech, ambient sounds, energy-related sounds and so on. When your device samples the image, we'll stream it in a set of runes to recreate the only possible audio version of that image at the sampling rate of the pictures." Harry's head was still in both of Harry's hand. His mouth was hanging open. "Genius. You're a genius," Luna. I'm going to personally beat up anyone saying this is more my project than yours. Unbelievable. Luna smiled and held her head a little higher, proud. It's thanks to you, Harry, that I found such an interest in runes. Every class holds their charms, but only runes is truly fun now. Harry was embarrassed by this admission. He made runes interesting. It was at that moment someone knocked at the door of the previously unused classroom, before Harry claimed it permanently for his project, of course. Harry quickly got up to answer. He opened the door and found his eyebrows raising high. Now, that was an unexpected visitor. What do you want, Ron? Asked Harry, not in the mood for word games like calling him Ronald or Weasley. Ron, on the other hand, took that as a perch toward friendship. He looked at him pleadingly, begging to come in without a word. Harry sighed and held the door open, stepping out of the way to let him pass. Ron looked at Luna, who seemed to be in no mood to move from her wide table from where she was drawing quadrant cases as if possessed. Harry took his burner, in which the tip of his carving pen was already resting, and moved it carefully to the other side of the room. There, the wall was stripped raw all the way to the stone. Runes were carved, in the right corner, from ceiling to floor. They started back from there from the bottom right toward the bottom left in a twisted double line. Harry was already halfway. He wanted to frame the whole wall if the present work was any indication. I'm busy, as you know and can see, Ron. Before you start on anything, it better not be upsetting, as I need all my concentration to do this. If I'm taking the time to tell you this, if I let you enter, that's because I'm curious to hear what you have to say. Harry turned back toward his work by melting the stone in a regular rune pattern. He found funny he managed to ruin his pen, allowing it to absorb a lot more heat and making stone carving as easy as leather. Ron didn't take Harry's lack of attention as an offense, for once. Having to say what he had to, he was glad not to face him. He sat down, his eyes at his feet, and talked. I'm a big idiot, Harry. I know you know, and I know that by now, everybody knows too. I've tried to come out of my brother's shadow for so long that, well, I had to, I don't know, develop a pride of some sort. Each time you did something, it was like being beaten by one of my brothers all over again. The things I'm good at are so insignificant compared to your gift. Chess, talk about something. I realized it even more after the first task. You were right, I betrayed you by not telling you about the dragons. I was thinking along the lines of, if he's so great, he'll just order it to move away. Ron laughed bitterly. And then you did better than that. You bounded it, subdued it. I realized something that crushed that pride I tried so hard to build. Look at me, Harry. Please. Harry had stopped carving quite some time ago. He turned around and Ron was looking straight at his eyes. You're better than me, mate. Simply put, you outdo me. In everything. Your potion skills got out of anyone's correction grid. Whatever the way you did it all on your own. Your runes abilities are unheard of. Your dueling skills were always above mine, and that's not going to change with all the training you're under right now. You can cast spells that some adults can't. You're able to do all this and not brag about it. Even more, you're trying to act as if it wasn't there. You forgave me more time than I'd like to remember my childish jealousy and tantrums. You never asked Hermione to stop talking to me in all of our rows. What else? I'm sure we can still find some. I'll never be able to reach your level. I still would like to be your pal. I want to stick around and be amazed of what you can do. I'm not of those who can become great. I'll just stay in the shadows, watching your back, making sure nobody tries to stab you from behind. Every hero need a sidekick, finished Ron nervously. Harry never, in his craziest dreams, thought that Ron could or would apologize like that. He expected a mumbled apology and the proposition of a chess game when he would find the time, but this. He was moved, and glad. He finally had an answer to an old question now. Yes, Ron was truly a good friend. Ron, if what you say is true, that you really mean it, then I'd be the biggest prat in Britain to tell you to sod off. But then, I wouldn't be the great wizard you just described, would I? Ron laughed loudly a moment before answering, relieved. Exactly. Harry Potter must keep his image intact after all. But really, you should design something to tame your hair. How will you ever be taken seriously otherwise? Teased Ron, feeling the ground was safe once again. Oh, now you can sod off. I'll tame them when you lose your bowl cut. Luna smiled serenely from where she sat, hearing the two friends trade verbal jabs. Boys. The following days were sweet. Harry even indulged in some off time, simply playing chess or lounging. Right now, nothing seemed to be taking down his feeling of warm, cozy laziness. Sometimes, he simply lay next to the fire in a sofa, letting ideas drift around in his head until sleep took over for a light rest. He thought about his metal samples. Some he had fully transformed in essences, as he saw no real use for them. Silver was one truly beautiful thing. Its essence looked like bottled moonlight rays. That's how it felt. Any lunar rituals or spell used with this essence would be pure, powerful and mysterious. Other metals were harder to describe, but the crystals were simply amazing. It was practically essence in earthy, material form. Extracting essence of it only made their use easier. Quartz makes the most potent magical recipient. It was no surprise to see that rubies had an affinity with fire spells and sapphires with cold ones. The surprise was that the affinity itself, not some pigment, gave the crystal its color. Everyone, Muggle included, saw those colors. Did it mean that every living being are, in some way, magical? That would shut some pureblood mouths. He'd have to publish that theory after he'd gained some notoriety. The first little dent in his rest came a bit later, when Professor McGonagall told them about the dance lessons. Seeing Ron trying to ballroom dance with the Transfiguration teacher was priceless. That evening, Ron was teased mercilessly by his brothers, one sporting a dumbstruck face and the other a stiff frown, both dancing around, stepping on each other's toes freely. "Those two idiots," mumbled Ron. "I'm sorry about Cho, Harry. Too bad she hooked up with Cedric. We're going to have to learn to dance right so not to humiliate ourselves and to find a date." "But who?" Well, I'm a little ahead of you in that department there, mate," said Harry, hesitant. "Really? You asked someone out?" No girls could say no to our local hero after all. "So, who's the lucky one?" teased Ron, mistaking Harry's source of discomfort. "Hermione. She's going to help me practice dancing too. You know, being the champion and all, I'll have to open the dance," he replied to Ron, looking at the twins now dancing tango. Ron was looking at him speechless, mouth opening and closing like a goldfish. "Good," he finally said nervously, a little too loud. "Good," he repeated, more quietly. "At least, it makes one of us, cased. So, you and Hermione, huh? You, going out with her. Is it a first date or?" "I don't know yet," Harry said, slowly, reading his friend carefully. "It might. She has been there for me and I really could do worst for a girlfriend. I guess we'll see that at the ball." Great. Good for you. Do you think we could practice dancing all the three of us?" "Not that I fancy dancing with Hermione or anything or." "Yes, Ron, it's okay. I'll ask her. I don't think she'll mind too much. But in exchange, could you do me a favor?" "Of course. What do you need?" answered Ron hastily, eager to be of some help. "Ask Luna to go with you. Show her a good time and dance with her at the ball. She stuck by me all year long too and has been a lifesaver with my rune project and spell research. Don't overdo it or she'll know. Believe me, she'll know. Just be nice." Ron smiled an honest smile, leaning against his chair. "Hey, that's a rich idea, mate. It solves most of my problems too. We could even invite her to our little dance practice. Seeing her step on Hermione's toes would be something making me wish I had a camera like Colin's." They schedule the first dance practice that very weekend. Harry was delighted to see Dobby in the kitchen when he went to ask the elves to bring some snacks and popcorn. Sitting and watching two people trying to ballroom dance was just as funny as trying themselves. They got a lot better, going so far as using the stuff lying around in the Rune Project room as an obstacle course. Then, Ron produced a wizard wireless radio from somewhere and they tried to dance over the music of the Two Sickles, Lounging Zombies, and the group of the moment, the Weird Sisters. A most hilarious moment was spent when Harry and Luna danced in all dignity over the weather report. As always, every good thing must come to an end, and it came in the form of the potion class they had on Monday morning. Harry was taking good notes on the potion he made, always keeping many doses of each one for possible uses. He was going to make whoever possessed the vial company very rich. He was already receiving advertisement forms by owls with discounts and vial storage products. Today though, Snape had something else in mind. As Harry opened his potion kit, Snape was already standing behind him. "What is this, Potter? No herbs. You can't make a potion in my class without such. I'm afraid you'll have to leave. As long as you're not correctly supplied, you're not going to set foot in this class again. Of course, it shall be considered as unattended class and, if you take too long, it will stop you from attending your owls, even if they are next year." "What a pity," he finished, grinning. Harry looked at him, eyes comically bugging out. Not that he was really surprised, he just felt like playing the part. "But you must be confused, Professor. These are simply ingredients prepared in an alternative method. I read the school curriculum before bringing this in class, I assure you. It is all perfectly allowed. A student has the right, and is even encouraged, to grow his own supplies. I know that you're not qualified to evaluate, or understand, this rather exotic way of potion making, but I assure you that I will pass my exams and that I will be allowed to use these to take my owls. Even newts, if I fancy potions worthy of my time." Snape was seething. "Unqualified. Too stupid to understand. I should hex you where you stand, insignificant little insect. Instead, I will simply flunk your exams. Oh yes, I can. I have all the liberties to do so and, believe me, the headmaster can't save you this time," said Snape, his face very close to the one of the Gryffindor champion. "You will flunk my final exams?" asked Harry, his face neutral. "Yes, this year, yes. How much do you bet, dumbass?" asked Harry on an even tone, raising one eyebrow. His posture was a screaming challenge. The classroom was already quiet. No one dared to even move or breathe too loudly. Seeing any teacher in that state was a frightening sight, let alone Snape. But that last comment had them all cringe with a feeling of dread. "How much do I bet, dumbass?" Snape very slowly repeated. "Yeah, put your words in actions for once. How much do you bet?" "Hey, I know, I bet an exemption of this class until my newt exam. And, if by some cosmic event, you lose," said the teacher on a deceiving calm voice. "Easy. I fail the tournament on purpose and resign from Hogwarts. I'll even give you my wand." Snape had a feverish stare as he uttered, "Deal. You are going down, boy." Harry smiled and put all his barely unpacked things back in his bag. He shouldered it before saying one last thing. "Nope. You are. Read the rules of the tournament, wise guy. I'm exempt of all of the course's exams as a champion, automatically passing them all. That includes potion, dumbass." The potion master's mouth opened slowly, not a single sound finding its way out of it. He stood there, unmoving, as Harry made his way out, chuckling softly. That said, the students all turned out very good potions on that day, even Neville. After all, the potion teacher sat in his chair and stared with a blank look at nothing for the rest of the day, musing on how he gave his worst enemy a free pass in potion for the rest of his time at Hogwarts. Snape's final battle with Harry became the new gossip of the week. As the defeated potion master learned, Dumbledore could do nothing to reverse this. After all potion matters were left to his discretion, as he had demanded when he started teaching there. He couldn't reverse a deal he made. "Don't worry about young Harry Potter, my boy," said the headmaster to the irate potion master. "I'm sure he'll do well on his owls and newts without your guidance. He found his own way." That did nothing to calm the greasy teacher. The Yule Ball came at the speed which important events seem to come. Too fast when you're not ready, dragging on the time frame when you are. Thankfully, Harry was busy, once again with his rune project. He had modifications to do on his old muggle glasses. He asked Luna to replicate them so he could see what he was doing while working on them. They were ugly, with a thick black frame. But that thick frame was exactly what he needed right now. He had to buy a specifically made tool for precision carving. The effing thing cost 40 galleons. He would have to sell some potion ingredients soon before the end of his Hogwarts years if he kept spending like that. He helped Ron too, saying he could not let his sidekick walk around in that horror that some sadist, 2 centuries ago, might have called a dress robe. Ron would be staining Harry's image after all. He was joking around about it and Ron was embarrassed as hell, but grateful. He accepted it, simply saying that, one of these days, he would return the favor. They went to Hogsmeade and bought him some dark red dress robes. On his side, Harry liked the green set Ms. Weasley chose for him, but it was a little plain. He was getting a little sick of green too. That was so Slytherin. He took that occasion to change his green vest to a golden one with red trim and black buttons. He even got a refund on his green one, since it was untouched. Cost him a few sickles. Harry hadn't asked Ron how it went to ask Luna at the ball. The next day Ron did it. He received a hug in private from Luna. "Thank you, Harry," she said. "It's very thoughtful of you." "Does anything escape you?" asked Harry, comically exasperated. Was I to think that Ron had the guts and wits to ask me out all by himself? Good point. Like a performance without practice, the nervous teens prepared themselves to set foot on stage. The great night came and found 2 nervous Gryffindors to wait for their best female friends to come down the stairs of her dorms. Neville was already ahead with a sparkling Ginny. Receiving a glance from Harry, Ron understood it wasn't the time to play the protective brother role. "That dress looked good on you, sis. Have fun," he simply said, nodding at Neville, who stopped looking away constantly. "You prat," answered Ginny, relieved at her brother's reaction. "You find something nice to wear. You don't look half bad yourself." The playful banter died at the view of Hermione. She was gorgeous. All plans to hook her up with Ron through some complex plan vanished from Harry's mind. She was his date. "Come on boys. It's nothing you haven't seen before, day after day," said a grinning, but blushing and perfectly bushy hair-free Hermione. "It's not who we're looking at but how she presented herself," said Harry, barely above a whisper. "You're beautiful enough to be a king's ransom." Ron didn't know where to put himself. He simply turned his back, pretending to give them the moment, when, secretly, he was drying his eyes, confused from his own reaction. He collected himself pretty fast. He could not act like a fool. He simply said, half-turned, "I'll let you 2 lovebirds to yourselves or I'll be late to greet my own date. See y'all later." He went off as Harry offered his arm to Hermione, escorting her. When they finally got to the Great Hall, the place was unrecognizable. It truly looked like an ice palace. Ron showered Luna with short but heartfelt compliments of how good she looked and that her brand new radish earrings were a welcome change from all the costly jewelry around. He was doing his very best. They had fun during dinner, the headmaster regaling them from random gossip, making Harry wonder if he had any Lovegood blood in his veins. The feast was grand, but even the dessert came and passed and the tables were pushed back against the walls, simply moving out of sight, leaving the hall free and showing how vast it really was. Harry took Hermione by the hand and walked with her to the middle of the place. He didn't have to be told it was time. He knew. The other champions followed a split second later with their partners. Quiet music began to slowly fill the place. "Nervous?" asked Hermione. "A wreck," Harry told her truthfully. "But I believe in who I'm with." The dancing began and it was enchanting, so to speak. The champions, all of them, were as impressive on the dance floor as they were on the battlefield. After the first verses, Dumbledore himself showed his experience in the matter, Minerva McGonagall following his lead with equal grace. She wasn't the dance teacher for nothing. Hagrid had an amazing and most surprising grasp of ballroom dancing with Madame Maxime as a partner. Slytherin would have a hard time calling him an uneducated oaf now. Dancing took a turn for the worse for the older generations later as the Weird Sisters replaced the classical orchestra. The young group leveled the dance floor. The biggest surprise was to see Professor Dumbledore get on it, break dancing and twirling around on his head with his beard flying around. After a good 5 minutes, Professor Dumbledore changed in a laughing George Weasley. The joke was greatly applauded and the real Dumbledore, standing to the side of the room, said he never looked so young. Ron took his promise to heart and danced a lot. He even looked to be enjoying himself after a first few moments of embarrassments. Hermione looked indecisive from time to time but found her resolve when she saw couples leaving discreetly left and right. The garden outside looked stunning, a fake spring blooming outside for the ones who wanted to take a calm moment from the Great Hall. She took Harry by the hand and led him outside for a walk. She was leading him further, always in the obvious search of intimacy. As she began to walk a little faster, Harry slowed her down, squeezing her hand. "Relax, Hermione. It's a beautiful night. Enjoy the moment," he said, smiling. But Harry himself didn't know how he managed to say that looking so calm. What would he do? What did he want to do? Would he do it or know when to do what he didn't know even what when? Did that make any sense at all? They finally reached a bench and Harry, like a gentleman he learned to be that very night, gave his vest to Hermione to protect her from the chilly night air. "Oh Harry, it's as if you know exactly what to do in this situation." "It's not fair," said Hermione, frustrated for once to be the one totally clueless. Harry chuckled as he sat beside her. The wonders of teenage angst, he thought, amused that he was able to see it and to be affected by it at the same time. "Would it reassure you to know that I'm about as calm as when I was fighting the dragon? So, I'm an evil fire-breathing monster to your eyes right now, is that it?" "Of course not. You know what I—" He never finished that sentence as he was cut off. Hermione's lips were over his own now and his mind went blank. He could only think strange thoughts. It wasn't like he thought it would be. Hermione was the first to pull back, looking down. I'm sorry Harry. I think," she trailed off. "Ron, stated Harry, her fist closed but she nodded. "Thought so. This was my first key, too, as I guess it was yours. It was really nice by the way. It's just that, the feeling behind it was not the right ones, I guess." Hermione smiled and let out a breath. Harry stretched out and reached around Hermione, putting an arm around her shoulder. She looked at him, surprised. "Hey, we just had a moment. We had a cool party and a kick-ass dance. Let's enjoy the stars a while before going back." Hermione snuggled against him in search of more heat and sighed, looking at the stars above. She had no trouble saying what she thought at that moment. Harry made things really easy for her. "We may not be a romantic couple, but I still love you, in a way. You're unique. I'm glad being best friend with you. I'm one lucky girl. Thanks. I'm one lucky guy to know you too. Now, all that's left is to use this situation to make another lucky guy." Hermione slowly looked up to see his evil smile. She shivered. That's the face he had when about to play a great prank. "And you're going to play your role, Hermione Granger," he stated firmly. Hermione could not help but to laugh. It was finally settling. Everything was good with Harry and her feelings were sorted. Maybe, just maybe, she wouldn't have to hammer a Cupid's arrow in Ron's head to make him understand how she felt. Many couples were still dancing late into the night when Harry took Hermione back to the common room. It made no sense to prolong the night if everything was perfect as it was. Harry relieved his sore neck of the tie and climbed the stairs to his dorm after dropping Hermione at the base of the stairs to the girls' rooms. Ron was already asleep, snoring lightly, even though he had been there less than an hour. In deep sleep, Ron could snore like the Hogwarts Express itself. Not for a long time, thankfully. Harry was about to slip off from his shoes when he noticed something on his bed. A rose. It was freshly cut and looked awfully like one around his greenhouse. He took it in his hand and groaned. He recognized too well from the pulling feeling behind his navel what was about to happen. Harry stumbled as he landed from the portkey travel, almost staying on his feet. Almost. He rolled on himself and whipped his wand out, letting his eyes adjusting to the darkness. It didn't take too long since the dormitories he was in a moment ago had their lights out. A thin figure stood straight from leaning against the greenhouse he recognized as his own. At least, he wasn't too far. He recognized the form as it grew closer. Fuller. Harry stopped aiming at her and put his wand back up his sleeve. He found a nice groove for it in his vest. "Good evening, Harry Potter," she said in a soft voice. She was still in her clothes from the ball, pretty much like he was. You could say, "Good night, at the hour we're at," said Harry, trying to stay civil. He had been forced to be there after all. "Could we talk inside?" she asked, not fazed at all. Harry wasn't sure what this was all about. Was she still mad about his refusal? He opened the door, quietly announcing to the ward the presence of the guest. He held the door open for her and she went past him, not looking at him. As soon as the door was closed, she tackled him against it, dotting him with abandon. Harry was surprised, to say the least, and barely found the wits to answer back. After a few minutes, having her body pressed against his, rubbing on him without much shame, she parted for air. Harry was seeing stars but grinned nonetheless. "Wow, wicked," he said with great sagacity. Fleur grinned in turn, a hungry look in her eye. "I'm not a little girl, Harry. I saw you with Hermione. I followed you with an invisibility charm. When I saw you dotting her, I was ready to give up, but it was so sweet that I had to watch. Then I heard what happened, Harry. You're more mature than any guy my age I've dated." At this point she could not keep up without stealing at least a small key. "Maybe I'm a little princess, and you would be right to say that I always get what I want. Right now, I have this urge to have you. I'm so glad you had your first key. From a cute, nice and innocent girl like Granger. Now, I can show you the rest without any guilt." The next morning was, fortunately, a Saturday. Many didn't wake up in time for breakfast at all. Despite the trouble, the house elves served breakfast all morning long for the late sleepers. Harry hadn't had much sleep. He was up at 10 and munching on a piece of toast, eyes lost far, far away, and smiling goofily. You could not miss it. A few daring Gryffindor asked things like, "Had a good party, or a good after party?" This only had him grinning wider. He wasn't totally gone though, he just couldn't stop smiling. He guessed he could use that to stop rumors from spreading too fast, too far. He always gave the same answer, not in the mood to put his mind to work. "Hermione is a sweet girl, and her keys are like honey." That sent 'em all laughing and clapping him in the back. For once, they could be friendly with him without any afterthoughts. Since the dragon's speech, they would not dare taunt him with lewd comments. At the Ravenclaw table, many of the French witches were looking at him oddly, hungrily. Harry tried not to care much. When Fleur finally came for breakfast, she looked like the cat that caught the canary, or more precisely the whole flock. Harry only glanced at her. Her classmates were looking at her with envy and, she wouldn't have dared. She already told her friend about it. They'd better be good at keeping their mouths shut. It would ruin his barely blooming plan for Ron to be jealous if he had to explain how good it is to look at the sunrise, sprawled on your back, with a French witch doing a pretty good impersonation of John Wayne on you while you played the horse, assuming Ron knew who John Wayne was, of course. That memory sent him grinning once again. For once, the speed with which the news traveled in the castle played in his favor. Ron seemed to have lost a place for the Chudley Cannon team as he sat down. "Hey, I heard you hooked up with Hermione last night," he asked, not trying hard to hide his mood. You could say that. It's all very new, and I'm glad I made a move. By staying indecisive, I could have lost her to someone else," Harry answered, not looking at him. The message was so obvious even Ron could not miss it. It seems he caught up pretty fast. "Like whom?" he asked, suspicious. "Crumb, who else? Don't you remember? He asked her to go to the ball with him in the library." "Luckily, I had already asked her by then." "Yeah, luckily," Ron answered with sincerity. He really seemed to believe it was better for Harry to have won Hermione's affection than Crumb. Harry guessed Ron wouldn't be Crumb's #1 fan anymore. The girl of Hogwarts's gossip finally arrived, her hair back to its normal bushy self. Harry smiled at her and she answered by sitting quite close next to him. Harry would have chuckled if he could. Hermione was slipping in the act pretty quickly. It takes an incredible amount of hair gel to get it to look like it did yesterday. It takes forever to wash out too, she said with a small grin. "You don't need it, Hermione. You're perfect like that," said Harry, looking love-struck. Ron jumped on his feet, panicked. "Hermione, I," he started, not really knowing how to finish this sentence. Well, thought Harry, that game was won fast enough. What is it, Ron? Asked Hermione, trying to sound casual. Say it now, as I intend to spend the day with Harry so we can learn about each other better. That didn't make sense, really, since they knew each other from first years. But Ron had sirens blaring in his head, despite Hermione's terrible declaiming skills. Thankfully, Ron was as thick as the castle walls. I don't want you to go with Harry today. Come with me instead. Let's go to Hogsmeade. Why would I do that? Asked Hermione, getting up to face him, already nervous and ready to crack any seconds. Neither one seemed to notice the hall had gone silent, watching them. Because, I. Harry rolled his eyes and thought that Ron sounded like a broken Mexican record, and he'd had enough. He would have to put his foot down. He did so, hard, on Ron's butt, pushing him on Hermione. Their lips met, probably a little painfully, but Hermione kept them locked there for a while, grabbing the back of Ron's head. Many in the Great Hall snickered while others were looking at them in confusion. Wasn't Hermione going out with Harry? Finally, said Harry loudly, throwing his hands up in the air. Hermione broke the key, her cheek as pink as Harry remembered them last evening, in the garden. Thanks for the hand, Harry. He would have taken forever. Harry brought 2 thumbs up. Hermione took a confused Ron's hand and pulled him away, planning on finding a private place to explain the situation to Ron, and inform him of his new status as her boyfriend, as well as explaining what she expected of one. Harry turned back to the breakfast table, and his eyes were quickly attracted by a young French witch's amused face. He winked at her and she rolled her eyes. She got up and, to everybody's surprise again, sat next to him. What did happen at that ball? So, this was the help you promised Hermione yesterday. Interesting, that foot technique. Ron has many flaws. One of them is to always act once it's too late, Harry told her, not at all uncomfortable by her close presence. So, you made it look like it was too late so that he admits his feelings. Classical setup. Yeah, but he always crashes down when the moment to make the step comes, so I gave him a little push, finished Harry, proud of himself. Harder than that and you would have broken both their noses, mocked Fleur lightly. If that's what it takes for Ron to touch her. By now, there were eavesdroppers all around, trying to be as subtle as possible. As good a time as any, thought Fleur. I don't remember you needing a push to touch me last night, she said casually. Fountains of pumpkin juice erupted at the Gryffindor table. Fleur acted as if she'd said nothing special, like she hadn't noticed the reactions. Harry looked at her, amused. He made his decision too. Thankfully I didn't need any. I was busy enough trying to handle a wild cat, thanks Merlin for silencing charms. New rows of coughing, as the fountain students didn't have any time to catch their breath back. Harry didn't care much. For once, the gossip about him would be about something good. Fleur seemed to have found what she was looking for. She seemed contented. How about you take your day off to show a foreign witch around, Mr. Potter? I've seen the sights, but I bet you could do better than those guides trying to find the darkest corners to take me to, she said in an innocent tone. By now, Harry knew she was nothing but. I guess I can push my work back a little. It's a Hogsmeade weekend. I could make you visit further than Madame Puddifoot's closed boot, Harry said generously. That would be nice, answered Fleur, sounding sincere. Harry spent the day with his new girlfriend. She was always flirting, full of innuendo. Harry found that quite arousing and distracting, as he knew she wasn't all talk. Something bothered him though. He had to voice it on the road to the Shrieking Shack. Tell me, Fleur, I wonder how you are with your parents, your sister and your friends. You can't always be like this. Is that how guys expect you to be? Harry said, trying his best not to sound accusing. Fleur looked angry at first, but she simply kept her mouth shut a while, frowning. Harry was about to apologize when he got his answer. You are too smart for your own good, Mr. Potter. It is indeed how I act with most boys. How can you talk of anything serious when the guy's looking at your chest, his face showing he's thinking about something else entirely? You say something intelligent and they'll think you're trying to sound intelligent. Make a mistake and you're a dumb bee. Owned, just as they thought you were. It was all me, yesterday night, make no mistake. And I fully intend to do it again for the length of my stay here. You may not understand the thrill of riding a young, powerful wizard, but if it's anything like being straddled in a lip lock by a hungry-looking, radiant and lustful witch, I think I may have a clue, interrupted Harry, his face quite colorful from the direction the conversation was going. It was still one of the most embarrassing things possible for his 14-year-old brain to think after all, even despite his experience last night. Fleur smiled at the compliment. She felt a lot better to be able to talk about things deeper than a cup of cappuccino. And he was listening. Finally. Thanks, Harry. So, that's pretty much it. I act that way naturally with that kind of people. I hadn't realized until now. Thankfully, my test scores and my entry to the tournament are proof of my accomplishments. Maybe, then, people will see more of me than a little princesses. Harry felt guilty about calling her that the first time they were in a room together. Although, she deserved it back then and he wasn't exactly in a right state of mind. He decided not to apologize. I rather like to hide what I can do than show it to the world, Harry started, looking further ahead. But I try not to deny it either when it comes out. Yes, I heard that you tricked a teacher for a free ticket all the way to your final exam. He doesn't seem to be the kind to be easily intimidated. Frankly, he freaks me out, she admitted with a shiver. It's the grease. Don't worry, it's only contagious to the Slytherin house. Here we are, the Shrieking Shack, the oldest haunted house of Britain, supposedly. Really? She asked, looking curiously at the run-down building. Well, officially it is. I know the true story. It's a tale of loyalty and friendship that happened quite some years ago. Harry showed places to Fleur no other boys would have ever dared to under the fear to appear juvenile and immature. But how can you offer free chocolate to a girl without going to Honeydukes? Fleur admitted that French liked sugary pastries a lot but were rather poor in sweets. Seeing Fleur beeping on a lolly or a sugar quill made more than one man's mouth water. Harry snickered at that, they were so obvious. Zonko was a treasure chest for all pranksters, and Fleur was one of that kind too. Never get on her bad side, Harry mused, watching her choose amongst the nastiest tricks, cackling. He guessed she had some planned revenge to deal on many of her own companions. They took a few butterbeers at the Three Broomsticks to go and some sandwiches. Harry asked her if it would bother her to check out the local library for some books in case they had anything worthy in the runes department. He quickly found out why Hermione revered Hogwarts' library, they already had them all. He knew some of them by heart. Fleur was looking at some arithmancy essay when he got back at her. Those formulas are way too rigid. They allow no creativity in spellcasting, she complained, showing him the book. Harry held his hand up defensively, smiling. That's gibberish to me, I never took that course. I don't like math that much, he apologized. She smiled mockingly at him. There are things that you can't do. I was beginning to wonder. Harry whispered to her in a falsely scared tone. Yes, but don't tell anybody. That would ruin my image with girls. Fleur snorted and put her book back in place. They got out of the building, not buying anything. They got back to Hogwarts and Fleur could not help but laugh when Harry asked her if she wanted to mount his broomstick, wiggling his eyebrows. She liked to fly too and had one of the latest brooms on the market. Not as recent as his firebolt, but still. She asked him for a complete aerial tour of the grounds, at breakneck speed. Never did the towers see such a rush. They flew over the lake and the Forbidden Forest, sharing the sky with a few hippogriffs. They had a blast. He landed near the carriage of Beauxbatons as the sun was setting. It was almost too good to be true. Nothing combs your hair like a good wind, she said, shaking her long silvery blonde locks. I see we like the same hair stylist, she said mockingly. What, you need a stylist? It's all natural for me, assured Harry, his hand going through his hair in a model imitation. I'll never win, will I? She asked, a hand on her hip. I don't know. Keep trying though. I remember you were on top once. Most girls would have been indignant and insulted. Fleur was not most girls. She got close to him, a finger tracing his chest. If that's what it takes to win, I'll gladly have another, profound, conversation with you in the greenhouse. Harry got stiff all of a sudden, like a deer caught in the headlights. Fleur leaned in and kissed him sweetly on the lips, then showed him a proper, French kiss, leaving no doubt about her origins. He was quite relaxed by now. She finally pulled back and waved goodbye before getting in the carriage. Harry weakly waved back, mounted his broom and slowly made his way to the Quidditch lockers where he usually left his firebolt. He made his way back in the castle with a little spring in his step. He could really get used to this. The way she spoke about it too, she wanted to give him more than enough occasion to. By the end of the day, the whole castle knew about the latest developments of Harry Potter's love life. Most guys looked at him, shaking their heads, not believing his luck. Fleur's date for the ball looked pretty pissed off. He thought he'd had the best chances. But even he wasn't stupid enough to try to take down one of Hogwarts' champions, especially since Gryffindor House seemed to finally be backing him up. Harry found Ron and Hermione in a whispered, but quite animated discussion along a corridor. Seeing Harry, it stopped quite suddenly. "Hey guys, how was your day? Had fun catching up on lost time?" Harry asked them. They both had the grace to look away shyly and blush. Harry would have so much fun teasing those two. "Harry," began a frowning Hermione, "not that I want to be nosy or that I'm unsatisfied with the current arrangements, but when she wants to know if you were seeing Fleur before today," said Ron frankly, looking at him square in the eyes. Harry was glad. He would stand up for her, even to him. Still, he was relieved too as he'd thought it was more serious than that. "Of course not. In a way, yes, but no. It's all a very funny story, actually. I turned her down to go to the Yule Ball a while after asking you, Hermione. She was quite frustrated. Then she followed us in the park last night. She heard and saw all that happened, and what didn't. Seeing that I was free, she left a rose on my bed." "A rose?" exclaimed Hermione. "How romantic. So very French." "Yeah, it ended up being a portkey leading to my greenhouse where she had gotten said rose. She asked to talk somewhere warmer, so we went in the greenhouse," he explained slowly. "And she asked you out?" asked Ron, mildly surprised. "More like demanded, heavily, like pushing me against the door and snogging the hell out of me." His two friends gawked at him. "And?" asked Ron, expectantly. For once, Hermione was too curious to reprimand him. "And, what?" asked Harry, enjoying himself greatly. "You want to know if the rumors are true. If what was said, in public, with obvious eavesdroppers, was true. One thing I learned today is that Fleur is a very cunning and malicious witch. I think she timed her little tirade when a maximum of people around us were drinking." "But, then people said that you said that," began Ron. "Of course. The most beautiful and popular girl of a foreign student exchange program claimed loudly she had fun riding you all night long, and I'm going to go in denial." "Smart move. You can't entertain rumors about that, Harry," said Hermione, indignantly. "That's not, well, she started them," laughed Harry. "She's the first to enjoy them. Since the dragon episode, it seems it became a contest of which witch will key Harry Potter first, in the Bobaden's carriage." "If that's what started it, Potter," said a drawling voice from behind, "then they might have an encore." Draco, passing them by, smashed a Daily Prophet not so gently in Harry's chest and walked away. Harry took the paper and read the headline of the front page. "The Hungarian Hornetail wants a rematch." Harry read in the headline. "It's coming, Potter. They lost it at the reserve. Better prepare for a live performance, without any chains around its neck this time," said Draco loudly from further down the corridor. The next few days, Harry did worry. What if they were right? What if the Hungarian Horntail he defeated in the tournament waited for her egg to hatch, for the hatching to be independent, which seemed to take a couple of weeks, most, and then took the sky to search for him and get even? He found the egg pretty cool and wanted to ask the headmaster to get rid of the charm on it that triggered the mermaid's speech as soon as task will be done. Harry planned on carving runes on it and put his more expensive stuff in it. Now, he planned on exchanging it to a dragon in order not to become a Harry Kebab. Luna assured him he was being silly. If the dragon showed up at Hogwarts, managing to get past the defense wards at the edge of the Forbidden Forest to keep the dangerous beast at a safe distance, there were more than enough able wizards to take it down. Maybe Harry wouldn't even notice until Hagrid's next Care for Magical Creatures class. Harry smiled widely and admits it was probably simply irrational fear. But it was a dragon after all. Ron took a different alley to comfort him. Fighting a free dragon one-on-one, you'd have to choose the battlefield. The Hungarian Horntail is a classical fang claw fire type. You would do well to use Gillyweed and dive in the lake. He'll lose his flight advantage. Then you can either shoot at him from underwater or flip out of the lake periodically to cast something in its wings. If it touches water, it's done for. It can't swim well at all. Then you flip from behind on its back, run up to the head and cast a point-blank range stunner in the eyes or target the inside of the ear to hit the brain directly. Harry was looking at him with wide eyes. I knew I would have needed your help on the first task. I knew it, damn it. Ron came back from his dragon fall plotting and blinked. He scratched behind his head, smiling shyly. The next day, Harry was back in his lab, relaxed. Ron found him a good way to move during the second task. He already had essence of Gillyweed. He soaked a chewing gum in it, making it absorb as much as it could. As long as he would chew on it, it should work. He probably would have to wait a few minutes after spitting it before turning back to normal at the end for the effect to wear off. He was now looking for something to boost his speed. A potion, ruined leather bracer. Was he even allowed to? He guessed they would allow some things, but this would be overdoing it and not in the spirit of the tournament. It was more their thing to force an underage boy to participate in a deadly competition. Harry started to work on a leather water belt that would allow him to speak underwater. No way would he go there unable to cast spells. It could be used to hold a knife too, like the Christmas present of Sirius. Like his new baby scythe, he looked at his greatest runic creation as of now, resting on a holder in his workshop. He wished he had more time to test it out before taking it on the field. Christmas had been a busy time, with the usual gift of a jumper and fudge from Mrs. Weasley, books from Hermione since now she knew he would read them if they were about runes, and quite the surprise from Luna. Not that it was unusual or weird or useless. Quite the opposite, actually. Something so simple. Leather. A whole batch of leather of many kinds from many beasts. He could clothe himself twice in leather if he wanted to. Of course, he was far from being a leatherworker, but belts and bracers weren't above his skill. She saw he liked to carve his quick runework in leather, even if they were for a single use. It's flexible enough to fit most situations. Most students carved in wood, as it's easier to chip, sand and erase the line of the quadrant case, but Harry didn't have that problem so. Back to the present, Harry wondered about the uses he would put his sickle to. Of course, he would be able to take samples of pretty much anything with that. The runic work on it makes it virtually indestructible, but not godlike indestructible as nothing truly was. It was heat resistant. It would need several dragons' breaths on it to melt. Same for the cold. He joined these runes together and made it resistant to temperature shock so that going from heat to cold in a short amount of time wouldn't affect it. It had very little flexibility. From the handle to the tip, he could not bend it more than 3 millimeters by putting his whole weight on it. There was a forever shape-keeping set of runes on it too. It's like a self-sharpening knife. As long as the runes would stay intact, any dent or possible damage would get restored by itself. The magic circling in it kept the handle at a nice warm body temperature. He even managed to sharpen the edge further magically. He could probably cut a rock or a metal shield with this. It was truly a master's work, and he was proud. The problem was, what if he dropped it? What if someone stole it? He didn't carve runes on it for that. He settled for a thin runed leather band he would wrap the handle in with some kind of return to my hand command. He didn't have much of a choice but to take the risk. What was the point to make a tool if you're too afraid to lose it to put it to use? The day of the second task finally dawned. Harry got up early, too excited to stay in bed any longer. He felt prepared and ready. He felt like taking down a whole mermaid colony if need to be. He was a bit surprised to see that Ron wasn't at the breakfast table, since he was not in the dormitories. Same for Hermione. Could she still be asleep on this day? It wasn't like her. He frowned and went to the Ravenclaw table where Luna was having her usual breakfast. He quickly averted his eyes from her plate. People were used to him sitting at the Ravenclaw table by now. The friendship with the boy who lived allowed Luna not to be bothered anymore by childish behavior. At least, after the first task. She even made some hypocrite friendships with Ravenclaw girls who wanted to know what kind of girls were Harry's type. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.